god.
Hello.
I just heard.
Oh my god, what?
Scary Talk is ending. I
Wait.
just heard.
Shut up.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I'm not gonna be okay. How are you just gonna start off telling me
news.
that? Wow. My number one source for supernatural knowledge? Whatever will I do?
Oh my god. Hi. Hello. Hi everyone. Hi Sunny.
Hi, Andre. Wow, shedding a tear.
Shedding a tear. Dude. Fucking fuck. Hi. Hi everyone. Welcome to Scary Talk episode 100. We did it. We're here.
Out with a bang.
Like, we've been talking since episode 89 or whatever, or 90, that we were gonna end at 100, and that hasn't changed. It's just that it's so funny to me that it's taken us like 10 months basically, because we're doing like an episode a month. Look, are we lazy? Yes. Are we also trying to kind of like string this out because we don't want it to end? Maybe. But all good things come to an end, and then there's Scary Talk, which also comes to an end. So here we are.
Here we are.
How are you, Sunny?
I'm kind of dealing with like the first stage of grief, you know? I guess denial. I'll talk to everyone next week about it on our next episode. But
Okay. Yeah, let me know when you get to bargaining, girl. That's the fun stage. Yeah.
No, I'm good though. I'm adjusting to motherhood. We've been talking about it, but I just got a kitten. You hear her in the background.
Yes.
I mean, hopefully we'll edit it pretty well. But she's
How
really
old is
cute.
How old is the kitten, and where'd you get it?
She's literally like 7 weeks. I found her in a parking lot when she was 4 weeks, which is way too small to be away from her mom. She was half a pound. She literally weighed like a burger. And then I watched her
Skinny
go to
legend.
sleep and dream, Andre. I was like, you literally weigh less than meals that I've eaten, and you're dreaming. That's insane.
I saw one of your Instagram posts, and I thought it was so cute. Yes.
Thank you. Yep, so all the, yeah, it's like two options. One, she hops around the room and wreaks havoc. Two, I lock her out of the room, and she scratches on the door and meows because she's already developing separation anxiety. Oh my god.
No.
Oh, that's her. Okay, but her name is Skunk, and she's like the light of my life. I actually think, yeah, I've like been doing so much better having her around in general, mental health wise, which is really nice. And I just never really thought having a pet would be like my thing or something that I loved, because it's a lot of responsibility. But actually, maybe I needed that responsibility. Oh my god, Skunk, I'm literally gonna kill you. I'm gonna strangle you right now.
I literally love this cat. Also, I'm literally gonna skin you alive if you make any more noise.
There is no in between. I'm either like, you're the light of my life, the center of my universe, I would take a bullet for you, or I'm like, I'm going to throw you into the depths of hell if you bite me.
We're having cat tacos tonight.
Oh my god. Yeah. I considered making an Asian joke there because I'm half Korean, but oh my god. But we're not gonna go there. I'm sorry. She's like really hyper right now. But yes, that is really my like whole life, other than my job, I guess, and like paying bills and stuff.
And also your boo.
Still my boo. Yes, we love him. He has moved. We are doing long distance. And it's been good. Oh,
But how long distance? Like how many hours by car, for example?
5 hours away by car.
Okay, so since you live in Texas, 5 hours would be like Texas, right? Huge state.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Got it. Okay, well, best of luck. Not with your boo, but with that fucking Hellcat. And
Thank you. I will really need it. She's so precious, though. Oh, yeah.
I know you love her. I can't wait for you to make like a Skunk Stan account or like a Finsta.
I already have, and you follow it.
Oh, I guess that account has now turned into a skunk stan account. So in a sense, yes,
I only
you're
post
right.
about her now. I don't exist.
No.
I'm merely a what's the word? Like I'm merely here to serve Skunk. I am, but
Well,
her human.
for all we know, you're a figment of Skunk's imagination. There's no way for you to disprove that when you think about it.
Her little burger-sized imagination, her little pea-sized brain's imagination. In there is me.
Oh my god. Also, you've never existed to begin with. We all know you're a ghost, and you have been this whole time. So,
wow, that's a real... I would make a movie reference, but I don't want to spoil it. If you don't want to spoiler, pause and skip 10 seconds, I guess, but...
Wait, for what movie? Oh, The Sick Girl. The Sixth... Spoiler, the Titanic sank in 1912.
I mean, I don't know. I hadn't seen it until this year. But if you are listening to this podcast and haven't seen it, that's pretty tough on you, honestly.
Okay, so I was listening to the Ball and the Beautiful podcast the other night with Trixie Mattel and Katya Samo.
Yes.
And they talked about, I literally mean last night. I literally mean 8 hours ago. Wait, that wasn't last night. Sorry, I sleep in. They were talking about The Sixth Sense, actually, for a second, and about Toni Collette, who plays the mom of Haley Joel,
I love
the little
Toni
boy.
Collette. I literally worship at her feet.
Right, and how she was also in
Hereditary?
And
yes.
yeah, and how she like didn't even get an Oscar nom for that because the Oscars are fucking like weird and I don't even, like the right word isn't classist, but like you know what I'm trying to say. They're like they're like classist against horror or comedy or romantic comedy. They only care about drama and like it's so weird and so tragic to see like an actor like Toni Collette who obviously cares about narrative and about telling a story and does it so amazingly not get like recognition from her peers in the industry just because the genre she chose to, you know, do that narrative in is kind of like, oh, look down upon. And I'm like, that is such shit. Like, look down upon my ass. Like, any movie of any genre can be good. Yeah.
I completely agree. And Toni Collette, of all people, she just, yeah. I love, too, that I think now, like, especially now that she's an older actress, and she doesn't have that, like, Hollywood, my nose is tiny... Not just tiny, like my nose is miniature, my lips are like maximature, whatever. She doesn't have that look, and I like really appreciate just her like existing. I really loved her in Little Miss Sunshine.
You don't have to call out Nicole Kidman like that, by the way. Okay, you can just say her name, but yes.
To be fair, Nicole Kidman, I was watching a video with her recently, and her lips are not huge. Like I don't know if she's done lip injections in the past, but I noticed. I was like, oh, wow, that's different.
Yeah, no, they're not. She looks good. I know that she used to do a lot of Botox a couple years ago, and she publicly said that she was gonna stop because she like couldn't move, and I thought that was funny.
I love that. We love stars who are honest about it.
But yeah, Toni Collette deserves a world, or at least an Oscar nom. This is super unfair, and I hate it. Yeah.
I completely agree.
That was my short movie rant for the episode. Now, as far as what this episode actually is, hi everyone, welcome to this last episode. This is nothing and everything, honestly. This is just a hodgepodge of fucking whatever. Like, it's called Goodbye Extravaganza for a reason. Fun fact, that is how it's called, Sunny. Just decided. Yeah, we're just trying to say goodbye in style, and for me at least, and for Sunny I think also, that means just sharing some laughs and gaffs with you guys, and a couple of spooks, as is this podcast's modus operandi, right? More laughs than spooks, but
when it's not vegan talk or politic talk.
Right. But frankly, we should have just named it a goofy fucking name, like Laugh Talk. Not because we make people laugh, but because we're just laughing for about 60 minutes. But I do want to talk about something first before we do get into a couple of the things that we're going to share. We do have some structure, don't worry. Okay, so Britney Spears, kind of like last update. Well, literally last update, because by host. Last update, a judge has officially suspended Britney Spears' dad from her conservatorship. So, like, this confused me, because I thought, like, oh, wait, wasn't this all over? But apparently, this is more of a technicality, but still something that needed to happen, and so I wanted to mention it. On Wednesday, Judge Brenda J. Penny, who's a judge that's been on this case for fucking forever, decided to suspend Britney Spears' dad as the conservator of his daughter's estate. And a new public accountant will now step into that role. So, like, I didn't understand what was going on, but now I understand. So it turns out the conservatorship isn't technically over, but like it's gonna be soon, and in the meantime, at least it's not her dad managing any of it anymore, which, like, good, I guess. And also, when her dad stepped down from the conservatorship, like, a couple of weeks ago, and he was like, I don't want to have anything to do with it. Apparently, he still needed, like, a judge to officially say, like, okay, you're no longer part of it. You can't just, like, renounce the conservatorship, from what I understand, which is interesting. Right? Because I thought when he quit, like, that was it. He quit. But apparently, he still needed this judge to be like, okay, I allow you to quit. And so he's officially off. Which, great. I don't know. This all just means that there's more progress in Britney's case, and that makes me happy. So
That's wonderful. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know legally, like, what would be possible in terms of, like, finding some justice for her, too. Because I feel like, yeah, ending the conservatorship is good, but what about, like, the decades of her life that she's lost, you know?
Right. Well, I mean, she said on that, like, famous phone call that happened, like, a month ago or whatever, that when she was, like, calling into the courtroom, that she wanted to sue her family, basically, for all they got. Which, all they got is really money from her anyway. It's her own money, so she should get it back.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Queen
support her 100%.
Sue.
Yeah, please sue.
Sue them to death. Or in Wendy's word, death to all of them. I mean, seriously.
Honestly, yeah, and also, like, you know, A, there's nothing more American than Britney Spears, but B, there's nothing more American than suing your family. You know what I mean? I think it would be a really iconic moment for her.
Nothing more American than good old litigation. I say, Britney, go for it. Fucking squeeze every penny they squeezed out of you, queen. Now let's talk about Afghanistan. And I'm kidding. What I'd really like to talk about, if you have no qualm, is I like Sunny.
You like me? Aw.
Yeah, well, no, let's not get ahead of ourselves. For this last episode, I kind of would like for us to wrap up and recap with the following. So this is very much potentially the last time our listeners will hear from you. I want to know, of all the fucking things we've talked about over, you and I have done 60 episodes together. Holy shit. Shannon, eat your heart out, okay? But also, I want to know, from all the things that we've talked about, or really just anything supernatural or paranormal, what is the thing that you believe in the most and why?
Wow, funny that you asked that, Andre, because just off the top of my head, there are a couple of things. No, I was kidding. Obviously, I'm prepped for that. But, yeah, there are two main categories, I would say, after thinking about it. And the first category is, like, government-related conspiracies. Especially after reading about some of the released, like, CIA operations and whatnot. Like 9/11, JFK. I don't really have, like, a strong conclusion on any of those conspiracy theories, but some of them really sway me. We can talk about it. And the other thing that I'm most convinced by is reincarnation, which I wasn't expecting at all going in.
Interesting.
But actually has a lot of hype, and we can also talk about that. So, is there one you think I should start with or go off on?
Yeah. I wanna hear about the government conspiracies, because you say, like, oh, that's one of the things that I believe in, but there's a range of crazy, right, when it comes to government conspiracies. So, like, there's there's, like, on the lower end, the lone gunman theory is false. Like, JFK, there was more than one person. And then there's, like, QAnon on the other end, right? So...
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the end of, like, JFK, 9/11 type stuff. But it all started for me with Operation Northwoods, which we've talked about. I've brought it up a couple times now. Oh.
You mentioned briefly, at least.
Yes, yeah. So Operation Northwoods is this released CIA operation. I definitely recommend just looking it up and like reading it yourself, or just taking it from us too. That's cool. But basically,
Don't do your own research. Just listen to us.
yes, yes. But basically, there's this proposal. It's from the U.S. Department of Defense to the president saying, "Oh, let's have the CIA actually stage this thing from Cuba and then claim that it's a terrorist attack and use that as a reason to start a war on Cuba." Which, it's funny that we bring that up because having a terrorist attack happen and then using it as a reason to start a war sounds kind of familiar at 9/11, which I guess brings me to 9/11. But no, Operation Northwoods is just wild because you see this official government paper and it says like, yes, why don't we go ahead and sink an empty ship but claim that it was full of American civilians and that the Cuban government did it and report on this everywhere, and then go from there, and use that as a reason to start a war in Cuba because Cuba was getting closer with the Soviet Union at the time and this was mid-Cold War, all those lovely things. So luckily JFK said no. JFK was also assassinated later on, so...
So, 1 plus 1 is 2.
I know, all these conspiracy theories connect, right? But, yeah, so after reading that, I don't know, I don't really like conspiracy theories because I think, in my personal experience, I've seen family members get really sucked up in them, and it can, like, make them very, like, I don't know, obsessed and not very fun to hang out with because they're really, like, focused on these things. A lot of the times people aren't going to believe the conspiracy theories that you believe, and I think sometimes you just have to accept that. But all that said, when I read about Operation Northwoods, I was much more convinced. I was like, wow, if the U.S. government is down to do this, I wonder what other sketchy stuff they would be down to do.
Right.
Which, brings us to the 9/11 conspiracy theories. So I was reading, in my research for the episode, I pulled up actually a couple of official papers from like JSTOR and other, these are, if you are doing your own research, I strongly recommend JSTOR and other basically databases for peer-reviewed academic journals. It's going to say something like Journal of Business or whatever, which is where one article I have came from. And you'll see like the name of the publishers and the university it came from. And that I trust a decent amount. It's like someone doesn't go to school for all these years and give up their lives to pursue a PhD and like do all this other stuff just to lie in their papers, So I actually read 2 separate papers from like, to be fair, they were from like 2006, 2007, from like University of Chicago and one other spot that confirmed basically. They were like, yeah, the stock market before 9/11 had like confirmably sketchy stuff going on. Like whether that is sketchy enough to warrant to be evidence is unsure, but there was unusual stock market activity, and who did it, we're not we can't be sure. One paper confirmed that it was like, well, these 2 companies from the US did it, that confirmably like could not have been in collusion with like the terrorists in, oh gosh, I don't even know the origin of like Al-Qaeda and stuff. I'm so sorry, y'all, I'm not perfectly educated. But they're basically like they couldn't have been in collusion with terrorists, so like that's put to bed. But I don't know, it's interesting. So all the papers came from the assumption that if there was unusual stock activity because of 9/11, it would have happened because of like Osama bin Laden and other folks at the head of it, like trying to make money. Yeah, and they didn't really confirm or deny whether it could have been in collusion with folks in the US. But yeah, so that's also
I remember hearing about the trade thing like a couple years ago because I didn't know about that when I like first heard about the 9/11 conspiracy theory a long time ago. And that was a new detail that I learned. It was like American Airlines and United Airlines, which was like the 2 planes that crashed. That there was like weird trading the days before 9/11, and people were like, "Oh, insider info! Like, what's going on there?" And there's some papers about it. So yes.
Yeah, so that seems pretty legit, Who knew about it? Like, the amount that they were involved, it's not really clear. But it's definitely questionable. it's just interesting. And I don't know the extent that it means, but definitely some people knew 9/11 was going to happen. And, you know, what that actually means.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll say that. I feel like I would say that somewhat confidently from what I've read. So, what that means, whether they were actually in collusion or just had info from someone or what, you know, someone else could say here. But yes, so
Well,
Operation
for
Northwoods
me,
9/11.
like for me, what that means is more kind of existential, right? Like for me, what that means is like confirmation that like the government will do anything to advance its own interests and the interests of those who keep them in power, right? AKA, in this case, the military industrial complex, which funds a lot of politicians in Washington. And that is
100%.
fucking terrifying. It's terrifying to, like, know that that is very possibly the reality of things, because it's like, okay, so our government, like, does not care about us at all. Which, like, you kind of know already, but it doesn't hit you, like, the way that it hits you when you learn, you know, this stuff about 9/11, if you really think it's true. Which, I mean, I do too. It's so sad and crazy. I don't know.
I agree. Yeah, and you know, I used to think like being really suspicious of the government was like this politicized thing, but I actually think, I mean, this seems like it should be obvious, but everyone should be suspicious of the government the same way everyone should be suspicious of politicians. You know what I mean? Too many things have become like party things when it's like, no, there's like healthy stuff that we all should be thinking about. Not to say it has to be extreme. I also still believe in putting power with the government where necessary, like having high taxes for decent healthcare and education and stuff. But yeah.
I think people forget that political leaning and party are different things, right? So, like, I am a liberal, right? Sometimes I characterize myself as a leftist in the European sense of the word. Let me raise my pinky right now as I speak. But that doesn't mean I'm a Democrat. I have voted Democrat, but that doesn't mean I am that. I mean, frankly, I also not am, you know, a leftist. Like, that's not my identity. But the point is that, like, you don't get the point that I'm trying to make. Like, I think people should focus more on their, if you're going to use a political label to describe your beliefs, I would suggest you use the spectrum, like the political spectrum label, rather than the party label, for a couple of reasons. One, because like parties that represent the left and the right are different in different countries. So like if you say I'm a Democrat in Brazil, like for all we know that might be like their right leading party, right? Like in the same way that even in the own United States, like Democrat and Republican used to be kind of flipped as far as like where on the spectrum they were like 100 years ago or 200 years ago. Am I wrong?
No,
So
yeah, that's a very good point.
yeah, and number two, because I think it doesn't give the other person enough information about what your leading actually is, because it's just a binary, Democrat or Republican. Like, there's a lot in the middle there, and you just sound silly, to be frank. So that is, yeah, that's what I think.
No, very good point from our poli-sci major. Thank you.
Thank you, girl. don't out me, okay? Yeah, continue.
But yes, JFK, I could believe as well. And actually, there's one thing that I was looking up that we hadn't talked about on the show, but just like another classic example is this thing called Operation Paperclip, where the U.S. basically shipped out 1,600 scientists from Nazi Germany after World War II, like right after, like 1945 to 1959 area. To work in the U.S. instead for the new Cold War, because their philosophy was, if we don't grab them, the Soviet Union will, which the Soviet Union did. I think they grabbed like 6,000, so maybe more. But yeah, we basically welcomed them with open arms. No one was convicted of any crimes. I think one person that I've seen listed disappeared to Argentina after like his activity in something was questioned. But I've been looking up some of these people. By the way, their resumes are insane. In terms of like awards they've gotten and whatnot. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
The NASA Distinguished Service Medal is the highest award bestowed by NASA. After more than 2 decades of service and leadership in NASA, 4 members of Operation Paperclip were awarded this medal in 1969. Kurt de Bus, Eberhard Ries, Arthur Rudolph, and Werner von Braun. Werner von Braun comes up a lot. He basically led the Apollo mission, like getting us to the moon, played a huge part in that. And these are all people who were either passive or active members of the Nazi Party. Werner von Braun, as an example, was part of the SS in Nazi Germany. So, I mean, yeah, they were at the head of concentration camps, a lot of the murders that happened. I should really say a lot of the genocide that happened. Yeah, period.
That is so interesting that you mention all that, because I think this is a great opportunity for us to remind people that people exist in complexities, right? Like, I think that someone like him is overall, like, if you like look at like human behavior and redeemability on a spectrum, I say he's on the negative spectrum. Even if he was just a passive member of the Nazi Party, still negative spectrum, because even as a passive member, I'm sure he saw things that he could have like voiced out in order to avoid or help stop, and didn't. So I'm just gonna put him on the negative spectrum, regardless of if he led the Apollo mission. But he also led the Apollo mission, which moved us forward as a human race. Like, that's insane and amazing, and etc, etc. And that is so funny to me. I think that in today's, like, oh my god, I sound like a fucking boomer. But in today's hashtag cancel culture, I think that we are very quick to paint people with really wide brushes, mainly because we kind of have to, in order to be able to digest 10 different cancellations in a week. We can't think about the complexities. It's too much brain power, and it takes too much time. People have to be either good or bad. That's it. And this is like a great kind of like mind fuck to think about, right? Like, this motherfucker did the stuff he did, or who knows what the fuck he did in Nazi Germany. Probably nothing good. And then he did something that you could almost categorize as objectively good, right? Which is like help lead like the space exploration forward. So, like, bruh, that's crazy.
Yeah. No, 100%. And I mean, his job was always like being a scientist. But actually, other folks in Operation Paperclip have had a lot of skepticism placed on them. There was one article that was published about someone who was involved in human experiments, but by the time the article was published, the guy was already dead, right? This was in 2012, basically. Mm-hmm. So an award that was named after him was removed, but he lived a full, happy life here, you know? And this particular guy, von Braun, who's really, he's the big guy. He won several awards, basically, like, had the Apollo mission. I was looking more into his involvement, and things just don't add up. He talks about, like, not being a big politically active dude, and that he had to join the SS. There's also a photo of him next to Himmler, who was, like, the leader of SS, like, was hung was one of the people who was hung as a show after World War II, to be like, look at, we killed the evils, you know? You know, he wasn't just on the sidelines, all that to say. And I mean, of course he wasn't, because he was a genius scientist and whatever. But, yeah, I just can't help but, I think, you know, it's one of those questions of, like, the system versus the person. And while I definitely see how being part of a system, being part of an already established and moving kind of machine will determine your path in a lot of ways, I think someone who would participate in this particular system, I'm going to go ahead and say, like, morally, it's just, like, yeah, no.
Well, actually, can I say something controversial yet brave?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not gonna waste time with a bunch of disclaimers and shit. Like, I'm not a Nazi, whatever. You know me, I don't have to explain myself. Um, I mean, like, could the people in Nazi Germany at the time really do much of anything?
I think not
I just
support
think,
Hitler.
well, but like once he was in power, because like when they were voting for him, he didn't know that he was gonna like kill people. I guess they did know that he had a very racial rhetoric and that he was uh, like hated the gypsies and the gays, and but that was kind of one hip at the time to hate all those people, and two, um, we just elected Donald Trump to office in the United States of America in 2016. So, hello, which like, he, obviously not that bad, but at the same time, it has been decades and decades. So you'd think we could do better, and yet we didn't do better. And number three, there's like literal genocide happening in China right now, right? With the Uyghurs. So like, the Chinese populace isn't at power to do much about that because they're just gonna get fucking killed by the CCP. And as far as like the international powers who love to point fingers at stuff when it happens, we're not doing shit. We didn't do shit in Myanmar when there was genocide happening there not long ago. We didn't do shit about the Armenian genocide. So I think that if you want to get really real, fucking put your feet on the earth, get really real with shit. We just need to admit to ourselves that we love caring about things very righteously after the fact because it feels good to like virtual signal, but not virtual signal, but virtue signal, sorry. But like, I mean, in the actual moment when it matters, we don't do anything. And so like, if we as self-proclaimed third-party objective observers of genocides around the world can be like, that's bad, like, but still do nothing. How are you gonna tell me that the people who are in that country being brainwashed to and threatened to do nothing should do even more than you're doing? Like, no, it makes sense that they're doing even less. Like, they have even less power. They're even less objective. They're even less third party. They're literally in the fucking brainwash zone. So, again, back to my original question, how much could have those fucking people done? Soldiers, I feel like different deal, especially because like if you're a soldier and you're actively killing people, I think for something to not kind of like spark in your brain at that moment and be like, damn, I shouldn't be doing this, I think that's a whole other fucking deal and a whole other conversation, and that's fucked. But like the citizens who didn't know what was going to happen, and even when the genocide was taking place, a lot of them didn't know what's taking place, allegedly, what the fuck were they supposed to do? So yeah, that's my rant.
I think, well, I agree in that we do not admit enough how shitty we are naturally. I think, in general, we should be talking about things like racism and genocide as like natural human inclinations that we need to work against, like stealing, lying. We're all taught like morally, right? Growing up, that's bad. I think that like racism, genocide, maybe not even racism, but in-group, out-groupism,
right.
should be
It's
added
literally
to
our
that
lizard
list.
brains at work.
Yeah, I
it's
100%
tribalism.
agree that that's like a natural human issue. That said, I still, of course, agree with being critical of it in a genuine way. And I think that part of why Trump was elected is because we're not doing enough in like our history classes and everything else. You know, when I think about history in high school, like, when did we read a single primary source? We literally read about how primary sources were better and then spent the entire year in a textbook, right? And then I get to college, and all I've ever heard about, Thomas Jefferson is that he believed that that people shouldn't be enslaved. That's all I've ever heard, and it's like, oh yeah, he was one of the good ones. You actually read his writings about it, and he's like, yeah, no, we shouldn't enslave people. Instead, we should just expel them from the country, kill anyone who's left, and hope that we can get rid of them in any way possible because of XX and X, insert, just a whole racist spiel. And it's like, whoa, I was reading this textbook summary this whole time of someone terrible. And I think that's what we've done with a lot of just historical hateful stuff. Yeah, there's a really cool quote actually from von Braun where he writes that to us Hitler was still only a pompous fool with a Charlie Chaplin mustache, and that he perceived him as another Napoleon who was wholly without scruples, a godless man who thought himself the only god. So people had an idea, you know, Hitler bad, at least hopefully some. But yeah, I think in the moment, at some point you have a moral obligation to do something, you know. There were plenty of people who did their best to help their neighbors and like hide them in places in their house and
right. And so there were people once like the genocide started taking place that one realized what happened and two decided to take a moral stance by risking their lives by hiding people. But even those people couldn't do more than risk their lives and hide people. That's what I'm saying. Like, they couldn't, like, rise up. I mean, they could, and something maybe would have happened, but a lot of people would have died. And I think that it is very easy to say to someone that you should have the moral imperative to rise up for your rights and do what's right. But, like, when you're in the moment, no one wants to fucking die. So
yeah, the sad thing is that you know, millions of people did die anyway. But I mean, I agree. Yeah. I can see how. I completely agree with that. It's really easy to point fingers, and in the moment, you know, you don't know how good of a person you would have been. It's just like, yeah, it's the Holocaust is one of the most important like moral history lessons we have, along with several others that the U.S. could talk more about, like the Native genocide and, you know.
I think it's really interesting what you said about primary sources, because I think people forget that it's really not even the United States. I'm sure it's most places around the world that like schooling isn't meant so much to educate you as it is meant to indoctrinate you into being the best citizen for your given society, right? And here that means being like a really diligent worker, being able to stay focused for long hours, you know. And like France, it might mean a different thing, what like a good citizen means, but in America, that's what kind of the system's trying to pump you out as, right? A very diligent worker who can do their 9 to 5, etc., take a little break and do their whole thing. And like in between that, there's like some readings and some expositions and some this, and you know, you read some books and shit. But like even that stuff isn't necessarily educational because of what you said, which is like the sources aren't always very reliable. Sometimes they are purposefully like misleading so that really tough topics don't have to be touched on, right? Like I can't believe that I didn't know about, I forget the fucking names, but like these two big black communities that were basically burned to the ground like last century. I didn't know about that until the Black Lives Matter movement like took off like fucking wildfire last year. And it's so sad that I didn't know about that. Like, what the fuck? Like, they don't teach you that in a history class. They don't teach you, like, a bunch of white people went and fucking rioted this black town because they didn't like it, and they fucking burned it to the ground, and nothing was done about it. And there was, like, some compensation decades later. And I'm like, what the fuck? Even when we learned about slavery, it was always very... I mean, I took AP US history, and even then, you don't really get, like, the nitty-gritty. I mean... I think partly because we're kids and maybe they don't want to traumatize teenagers. But I don't know. I feel like you should traumatize them. Like, you should tell them the real deal. Because otherwise, we think it was, one, not that big a deal or whatever. And two, it was so long ago. And there's no, you know, like, repercussions that are currently presenting themselves because of slavery. And so we're like, oh, it's over. Whatever. And... I talked to a friend in Germany that I have often, and we Skype. And last time we were talking, she was actually telling me about the educational system in Germany and how, when growing up, they make it a point to like go really into detail about how the genocide took place and what led to it. And so these kids, and like I think when she theorizes that that's why, in part, Germany is so. What's the right term? Like, dude, they don't treat slavery, they don't treat the genocide took place the same way that, like, a lot of the people in America still treat slavery, right? Which is, like, in a very dismissive fashion, and they don't, they look down upon their past, as I think one should, in the way that a lot of people here still don't, i.e. most of like the fucking Bible Belt and like whatever, you know, the states where like the people who like Confederate like, you know, fucking like bed linings live. And so yeah.
No,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, I agree. It's such an education issue. And when education is, and here we come back to the state, because when education is created by the state, I mean, it's cool, but I think that's probably a big part of why we aren't reading primary sources and we come out with a very skewed view of the U.S. Yeah. And it's also just sad because you think about these Nazi officers came to the U.S. and got to live out their whole lives without any repercussions, basically, right? Meanwhile, you'll have black folks in the U.S. who are imprisoned over selling weed.
Right.
And again, it's just like, wow. You know, the law is not exactly... Yeah, the law is far from some kind of really fair arbiter of justice. Yeah.
I think the written law is very fair, but like we do not practice what is written a lot of the time. We do roundabouts.
Like, tax
we
evasion?
Cheat.
That's mostly legal, and that's insane. That's you know, what is it? Elon Musk paying less than 1% tax rate when the middle class worker has to pay what 20-30%.
That is like shit and vomit. I was thinking more social / civil / criminal non-tax related issues. That like the law, it's literally the whole like, oh my god, why am I blanking? It's the whole like every man is made equal like shit, which like on paper is like great, but then in practice is not applied. Like totally. Right, like yeah, it's us humans practicing the thing that we wrote on the paper that is the problem, not the thing that we wrote, which is sad, because it means that like we know exactly what to do to make things right for everyone and make society great. Like we even wrote it down. It's just that we don't really want to do it because we have selfish interests sometimes, etc. Anyway, we're 42 minutes into this episode. I think, girly, that maybe you should share with us your... Actually, fuck it. Just, you said that you want to talk about reincarnation, so what about it?
I'm just going to do my, 2-minute spiel. But basically, the University of Virginia, which I looked up, is the 31st ranked school in the U.S. for medicine. So one of the highest ranked schools of medicine. Now has an official division of perceptual studies, which is basically about life after death, which is insane. So, yeah, and they haven't been discredited. You know, this isn't like, oh, now the school's in the ground. It's an entire division now, and that's because there's a lot of, reincarnation cases. Andre, I literally did not think I would believe in this at all. But it's pretty wild, and a lot of the argument is oh, well, there are these cultures that believe more in reincarnation, and that's where it seems to happen more, which is true. There are more claims in those countries, but they talk about cases in the U.S. that are crazy. This one kid's case, he gave a bunch of details about being a World War II pilot and was waking up with PTSD symptoms and night terrors, and then gave a bunch of accurate details about someone whose life was not publicized. This was not a big World War II pilot. This was a private, specific person that it took a lot of deep research to find and then match the facts with, who was already dead also. So, yeah, and there are a few cases like that. There's, you can read all about it, y'all, for folks, for you too, Andre. I would recommend looking up, University of Virginia Division of Perceptual Studies and seeing what they talk about. But, I don't know, it's pretty cool because honestly, going into this podcast, I didn't really believe in anything supernatural. I'm still always on the skeptical side, but this is low-key converting me, maybe, and making me think about it.
I will look it up right after the episode. That sounds really interesting, and I didn't know about that.
And it's official stuff, yeah.
I believe in reincarnation. It's just I don't believe that it happens to everyone. I believe in reincarnation in those cases where you have like little kids that can recall events from past lives and will even like go to places and be like, oh, this used to be my home, and the parents are like, what the fuck, you're 4 years old, like how did you, right?
No, it's
yeah,
totally
how did you like
crazy.
know to lead us to this place, and how did you know what was going to be inside this house? How did you know anything? And but I don't, you don't see that with everyone, obviously, when they're little, so I don't think it happens to everyone. Or if it does, not everyone that it happens to has unfinished business, right? Because it's obvious that when that happens to these kids, it's, I think I interpret it as a form for, as a way of, for like the last person to finish their unfinished business in their new life. And then once they do that, a lot of these kids will report that they then, a lot of the parents report that these kids stop talking about their past lives, and they just kind of
Yeah.
like come into their own, and the dead person basically in them, or their past life, is gone because they finished their business.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you so much.
Yay! That was super interesting.
I'm glad.
Sunny, this is it, girl. We did it. Thank you for everything.
I can't believe it. Yeah, of course. Thank you, and thank you so much for listening.
Any last words for our audience?
I have an appointment. Bye, bitches. See you on TikTok. But yes, thank you very much, so much for listening.
Love you, Sunny. I'll see you in the next live. Goodbye.
See you.
Hello.
Who is this?
New podcast. Who dis? Hello.
Exactly.
Hi.
Hi, Andre. How are you doing?
Hi, Shannon. You fucking witch. I haven't seen you in a long time. I haven't heard from you in a
It's
long
been
time.
like a month.
You disappeared.
Calm down. Chill out.
I mean, personally speaking, but as we know, the audience thinks
Oh,
that unless
that's
they
true.
can listen to us banter, that we don't exist. And so, as far as this goes, I haven't spoken to you in months.
Yeah, shit. It has been like a year. Like, how are you doing?
I know. Well, no, because we saw, we saw each other. Remember?
Okay, was that this year?
Right.
This time doesn't
right.
mean anything anymore.
Right. Precisely. I just saw a meme the other day that said, "You don't believe in astrology, but you believe it's quote unquote 3 p.m. What?" Which I thought was funny, because
It just is. Like,
it's it just is. It's true. Time is absolutely just a human construct. It doesn't mean anything.
right.
Odd.
Yeah.
But I'm good.
All right.
Yeah.
Stoner
Beyond the
dogs.
yeah, absolutely. Beyond the existential dread that realization about time has brought to my life, I'm doing really good. But
Good.
how are you doing?
You know what? I am doing pretty damn good. I think you could call me like pretty chill. Chill as
okay.
Antarctica. No, I'm doing good. I think that I'm loving my new job, which I don't know if we talked about this. No, probably not. But anyway, I have a new job. Everything's chill.
Oh yeah, your new job rehabilitating baby pandas. Is that right?
That is right. Sometimes I bottle feed them and I give them kisses on the head and I put them down for naps. It's really fun.
Okay. In all seriousness, there are people that have that job and like, bruh, the envy with capital E. Are you kidding me?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, you do have to clean shit, and it's basically like taking care of a human baby, but furry every day, which like it's work. But, yeah, cute.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I mean, I think that we should just talk about the real thing that's happening here, which this is going to be the last episode of Scary Talk, Andre.
You need not remind me.
I don't even know what to say about that, Like, how does it feel? Because you've done it way more, you've been here the whole 100.
How does it feel? Rewarding, exhausting.
Yeah.
But mostly the former. I just,
Tired?
I feel a lot of feelings. Yeah, I know. Tell me. All jokes aside, just for about a minute, because I can't keep jokes aside for longer than that. But all jokes aside, we get messages from audience members, from listeners, and sometimes it's a little heart wrenching because if you're one of these people who has sent a message like this, you know who you are. But sometimes they're a little heart wrenching because the messages are basically like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it's ending at 100. I listen to you guys while I take a shit, or like I listen to you guys while I work, and like you're the only thing that's kept me going." And it's very much like. It's very much like you meet your favorite artist, and it's like, oh my god, I was gonna kill myself, and then I listened to your music. And it's a compliment, I guess, but at the same time, it's like, no, I don't want to be responsible for
you're
that.
You're not responsible. You can't take personal responsibility for people's mental health. And you know what? If you are feeling that way, you can always re-listen, go back. I'm sure that there's enough content in there to keep you going. Also, there's a lot of great podcasts. Okay, what I'm trying to say here is...
I know.
Don't kill yourself. Like, it'll be fine. And then, Andre, don't feel bad, okay? This is just... All good things come to an end, right?
No one's told me they're gonna kill themselves like the way that I would if I met Mariah Carey. But what they have told me is like, oh, like my job's shitty, and like you guys make my day because I listen to you in the background all day, basically, yada yada. And it's like, yeah, like that's basically what I end up telling these hoes. It's like, okay, just re-listen. Like I highly doubt you remember what we were talking about in episode 1, fucking demons and witches.
Right.
So it's probably gonna be new for you if you listen to it again 100 episodes later. So just go back and listen to it. I mean, don't go listen to it because it's shit. Sorry, Shannon. But
I will say though that like I recorded 40 episodes or whatever, and I don't remember most of what we talked about. So it would be brand new for me too if I went back.
Yeah, like I don't remember what I had recorded 2 episodes ago with Sunny, to be completely frank. Like, and that's not the point of this. Like, I would remember it, I think, if it was way more educational. But this podcast is just like spooky banter, and then we laugh about gay joke number 13. Like, that's basically the structure of this.
Isn't that great though that brings people joy? Like that brings me joy to hear that.
Yeah, well, it brings me joy to do it. Listen. My boyfriend wants a cat, and that's great. I like cats. I used to not like cats because all the cats that I've had always like would scratch me and then run away forever. But now I'm back to liking cats. I'm back on the cat train, you could say. And but the thing is that like I recently learned that if you were to die, your cat would try to eat you almost immediately, whereas your dog would like wait for itself to be starving in order to eat your dead carcass.
I have read conflicting information about that because I've read studies that say the opposite. That say like your dog would cave first and eat you.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say I've read the same, but I'm okay with it because I want to be of use to my poor baby kitty in case I die. Like, yes, eat my body.
I mean, yeah, that too, because I want to be cremated anyway. So, like, if she's hungry, she can have a little snack.
Oh my god.
What? Like, I'm gonna let her starve while they're, just letting me decompose?
I think. Well, anyway. Regardless of what I read, I it's irrelevant because I think eventually my boyfriend's just gonna like push me enough to like accept a cat, and we're just gonna end up having a cat. So I've resigned to that. It's fine. It's gonna happen. Fine. Personally though, I love to have a hamster, and I keep pushing for that. But then I realized like it wouldn't be as much fun. And I think I'm just trying to like heal childhood trauma because I had a hamster. His name was Hamtaro. Went away for summer camp. My dad was supposed to take care of it. He didn't. It died. Yeah. Hashtag fuck you, Dad. But also, we need to talk about Free Britney.
Oh my god. Okay, tell me. What's the new tea?
Oh my god, okay, dude, that was a great segue. Are you kidding me? Hashtag fuck you, Dad. Fuck you, Jamie Spears.
Right.
Like,
fuck
eat
you,
shit.
man. Piece of dumb.
I know. Okay, so I touched on this briefly with Sunny, but dude, I'm sure you heard like everything that's happened. I don't know if you heard the most recent thing that happened, which was like Judge Brenda, whatever, the judge that's been on this case since forever. I'm just going off the top of my head. She officially had Jamie Spears removed from any capacity within the conservatorship, be it personal conservator of Britney or conservator of her finances. He's now nothing involved with nothing at all, which is like yeah. And dude, celebrate good times. Come on. I mean,
that's amazing. I didn't
just
know that.
happy.
That is freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I literally,
Yeah,
the only
and
thing I saw was that she was engaged, like, and I was like, okay, that's good, that's progress, because I knew that she wasn't allowed to do that, you know, under that conservatorship.
yeah, I know. I saw a lot of people when that happened being worried about, like, oh, you just got out of conservatorship and now you're gonna get married, and it's like it's not the same at all.
Yeah, it's not.
This man really seems to love her. Number one, number two, he himself said after there were so many comments about this that they're signing a very hefty prenup. So like, it's fine. Like she'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and most importantly, even if this like seems like weird or rash, it's like it's the fact that she's making this decision for herself, regardless of if we the fans like it or don't like it. That's what matters.
Come on, this is what the Free Britney movement's all about. Like, you just people and their like entitlement with celebrities is so bizarre to me. It's like you do realize like they are a person, right? Like you don't get to decide. It's not like shipping characters
Right.
on a TV show, like.
I know, like, you realize, like, feminism and, like, a woman's right to choose over her life means a right to choose even if you don't like what is being chosen, right?
Exactly.
That's kind of the whole point.
That's the truth.
But anyway, that's on T. That's what I had on Britney. Just, like, basically the saga's over, it's crazy, and she's getting married, so happy for her, and she's showing her tatas on Instagram very freely, which, hey, free Britney, right? So she freed the girls.
Right.
For real, you should go to her Instagram if you haven't seen the like 13 pictures she's posted of her barely covering her nipples, being like, the girls are out.
I mean, good for her.
Yeah.
I don't even know what we were talking about before. Like, what was happening?
It's fine. I'm just running through shit. I'm sorry. I'm kind of taking you along for the ride. My mind's scattered, but I have so much to say.
Right.
And I haven't seen you in a year.
I know. What do you even look like?
Well, I'm now even skinnier than I used to be. If I turn to the side, you can't see me. I'm 2D, so
Oh my god. Eat a sandwich, Andre.
But I heard some bitch up in here is going to the gym now, so you are not one to talk because you're gonna be 2D too soon.
Yeah, no, I'm not losing weight. I'm exercising. Trust me, this has been going on for a while, and I really difficult for me to lose weight, like no matter what I do. So don't worry.
Okay, so not 2D, but swole and rib. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's also up there as far as goals.
I'm gonna be able to kick those ass.
Speaking of ghost ass, or maybe not ghost, I don't know. I want to know, for this kind of goodbye episode, I want to be able to recap a little bit. Like, you as a person, Shannon, what is it that you believe in the most? I want to know.
Okay, what do I believe in the most? And you asked me this over Facebook Messenger, because that's your primary way of communication, for anyone who doesn't know. Find Andre there.
I just like people reading what I write, and like if Mark Zuckerberg wants to read it, that's fine. I kind of like that, you know. So yeah,
that's like the primary reason I don't like using it, because I know Mark is all up in my shit, and I don't like that.
Mark is literally sitting in his bed at like 3 a.m. being like, okay, what did Shannon say? Oh my god, T.
You know he just jerks off to like every private message. You know, like he loves it.
Oh my god.
It's something.
Ew, nanobots.
Nanobots.
Anyway, proceed.
So, Andre proposed to me, his plan, his master plan for the last episode, and he was like, so I want you to talk about something that you do believe in, and obviously, I don't know how Sunny was. I kind of listened to a couple episodes with Sunny. Was Sunny a skeptic? Because I feel like the skeptic role was kind of like something that you and I kind of did back and forth.
Right. Well, compared to me, honey, anyone's a skeptic.
That's true. That is 100%. So I was like, Andre, like, how do you expect me to, like, come up with something that I believe after, like, everything? Because I haven't changed in terms of those beliefs. And so I hope that this is okay with you, because I don't know if you can lump this under...
Listen. If you tell me big cats of England or whatever the fuck, I'm gonna slap you through the phone.
I believe in the big cats of England. Oh my god. That one was
Go
good.
ahead.
That one was good. Favorite episode. So, aliens, bitch. You know what? Aliens. Like, I will never give up on my alien pose. I'm all about that probe. Let's fucking go through space together. And so I know that's not paranormal. It's like, I don't know, science.
No, but no. That is paranormal. It's not supernatural.
Okay.
Which like it's very much an Oxford kind of distinction. Like the terms are a little bit interchangeable, so like, I wouldn't really be splitting hairs.
Right.
But technically speaking, it is paranormal. So you're right on track.
I mean, here we are at episode 100, and Andre's teaching me what paranormal means. I'm really glad. So,
really quick, because actually this could be an educational moment. Paranormal just means like, oh, it could be something scientific. We just haven't been able to index it. Like, we don't know what the fuck is going on or what it is, but like, it obeys the laws of nature.
Yeah.
Supernatural is kind of like what the term implies. It's something outside the bounds of like the natural world that even if we were able to encounter it, we theorize we still wouldn't be able to really
measure it,
understand it, index it, categorize it, measure it, etc.
Oh,
right.
right.
So like something like a fucking like wormholes, which we theorize might be a thing, but we have no evidence at all. And if we did encounter one, it would fuck us all up, and we'd have to restart physics, basically.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that was an educational moment. The more you know. So, I want to preface this by saying, and this is something we kept on the down low, but I'm going to say it now, because why not? It's the last episode. While we were recording this podcast, I was working for the government, and so I didn't want anyone to know that I was recording a podcast about aliens and ghosts. But now I don't fucking work for them anymore. Also, everything, it wasn't biased, I swear. Aliens are real. Okay, so now that I've prefaced that, let's talk real deep and dark about this. Are you ready? I don't know if you're ready.
Okay. I'm ready, but frankly, like I didn't bring up what I believe in the most with Sunny, so I was gonna do it with you.
Oh, okay.
And that was gonna be my fucking thing, aliens too.
You're
so let's
kidding.
just get it. This is alien episode now.
Oh my god, we are alien hoes. You know what? Andre, I know that if there was like a UFO landing, you know, like in like Independence Day or whatever, you would be my host standing there right beside me, and we would be welcoming those bitches here. Screaming, dressed like we're at a rave, like, I can count on you for that. And I appreciate
I'd
that.
be first in line to get probed. Are you kidding? I'd be like, I won the whole experience.
If they're gonna do it, you may as well have them do a prostate exam while they're at it, because, like, we need to know.
That's what I'm saying. If it's gonna be a War of the World situation where like I'm getting grabbed by an alien tentacle and like taken up to the spaceship anyway, I might as well just like, it's kind of like when you're getting arrested. You might as well just take yourself to the police station and avoid the drama. So first in line.
I actually want to share this with you, because this is really ironic. I mean, not really, but last weekend I watched Mars Attacks, and have you ever seen that movie?
I have. Yeah.
It is so bad. Like, it is so bad. Like, it has some of the most, like, famous actors that you can think of, like, you know, maybe not our generation, but the generation before, like, I don't even know. And it is bad. It is just not good. I think they were trying to be funny, but I'm not sure. Anyway, Aliens. That I would recommend that no one watch it, because if you want to see Sarah Jessica Parker on the head of a chihuahua, like, if that's your thing, go for it. But, like, it did not spark joy. Okay. It did not. Okay. So, you also would believe in aliens. Is there anything you want to say about that before we jump in, or are we just going to put on our tinfoil hats?
I mean, no. Go right ahead.
Okay, so, Andre, you told me I want you to read a fucking creepypasta or a Reddit or something, and let me tell you...
I mean, yes, but first, I want you to tell me why aliens is the thing you believe in most.
Okay, fine. Well, I think... Okay, this is going to be like a rambling thing. I don't know if I can articulate this quite that well, because I wasn't expecting that question. But I think for me, like, there is just way more probability that there are other life forms out there, and I think that's something we've talked about before, where, like, you know, they have actual mathematical equations where this is the probability there's at least something out there. And whether or not that's something that's sentient or even technologically advanced, or say it's already been destroyed and we would have never met them anyway, like the universe is expanding. Like it's out there. Like whether it's coming to visit or not, I understand people can be skeptical about that, and I'm skeptical about it too. Like I think it comes back to that idea of like, sure, like maybe they're not visiting every day, or maybe they're not visiting every 10 years, maybe not even every 100. But I think that maybe, quite possibly, I'm going to say 95% chance, okay? One of those UFO sightings, one of those abductions, at least one had to have been, the start of it all. And maybe that's naive. Maybe I just want to believe it. But I think everything comes from somewhere. And with the type of, amazing things that happen, like the fact that we're alive at all on this planet where we're at, like that is a miracle in and of itself. So why not aliens? Like that's what I would ask.
You're talking about two things right now. You're talking about intelligent life forms out there in the universe that could exist in general,
Yeah.
and then you're talking about aliens visiting Earth. So
Right.
like I absolutely think there's intelligent life forms out in the universe. However, in recent times, just learning more things, I have started to give more credence to the to the idea that even though those are out there, the universe is so big that these life forms could be so far away that there's a chance we'll never meet them. That doesn't mean aliens don't exist. It still means they exist. It's far less exciting because it means we have never met them. However, what I actually believe is, one, they exist, and two, we have met them and they're here. I mean, when I say they're here, I don't know that I mean that they're like walking among us. I don't think, because I don't believe that. I believe in Men in Black, which I guess people think they're aliens physically disguised as humans, and those are ones who walk among us. So I guess in that sense, I do believe that. But I don't believe there's like a race of. I don't believe in like reptilians, right? That there's like a race of aliens, straight up, all of them disguising, and they're literally among us pretending to be human. That's not what I believe. I guess when I say they're here, what I mean is I think that they're are, or at least were, 20, 30 years ago, straight up aliens, like talking to government officials in Area 51 as the US tried to learn how to like reverse engineer spacecraft, straight up. Like that's what I think happened. Yeah. Yeah, so like we established like personal contact, like that kind of encounter is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, kind of like what you were saying about they've talked to our government. I was looking on Reddit when I was doing research for this, and one of our U.S. presidents in the past, I don't remember who it is, I'm sure someone will find it out pretty quickly. I think it was Ronald Reagan, but I'm not 100% on that. But basically, there was this news article or something where they were going to declassify all this information, about like Area 51, all the UFO sightings, all of that stuff to Ronald Reagan, or whoever the hell it was. I don't know. Great research, I know. And basically, it's reported that like he was like actively like sobbing about it. And one of the replies, because this was like in a thread about aliens, was saying like the reason he was sobbing is because he was a Christian, and so hearing all this stuff basically disproved his Christian God. And that was just like, oh, like that felt like it had to have been about aliens or something, because why else would you cry? I don't know.
Okay, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I remember in 2016, like I was gonna vote for Hillary anyway, because like there was no way I was not, but I was still like ugh, right? But I was still gonna do it. But something that kind of like cemented my decision more and made me be less ugh was when she said, and I don't know if you remember this, but Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that if she won the election, she was gonna quote unquote get to the bottom of Area 51. I remember she said that. And she basically was pledging to declassified government files on Area 51. It was like, I'm gonna reveal whatever the fuck's going on there, aliens. And like I heard that, I was like, oh my god, I'm Pokemon running to the polls right now. Like
Andre,
I'm not Pokemon going anymore.
Honestly, who would have known that is all it takes to get American voters to the polls?
I know. I know.
Oh god, that's great.
Yeah, and so sometimes I think like, oh my god, like if she had been president, like would have she kept true to that? Who knows? But
Right.
that was super interesting when that happened. I was like losing my mind.
Oh, okay. So this is totally unrelated, but I kind of wanted to bring it up before we dove pretty deep into the aliens. So if you're comfortable, I'd like to share something totally unrelated that I found yesterday, and it's just a short little
Okay.
Reddit story. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So this was posted. I guess it was yesterday, maybe the day before, but it says on my screenshot 2 hours. So this is 2021, Andre. We're talking 2021. The user's name is Better Maintenance 367, and this is the title, and this is why I clicked on it. I knew that you had to hear this. Okay. I didn't believe in Ouija or Zozo until my friends and I tested him.
Fucking idiots.
So we had to bring back our demon boyfriend Zozo for this last episode. So I just want to share. It's something else.
Don't say his name out loud. I have to
Zozo.
like do a little prayer every time you say it. God, Shannon,
Oh,
you're trying to curse me with a phone.
It's fine. You're fine. Okay, so I'm just going to read to you the post. It's really short. So a year or so ago, me and my 4 best friends got into Ouija boards. We'd spend hours talking to the legendary, quote, unquote, Zozo. Figured I had to be manipulating it subconsciously until we decided to test it. So one of the friends had to go and do his paper route, and we stayed behind talking to Zozo. We told the friend to stop in front of a random house and think of the house number in his head over and over again. We asked Zozo what house number he was at, and Zozo said 37. So we asked the friend to send a picture of whatever house he was in front of, and they hadn't told him, what number that they had gotten yet. So of course he says 37. He sends a picture of the house, 37. So they're freaked out. A month later, this is something called random nodding. I guess it's like an app or something where people hide stuff or coordinates, stuff like that.
Yes, right. Yeah.
So a month later, random nodding becomes popular. Me and the same 4 friends go on some adventures. The third set of coordinates takes us to a house on the street. The street is part of the friend's paper route. He goes completely pale. It's the same house, number 37, and based on the photo he took, the coordinates were the exact location where he had stood during the Zozo experiment. So yeah, I guess I'm a believer now. It's not too spooky, but it's just enough, Zozo crawled up his ass, right? Let him up your ass.
It's okay. It's weird because I don't believe in the Christian God. I don't believe in the Christian devil or heaven or hell.
Yeah.
Yet I have this visceral fear of demonology because I think it's real. Yet I always have trouble reconciling how I could believe that's real, but not Christianity, basically, right? I've tried to explain it to myself several times as and also to other people as well, since all cultures around the world have demon stories, that proves that it's not linked necessarily to Christianity. It's more so linked to I don't even know how to explain it. There's demons in Hinduism, right? And there's exorcisms there, and there's possessions too, that are very similar to what happened within Christian circles. It's the same shit. So it's maybe when you were demon be gone and you put a cross in front of them, they're not being scared away because it's Christ, but just because it's the symbol, humanity has embedded it with so much meaning, right? That's what I think. It's demons hate, this sounds so fucking corny, but positivity and good vibes and whatever the fuck, and whatever humans get moral strength from, that's what they hate. Even if that thing isn't real, it's real in the sense that it gives people comfort. So, and that's enough for the demon to be I hate, and then he runs away.
I mean,
that's kind of how I explain it to myself.
Yeah, and I think
I don't know if this is something you would agree with necessarily, but like I wouldn't even call it positivity. I would call it conviction. Like if you are convicted that you are not scared anymore, that you are going to be stronger than that demon. And I don't believe in this, by the way. I'm just saying if this is what it is, I think that that could be what repels it, I guess, you know, because maybe it preys on fear, which also sounds super cliche, but like, you know, they talk about letting it in, you know.
Yeah, I believe in what you just said. I think that's a little bit of an upgrade on what I said. So yeah, actually, what do you believe as far as that? Just so we can end this little like side note. What do you? I mean, do you believe in demons? Period. Actually, question mark.
No, I don't, and I think you know, there's just a lot of it has been debunked so well as being mental health episodes, as being hoaxes, but in like a more like broad sense, like if I was going to attach something that was like paranormal, supernatural, whatever you want to call it, to that concept, I feel like I would be
supernatural.
Right. I feel like I would be more inclined to say maybe it's just something like I don't even know. Like I don't want to say psychic, but maybe like bad energy. I wouldn't say necessarily like demons possess you and they're like an entity that giggles about it. Like that, I don't. If it was going to be something, I'd say it's bad energy that happens for a reason we don't understand. I don't even know if that makes sense. I don't know.
No, it does make sense. Okay, another quick educational moment, listeners. Demons would be something classified as supernatural. Because if we were to prove the existence of demons tomorrow, we'd basically have to redo science, basically. Right? Like, we basically have to Right, we'd have to reinvent the fucking, the scientific method. Wait, is that what it's called? No, the thing that Francis Bacon did. That thing. Yeah, the scientific method. Which, like, is kind of, paradoxical, because, like, I assume if we discovered demons existed tomorrow, we'd be doing that through the scientific method. But, like, then that would mean that we'd have to redo it because now demons exist, and how the fuck... So, if we found they exist, it probably wouldn't be through normal scientific means. The point is just whatever. The point is just that if we did find out that they were real, that would be something classified as supernatural because it would defy the laws of nature.
Right.
There you go. But interesting. Continue with aliens, please.
All right. So now that we're done talking about Zozo, our good pal Zozo, I want to talk to you.
Oh my god, Shannon! I can already feel my ass. Like, it feels a little weird.
Is it on fire? Is it the hellfire? So I'll jump in. This is one of those things that it took me on a rabbit hole. I was kind of worried I wasn't going to find anything good because, sometimes it's just a slosh in there on the internet. But this really took me through a rabbit hole. So I was scrolling through Reddit. I was looking for anything about aliens, and shockingly this was like on something totally like not related to the subject, but someone just randomly commented like, hey, like have you ever heard of this thing? And I was like, you know what, kind sir, I have not. And so here we are, we're talking about, and this is going to be a pronunciation thing, I don't think I'm going to say this right. We are talking about Lake Baikal. This is in Russia. We're talking about Russian aliens today. Did you look into this at all? Have you heard of this?
I have heard of the lake in the context of someone talking about aliens, but they didn't talk about the actual story. So no, I don't really know about it.
Okay, well, I went deep. Like, I watched a, 10-minute clip of a documentary. I was on Reddit. I was on all these weird websites with a bunch of Russian. I went deep, so I'm going to try and give you a full coverage of whatever's happening here.
Damn. Shannon really went deep in research. She really said, "Привет, comrade." That's good for you. Now, let's hear it.
Okay, so I am going to open first with this story, which I thought was pretty good. And I say story because this is something that someone kind of compiled in their own research and kind of talked about their personal experience with the lake. So I don't know whether or not this person's experience is real, but this is what I found. This was posted 1 year ago on Reddit by the user Cindy Morrison Watts 1. So Cindy, thank you very much for compiling this. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay, so I'm just going to read this kind of verbatim. Since ancient times, Lake Baikal has been known as a deeply mysterious place, but in the final years of the Soviet era, and ever since the lake and its surrounding region have been the source of a number of alleged UFO and alien sightings, the lake has become a UFO hunting hotspot. In modern times, it has been reported that mysterious lights, fast-moving objects, and strange sounds have been seen and heard at the lake. Soviet-era sightings were covered up by the authorities of the USSR, but they were recently declassified in 2009. Some locals have claimed to see large spaceships hovering over the lake, and one of the most enigmatic UFO cases of Lake Baikal, as reported by the Siberian Times, occurred at Kerma, Irkutsk region on the 17th of April, 1987, as told by Valerie Rudenstov. She was a local resident of a village near Lake Baikal. Okay, I'm now realizing what I said earlier was wrong. This is not the Reddit user, because her name's Cindy. I just kind of read this. So, here is her story. So there was 13 of us. At about 12:20 a.m., one of our guys went out into the yard. A few seconds later, runs and calls all of us out. He stood in the center of the yard and pointed his finger at the sky. And this is a direct quote, which I think was probably translated from Russian, so I'm not sure how grammatically accurate it's going to be. So diagonally from his gesture, 150 meters above us, hung a huge flying saucer. From the center of the plate went a phosphorescent purple ray, and at the edges of the plate were yellow portholes, almost like in our rural houses. The diameter of the plate was 70 meters. We saw it so clearly and for a long time. Someone even suggested that he throw a stone at it. The weather was amazingly quiet. No sound was heard from the hanging saucer, although behind us was the village of Kerma. There was the noise of a dog barking, the lowing of cows. We were spellbound. It was a full moon, and the visibility was so clear that no one of us could doubt the reality of what we saw. And then the plate slid smoothly away, sailed along the shore of the bay, and further slipped into the hills of Olkhon. Neither before nor after have I ever met such a thing. But since that time, it has been a kind of sacrilege to me not to believe in UFOs. My friend Alexander, a hunter, and his colleagues who lived there for 20 years often see UFOs, and all is fine, he is still alive. So, if to speak about glowing balls or cigars, we constantly see these on the shores of Lake Baikal. They exist. So that was her direct talk about that. Do you have any thoughts about that? I mean, it's just a UFO sighting so far.
This kind of shit freaks me out. Like, I know I said first in line to get probed,
Right.
but I mean, and like, again, jokes aside, I am super freaked out by the concept of alien abductions. Mainly because I think they're absolutely real and nothing that happens. I don't know if all the testimonials about them are real. Probably not, just statistically speaking. Mm-hmm. But I think a lot of them are, and just the concept of it is real.
Yeah.
It has happened. And I can just put myself in the person's shoes and be like, yes, I saw this like 70-foot wide like fucking saucer in the sky. I'd be like, fuck. Like, okay, it's my time. let me open my ass up, basically.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, okay, super quick side note, just like a 10-second side note. American Horror Story is doing a season right now called Death Valley, and it's all about aliens. It's very Area 51, very Roswell kind of style thing, and yeah, really, really interesting. I'm liking it so far.
See, that is the one I wanted to watch, because the first half of that season, it just didn't interest me, so I was waiting for this one to come, so...
Oh, so you are watching it? You did watch Red Tide, the one with the vampires?
No, I just, I didn't want to. I, couldn't, you know?
You did miss out on a lot. I guess I could say you missed out on Macaulay Culkin as an adult,
right.
crack addict.
Oh,
but
no.
Beyond that, I don't know that you missed a lot.
Oh, God. All right.
Yeah, but yes, watch the new one. Really good. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to talk just a little bit to give you some context of what this lake is like, now that we've kind of spooked you a little bit. So I want to say, first of all, this is the deepest freshwater lake in the world. That is not a coincidence as to why I am really intrigued by this and why it took me on a rabbit hole. It is deep. It is the deepest lake in the world. It is located in south central Russia near the Mongolian border. It is one of the oldest lakes as well. And there is some weird shit about it. Like, it's not normal. So, apparently, and I don't know entirely what this means, right? But I'm going to say it. I'm not a scientist. Lake Baikal has oxygenated water at its lowest depths. It's also heated, and nobody can really explain why. So I think it's my understanding oxygenated water, maybe that can let other things breathe. That, obviously we wouldn't be able to, but more things. So the ecosystem inside of this lake, it's one of the richest in freshwater life. About 80% of its ecosystem, it has more than 3,700 species that are not found anywhere else in the world. So yeah, that's just to kind of give you a context. It's a weird...
You saying it's the deepest and oldest lake in the world freaks me out.
And that it has these species that are just unique to it, and that the water is oxygenated for whatever reason. I don't know. So I'm really trying to get you to jump on this bandwagon if something weird's happening here. So here's just a short little tidbit I found because I was looking for any and all information on what's happened here. So in 1977, these two researchers, V. Alexandrov and G. Siliverstov, explored the depths of Lake Baikal in a submersible device, so probably some sort of submarine that can, handle two people. And they reached a depth of 1,200 meters, where they observed something that they referred to as strange lights. So at one moment, after a powerful beam of light appeared in the distance, and this is underwater, their submersible was suddenly without power. It lost power. So once this mystery light disappeared, they regained power and they were able to return to the surface. So that's just one that's not, we're just drawing connections here. That's not, they didn't see aliens, they didn't see UFO, but they saw some weird lights and this happened. Maybe it's connected, maybe it's not. Okay, so now we want to talk about one of the big boys, okay? So this is from a website called Key to Baikal. Just an entire website. This is called Horror from the Depths. What is hidden in the Baikal waters? It's one of their little articles, blog posts, I don't know what you would call it. So in 1959, there is a crash of a Tu-140 plane near the town of Sludyanka on the southern coast of Lake Baikal. So 1959, that is before the one I just talked about by about 20 or so years. So the loss of the plane that crashed into Baikal has not been registered by any of detachments. I don't know what that means. Maybe there's a translation issue here. So before falling into the lake, the captain of the ship allegedly informed the dispatchers about an unidentified flying object moving in the sky. All those present in the control room at that time had to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and the people who were fishing at the lake nearby claimed to have seen a flying saucer chasing the falling plane. So it accompanied the aircraft when it crashed, and then it left when the aircraft fell into the water. So half a century later, Russian ufologists organized an expedition to the crash site and spent some time there. So according to their version, the accident occurred as a result of the actions of aliens who have a secret camp at the bottom of Baikal in the area of Sludyanka. Ufologists even found the aliens and made videos of dubious quality featuring a UFO randomly moving across the night sky. The researchers did not explain why the camp of the UFO was located in the depths of Baikal. So I can't find that video, so it probably doesn't exist. But this is just to say the main crux of this whole lake. This is what people believe. They believe that there is aliens living at the bottom because most of the bottom has not been explored. It's the deepest lake. They don't have the ability to go down there. And just the ecosystem and the heat that's down there. So if basically they think if there are aliens on Earth right now, this is where they're hiding. So yeah, do you have any thoughts about that?
That is super creepy. It's giving The Abyss from like the early 1990s, I think, or late 80s. I don't know if you've seen that movie, but yeah, it's very much that. It's like aliens at the bottom of the ocean, which like Lake Baikal is so fucking big that it could be mistaken as an ocean, to be honest. Like,
Right.
yeah, but yes, that is super creepy. I don't know if like the reasoning should be, oh, we haven't explored most of it, so therefore there's aliens
Right,
down
yeah.
there, probably. Because like you could say the same thing about literally any body of water on Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, any large body like the oceans. We haven't explored the bottom of most of the ocean. But at the same time, you know, I mean, if aliens are gonna be somewhere on Earth, it would make sense that they would be under the water at the bottom of big bodies of water, because it is true, we haven't explored them. So I don't know that I believe that I believe about in underwater aliens, but I certainly believe in weird underwater ancient cryptids, and like, you know, aliens wouldn't be a far reach from that. So
Right.
yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
if you're ready, I want to talk about another incident.
Oh, please.
Okay, so this is from the UFOs, the Lost Evidence docu-series. This is an actual documentary, you know, it's one of those that you can probably watch at 3 in the morning. So,
Dude, I love watching scary stuff really late at night, and then I scare myself. I'm so fucking stupid.
oh my god. So, I'm just going to kind of give an overview of what they said because, you know, it was a video I had to transcribe kind of. And I didn't get an exact date for when this particular incident occurred, except that this was declassified in 2009 as something that had happened in the past to the Russian government. And so this is what Russia declassified. This is what they shared. So a Russian nuclear sub was out there. You know, submarines are in the water. So this is not in Lake Baikal, but it relates sort of. So hopefully you can just let me know what you think. So they are in the South Pacific, actually, and they are at a depth of 260 meters. So when you're in a submarine, you have sonar. There's not windows down there. So on their sonar, they detect 6 objects that are arranged in a formation and that are traveling towards them. So the speed that was read in the submarine for these objects, it was at an excess of 265 miles per hour. I don't know if you're aware of this, but our U.S. Navy submarines, they can only go about 23 to 35 miles per hour. So we're talking mad fast. Too fast to be anything, you know, that they would be prepared for. So the submarine tries to slow down, and they try to maneuver away in going one direction, and they notice that the objects still in their formation follow them, doing the same, mirroring them. So the Russians begin to man their battle stations. They're kind of concerned, like, we're under attack or we're going to collide with this. And so they order an emergency surfacing of the submarine, and they narrowly avoid a collision. So through the periscope, this is what they see. When they arrive or surface out of the water, they look through the periscope and they see 6 objects coming out of the water, and they fly away at a fast speed. So this is one of the only situations that you're going to hear about of an unidentified submersible and flying object. So it swims and it flies. So apparently they saw 6 UFOs, and they were just gone. That was that. So what do you think of that?
I think I'm terrified. I hate that. I really hate that. I mean, mostly because I was picturing it as a movie in my head, and I'm the one in the submarine, and I already hate the ocean. Like, I hate underwater. Okay, people who like the ocean, psychopaths, sociopaths, prison, immediately. Like, I barely like baths, okay? Like, I'm a shower boy. Like, I just hate the thought of like being in the ocean and like you have no idea what the fuck is under you. Ugh, gross. I think there's an actual like phobia term for that. But I don't know if it goes that far to be a phobia because like I'll get in the ocean and be fine, but not for an extended period of time, and definitely not very deep into the ocean. And anyway, I was picturing myself in the submarine and just like seeing a fucking like UFO basically rise from the bottom of the body of water into the sky. That's terrifying.
And just peace out.
Also really interesting.
Yeah.
I know, and it makes me think like, like I wonder if some of these UFO sightings that people record on their cell phones, if like once the UFO disappears, you know, it's out of sight. It's not that it's like gone back to space. Maybe it's gone back to like its marine base in Lake Baikal, for example. Like that's where they park.
Yes, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, Andre. They are going back to Lake Baikal. Okay, you know this is okay. So this is how this connects to Lake Baikal. So, you know, we haven't heard that often of something like a UFO being submersible, or at least also being able to fly, whatever. Something fucking weird is going on under there. So who is driving this?
Dude, Shannon. It's Lake Baikal being a parking garage for the aliens for me.
Oh my god. Do you think they have to pay, like, by the day, or?
Oh, absolutely. There's a parkometer there. Yeah.
Oh
There's
my
daily
God.
fee, or you can just buy like a monthly pass. Yeah. Anyway, continue.
So who's driving the vehicle? Because, you know, if it can go that fast, South Pacific to Russia, come on, it's fine. So in 1982, and this is from the same documentary, and this is actually documented in different articles and stuff. There's, you know, this isn't only just from the video. So in 1982, at Lake Baikal, Russian Navy divers are conducting a research mission. So they send 7 divers out into Lake Baikal. And they're at a depth of about 50 meters. And I don't know if you're ready for this. It's going to get weird, okay?
Okay, I'm ready.
They see a group of swimmers in there, you know. They see some 9 feet tall creatures swimming down there, a little humanoid.
Ew.
So these 9 feet tall humanoid creatures are wearing some sort of helmet made out of something, you know, you can't even describe. But they don't have any type of air tank on them. They're not attached to any wires. They're creepy, basically. They are not human. And these fuckers, this is just so stupid. One of the Russian divers thinks to himself, this would be a great idea if I approach one of these creatures and I try to capture one. How do you think that's going to go, Andre?
Very, very bad.
It goes very, very bad. So we have 7 divers here encountering these strange, tall swimming creatures. And the moment he tries to capture one, something happens. So some type of unknown force propels these divers up these 50 meters to the surface. And when you're scuba diving, a rapid rise causes something medically called decompression, which is deadly. So 3 of these divers died. 4 were severely injured and disabled for life. And that is kind of what... This is what we think is down there. We think these aliens are living down there, and they are flying their little spaceships around. This is the theory, right? And this one I find a harder time believing because, you know, 9 feet tall humanoids wearing helmets. It's a little far-fetched, but you know, what do you think?
I mean, okay, you just told me you think they use Lake Baikal as a parking garage, and you think that them be living there and swimming around with helmets because, you know, they're still human-ish, so they can't breathe in water. You think that's insane?
A little bit. I think, okay, so here's what I think, right? There could very well be aliens down there, but I just don't know that it is a parking garage. Maybe it's like kind of like an Atlantis, you know? Maybe it's like Maybe it's honestly like one of those cryogenic, they just go to sleep for a while, and every once in a while when they feel like it's safe, they come out and they conduct research or whatever it is they're doing here. And this isn't the only theory, okay? There's more theories I haven't even touched on. But the point is,
well,
something weird.
In the Abyss, it's basically in the Abyss, in the movie The Abyss, the ocean is basically their home. It's like you said, it's like Atlantis. It's not they just park there.
Right.
So I guess, yeah.
Okay, so that was like the two big stories. So now I'm just going to share with you some other short stories and things that kind of, just theories or things that have happened. So one thing that happened, and I didn't touch on this one first because it's pretty recent. So in 2011, a Yamaha boat departed from the village of Kabanks on Lake Baikal. So it had 4 crew members on board. So apparently they just went out to test the new boat engine, and they entered Baikal's creepy fog, and suddenly contact with the sailors was lost. So the boat was supposedly well within cell phone service distance, but none of the sailors' phones apparently had signal to be contacted, and the boat disappeared almost as if it was swallowed by the lake. Search and rescue operations set out, and they never found them. So that is just one creepy thing that's happened recently. So here's another thing. Scientists from Irkutsk, I can't say this, Irkutsk, I don't know, discovered huge traces of caterpillar-like tracks, like a tire or some type of vehicle. And they found this, at the bottom of Lake Baikal with a deep sea, camera submersible. Never seen these types of tracks before. To be fair, after learning that there's 3,700 species of creatures down there, I don't know if that's that, crazy. It could be just like an animal or something. So many people recall seeing UFOs in the form of greenish transparent triangles and fireballs hovering over the lake. Some people say that the alien camp possibly at the bottom of Baikal is not a camp at all, but possibly a transition portal between parallel worlds. So, we've talked about how maybe aliens are from another dimension, and that's just another theory. There is another conspiracy theory, if you want to call it, that some type of life form emerged as a result of the conditions at the bottom of the lake, so it's not alien, it's just, not something we've discovered yet.
No, I don't believe that, especially if they're humanoid-like and 9 feet tall. Nah, I don't believe. Nah. Yeah. But the thing that you said about that, instead of being the Atlantis for Lake Baikal to maybe instead be an interdimensional portal, that is really, really interesting, and maybe that could be it. Because I think that even if Lake Baikal is really deep and vastly mostly unexplored, if you're the aliens, it'd be kind of silly for you to run the risk of humans exploring it in the next couple decades and finding your whole civilization down there.
Right.
So it would make more sense that it's just a portal.
Yeah. And so I just want to finish up with, this is something that I had read, and then I researched it, and it was debunked, but maybe, you think it's worth looking into. But from the International Space Station, there were some astronauts who were looking at Lake Baikal, and there were these huge rings, and basically it's underneath the ice during winter, right? They saw 2 huge ring shapes in the ice, and the only way that could happen is from a lot of heat that melts the underside of the ice and makes these rings appear. And so for a while people were like, hey, UFO landing pads, come on, there's something weird going on. But I guess recently, I think it was a couple years ago, they came up with an explanation, and it's methane emissions cause these to appear by something called Coriolis force. But we are talking about, aliens, so why don't we indulge and just say, it's aliens. Why not?
Yeah, Coriolis force my ass.
Exactly.
It's fucking alien UFO landing pads. Honestly, I kind of believe now that, after you told me all of this, that aliens are either parking down there, living down there, or transporting to another dimension through that lake. Because, boy, that's a lot.
It's a lot, Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the research. I was really surprised to find this because I've never like heard of it before, and I'm like, why aren't more people talking about this? Because I don't know, it feels so like, I don't know how to explain it. You know, like in a horror movie, you have a cabin in the woods and all that. Like it feels like it's an archetype of that. Like, why haven't we thought of this before? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, that is really interesting. There's definitely not enough underwater alien content out there. So thank you for indulging us. I would like to, unless you have more to share, I'd like to close us up with a little creepypasta, completely separate from the aliens.
Oh my god, totally. Let's do it.
Okay. I had this prepared like before we recorded this because I just wanted to read it because I love creepypasta and I think I'm just gonna be reading one with everyone, frankly. So this is one of my favorites of all time. It's short. I remember when I first read this like years ago, I was like super spooked because I listen. It's a Slender Man creepypasta. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I used to live, you know where I used to live. I used to live in an area with a lot of like nature, and my house used to have like basically like woods behind it. You know, you remember, you went there, and back in 2012, when Slenderman became a thing, I remember like reading this creepypasta in the living room, in the like dining room of my house, and the woods were behind me, right? And we had this like huge like window panel, and I would just like feel like the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I hated it, but I also loved it. So anyway, I was terrified of my backyard for a while. This story is called The Tall Man.
Oh no.
I know, yeah, there's no authors. It's like an old creepypasta. I know of an old Romanian fairy tale, highly unpopular even in its earliest iterations. It might be based on a particular event, or perhaps it is an extrapolation from existing Slenderman stories. The translation I'm most familiar with goes a bit like this. Once upon a time, there were twin girls, Stella and Serena. They were brave little girls and had no fear of the dark, nor of spiders and other crawling things. Where other young ladies and even young boys would cower, Stella and Serena would walk with their heads held high. They were good girls, obedient to their mother and father and to the word of God. They were the best children a mother could ask for, and this was their undoing.
Oh God.
One day, Stella and Serena were out with their mother gathering berries from the forest. It's giving very Russia, you know, but it's actually Romania. Oh. Their mother bid them stay close to her, and they listened, as they were good children. The day was bright and clear, and even as they walked closer to the center of the forest, the light barely dimmed. It was nearly bright as noon when they found the tall man. The tall man stood in a clearing, dressed as a nobleman, all in black. Shadows lay over him, dark as a cloudy midnight. He had many arms, all long and boneless as snakes, all sharp as swords, and they writhed. Sorry, I like choked on my saliva.
Oh no!
And it's a tall man. He's taking over me, and they writhed like worms. Well, no, sorry, they writhed like worms on nails. He did not speak, but made his intentions known. Their mother tried not to listen, but she could no more disobey the tall man than she could forget how to breathe. She walked into the clearing, her daughters shortly behind her. "Stella," she said, "take my knife and cut a circle on the ground big enough to lie in." Stella, who was not afraid of the tall man, nor afraid of the quiver in her mother's voice, obeyed what her mother said. "Serena," the mother said, "take the berries and spread them in the circle, and crush them underfoot until the juice stains the earth." Though Serena wondered why her mother asked her to do such a thing, she obeyed, because she was a good girl. "Stella," the mother said, "lie in the circle." Stella, though she worried she might stain her clothes, did as her mother asked. "Serena," the mother said, and bid Serena cut her sister open with the knife.
No.
Serena could not, would not. Please, her mother said. If you don't, it will be worse. So much worse. But Serena could not, and she threw the knife away and ran home, crying. She hid under her bed, afraid for the first time in her life. She waited until her father came home from the fields, and told him of the terrible things she had found in the woods. Her father comforted her and told her she would be safe. He went to the woods, his axe in hand, and as he commanded, she stayed by the hearth, waiting for his return. After some time, she fell asleep. When she woke, it was to the sound of knocking on her door at the darkest hour of the night. "Who is there?" she said. "It is your father," the knocker said. "I don't believe you," said Serena. "It is your sister," the knocker said. "It cannot be," said Serena. "I am your mother," said the knocker, "and I told you it would be worse." And the door, locked tight before her father left, fell open as if it had been left ajar. And her mother stepped in, her sister's head clutched in one bloody hand, her father's in the other. "Why?" wept Serena. "Because," said her mother, "there is no reward for goodness. There is no respite for faith. There is nothing but cold steel teeth and scourging fire for all of us. And it's coming for you now." And the tall man slid from the fire and clenched Serena in his burning embrace. And that was the end of her.
Oh, that was grotesque.
Yes, and also terrifying for a 15-year-old. I mean, I shat my pants. Yeah.
I just, was the mom evil or was she like possessed by...
I think what it was is like Slender Man is like this whole entity. Well, like what the story is trying to give, at least, is that like Slender Man is this whole entity in Transylvania, like the Romanian area of Europe, whatever. Okay, and like you basically have to like offer it a sacrifice if you encounter it, right? Because like when the mom was, that's kind of what I got from this. Because when the mom tells the kid to kill her sister, it seems like the mom is very much still in her senses, and she's saying like, no, you gotta do it, otherwise it's gonna be worse. It seems like if you don't offer the sacrifice willingly, and and one of you runs away, like Slenderman's gonna take all of you instead. And that's the lesson to be learned here.
Well, there's no lesson to be learned because everyone's fucking unhappy now, and that lady is just gonna have to, I don't know, tell the next guy she dates, "I killed my entire family." You like that? Yeah?
Well, yeah, I mean, I get a feeling she's not gonna be living a normal life anymore. I think she's just gonna like go down to hell or something. Like she's no longer human. So I doubt that's a concern for her. But yeah, very, very creepy. Anyway, that's what I got.
Why'd you spook me? You spooked me, Andre. I don't like that.
If that actually spooked you, that's awesome, because I know you still live where I used to live, where it's very woody. So yeah,
it is very woody. I have a guard cat, though. She growls. It's really quite terrifying, actually.
Yeah. She'll protect you, or at the very least alert you. She sees Slenderman, she'll let you know. Do you have anything else to share?
I mean, does the Mothman still have our asses, or what? Like, is that how we're gonna end this?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if you know this, but I have this the Mothman is real pillow with me on my office chair. I've had it for like years, so
Love
absolutely,
it.
I am forever a stan.
Perfect.
That makes me think that I might like read a Mothman creepypasta for the next person that I'm talking with. I think that'll be good. But anyway, thank you for listening, y'all. Yeah. Shannon, thank you for coming.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
No, it's fun, and I'm really, it's exciting that you're closing this door, because I know the next thing you open, it's going to be iconic. Andre is amazing. Okay. Whatever Andre's doing, you got to follow him.
You.
So that's the real lesson we've learned here.
Okay, I thank you, but you really have to stop blowing smoke up my ass, because it has to be clean for when I get probed. So
Zozo.
Thank you.
Zozo's coming for your ass.
No more smoke. I love you, Shannon. Thank you for coming. Dude, doing this with you for like the first half of it was a fucking ride. And even though you haven't been here for a while, you're truly the OG. It was you and I sitting on my fucking like living room couch, a couple years ago
Yeah.
that came up with the idea and was like, hey, we like talking about spooky stuff. We just had a really great spooky combo. What if we have people join in on this and listen to us, rant about?
Yeah. It's been a fun ride,
yeah.
honestly. Even though I wasn't there for all of it, like it's fun, and like I still enjoy doing this. It's.
Yeah, and you've kept up, and even though you're not here, you're in our hearts all the time. You're also in my little jabs when I bring you up in the episode, so you're there too.
Damn! Wow! Thank you. I'm the butt of every joke.
But that's only because you have a beautiful butt.
Oh, wow.
Thank you for coming, Shannon.
Thanks for having me. And for all the listeners who stuck with Andre for this long, you'll be okay, I promise. Everything will be fine.
I know. Thank you, and also, why did you? But thanks. Remember, everyone, the Mothman is real. We thank you for listening. Z-Man might be coming over to your house tonight because Shannon did summon him during this episode.
Right.
I will not say his name, but she did.
Sorry.
And yeah, just be careful out there. You also have now Lake Baikal and Slenderman to fear, so add that to your list of fears. Have fun with that, and goodbye.
Goodbye. Forever.
Hello.
Hey, Andre.
Hey, I'm sorry, Sonny, you sound a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm a little under the weather today.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you had already started taking testosterone. I didn't know when you were gonna start with that. So, you're just sick. Well, hi. Hope you're doing good. Hi everyone. Welcome to Scary Talk. Sonny and I have a very special episode for you today. And in case you haven't caught on yet, JK. This is Jared. Remember Jared?
What's up, guys? It's not Sunny. It's Jared. You probably remember me from the biggest Talk Scary podcast ever.
Yeah. You probably remember him from hits such as episode 40. Damn, what was that? 43, 44?
No
Scariest creepypasta, which was like both simultaneously the best and the laziest episode I've ever done. Yeah, we're bringing Jared back for this because he's been a part of the Scary Talk timeline. And you actually have, Loki, a couple of fans. I mean, I haven't been told, I just assume. But
wow, I like
do.
that assumption.
Yeah, I mean, just statistically speaking, right?
Right.
Whatever, 1,500 listeners an episode, one of those must have liked you.
Yeah, that's a good rate. 1%. I mean,
1% would still
places,
be
yeah.
15 people. If 1,500 people listened to that episode and only 1% of them were like swooning over you, that's still 15 people flooding their basements.
I think we just get it on the social and we pump up the numbers a bit and get it going, keep the 1%, and I think I'll start a fan page.
Oh my god. Oh no. 61. What was I thinking? 40, 61. Episode 61. Dude, so I haven't seen you in, 39 episodes. Hi, welcome back.
Wow. Yeah, glad to be here.
Yeah, as I explained when I was last speaking with Sunny, which you weren't here for this. The listeners don't realize that I don't talk to any of you guys outside of this ever. So really, I haven't seen Jared. I haven't talked to him in about a year, basically.
I had to look up your name before you called me, just so I said it right.
You were like, wait, what? when I first reached out to him again to do this episode, he was like, oh yeah, I remember. Oh wait, you used to be the friend. Oh okay, yeah, sure, I'll do it. Whatever. So how much am I getting paid? Welcome back, Jared. We're very, very, very happy to have you. By we, I mean me. I'm here all alone, calling via phone. Jared is unfortunately not here in the room with me, but we will get you all spooked up regardless. Now, before we get started, I like to talk about a couple of things. Actually, just one thing. Jared, I think you and I should make a case for why everyone listening to this should watch 90 Day Fiance.
Now that's the scary talk. That's how we scare people, talking about 90 Day Fiance. Well, it's compelling. It's fascinating. It's a dive into the social construct of the institution of marriage and engagement and relationships, and it's all around just an intriguing show. What do you think about it, Andre?
I would very much agree with that. I think that it is much more a deep dive into just general human psychology than even just like marriage specifically, because these people are very much not married for an entire 3 months before they are, and there's still a lot of shenanigans that take place. I would say the biggest thing for me, the biggest like factor for me that I can make a case with for people to watch this is, by the way, we forgot to mention, we watched this, like, jokes aside, we watched this show, Jared and I, and it's a roller coaster. We have a grand time every time, but at the same time, it kind of like, it really leaves me thinking every time we're done with an episode. Like, I really have to sit here in this chair for 15 minutes and just think like,
well, yeah,
yeah,
it's a bit a little depressing at times. It's a good confidence booster. I think that's a point in its favor, is it makes you feel a lot better about yourself typically at the end of the episodes.
Absolutely. Comparatively speaking, it's very much a confidence boost, yes.
Yeah, so I do enjoy that aspect.
Yeah, I know that we started watching it as a little bit of like a whatever, what can we do together, let's watch this, or like almost as a joke, but now it's kind of it's addictive, because as far as jarring as it is, I still can't stop watching it. At least speaking for myself, I can't stop watching it. And I look forward to the next season every time we finish one, because I'm like, can this show top itself? And it does every single time. Never fails to impress me. So thank you, TLC producers. Which, speaking of those producers, literally demon people. We've run into a number of instances on this show when both Jaron and I are thoroughly convinced that the shit that's happening on screen is pushed by the producers of the show. And
they do these people dirty. All the time.
I think maybe one time we've had it absolutely confirmed that it was the producers. I think we're watching season 6 right now. We were watching the episode. There was an episode where like the couple fights, the couple that you like, Fernanda and Jonathan, and spoilers, everyone. And and then a couple days ago, I read you about the feud that Fernanda and what's her name, the Queen.
I'm blanking.
Oh, yeah, the Brazilian girl. Oh, you'll know who I'm talking about. They have a feud, or they had a feud.
Yeah, Colt's fiance.
Larissa. Yeah, Larissa and Fernanda have a feud in that season. And it was basically confirmed through the, like, Instagram, like, feud comments that the fight, like, one of the fights that Jonathan and Fernanda have earlier in that season was actually instigated by the producers, because they had some like hired actress like flirt with Jonathan, who's Fernanda's partner, at a club in an earlier episode of the season.
Yeah, these producers figure out what the contestants' insecurities are, and then they hire the actors or the people that they're interacting with to bring up these insecurities and really push them, and it makes for great TV. I mean, obviously, but I
know, it's literally like the job of a therapist, but the opposite. Like, they're so good at it. It's so bad. I don't know. I just thought I'd bring that up. We very much enjoy this show, and I think I'm learning a lot about people, and also becoming a better person. Yeah, by watching it, and I think everyone should get to experience that. So, everyone, go check it out. I can't tell you how. Well, I can tell you can find it online on a number of paid platforms. I can't tell you how Jared and I watch it, because it is definitely in a paid and legal fashion, and most definitely not clandestine. But
absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead and find it and have fun. Now, Jared, this is our last episode. This is the last episode of Scary Talk. I know that you adamantly listen to every single episode that we put out every week.
Sure.
And you're a little bit of a stan. So please tell me, what's your favorite Scary Talk episode?
Well, there's one that you did with this guest. I think her name was Ashley. And I don't remember what you guys talked about. I think it was aliens. But
Probably.
I just really liked the sound of her voice. She had a nice delivery, and the subject matter was also intriguing. But that was probably my favorite episode, I would say.
Oh, okay. So I'm about to freak the fuck out because there's a giant bug that just showed up in my room, and I hate bugs. And
No
I'm
way, that's
freezing
the
up right
topic
now.
that I picked. Giant bugs in Andre's room.
Oh, fuck you. I don't know if I'm leaving this in. I'll just say keep recording, but I'm gonna need to fucking do something right now.
Okay.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, I hate bugs.
Is it just a fly
I don't know. It looks like a giant fly.
behind the blind? Does it have...
Oh my god. It's dead. It's gross. Fuck.
Nicely done. Did you hit it with the chancla? That's very brave of you.
Cool. I guess we can keep recording now.
Alright. Glad to be on the podcast. I'll catch you later, Andre.
Okay, in case I don't keep all that in, I'm just going to do a quick recap, so let's get back on this horse. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Insect Talk. We just had a bit of an incident where this, 1 foot in diameter bug entered my room, and I had to splatter it dead. Traumatizing, but in a way, kind of like personal growth, so hashtag kudos to me.
Brave.
Now, yeah, thank you. That was a controversial yet brave, the killing of the animal. So, let's get back on this horse. Jared, what the fuck was I asking you? Oh, no. I hadn't asked yet. I was saying, okay, this is the last episode, and since this is the last episode, I would just like to kind of recap on past stuff. You said your favorite episode was the one with Ashley, which is interesting because you guys have never met, and maybe you should hit
I just
her
felt
up.
a connection.
Yeah, but I also I want to know. In this podcast we talked about a million different things, and you may have not listened to all of them, but I bet whatever it is that you believe in most, we will have covered. I wonder what it is, what that is that you believe in most.
All right, Andre. I feel very strongly about this topic. It's very close to home. And the one paranormal topic that I believe in the most is cryptozoology, aka cryptids, and it's also one of my favorite words ever. So
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure I just encountered a cryptid, and that's what I killed.
Okay.
So you kind of had a secondhand experience with them. That's cool.
yeah, I'm gonna put that into my notes actually to talk about. So you think you've covered cryptids?
Yes, we've definitely covered cryptids. We have covered cryptids. Let me tell you, we have covered them 1 time, 2 times.
Okay. All right, actually, I'm changing my topic.
3 times.
Okay.
No. That doesn't make it. It doesn't matter. Like I said, even if we've covered it, that's not the point. The point is what you believe in most. And I mean, we certainly, or at least I certainly believe in them, which is why I pushed to have 3 episodes of it. So I need to hear why you believe in cryptids.
Yeah, I'm interested to cover any that you haven't heard of. So it'll be interesting.
Well, what you got? What do you believe in? Which cryptids?
Well, I'm gonna go over 4 cryptids that I really enjoy, and I'm gonna throw out a more well-known one. Just I don't want anyone to tune out right now before I get into it. So first, the Loch Ness Monster. It's if you haven't heard of it, there's supposedly a large prehistoric creature that lives in Loch Ness. which is in like Scotland or something, someplace that I don't live. And this creature is it's large dinosaur-like with fins, and reports of the Loch Ness monster date back to ancient times. There were stone carvings of a beast with flippers by the Pict people, which I believe were indigenous people at the time in the area. And that was the earliest recording of any sort of creature around Loch Ness. As far back as 565 AD, there was a St. Columba biography in which he covers a loch-dwelling monster that bites swimmers in the loch. And there have been much more recent sightings in the 20th century. 1933, sightings as a prehistoric monster crosses Carr's path and enters the loch. So that was a first-hand witness account of this monster. And most famously, photographic evidence in 1934 of admittedly low-resolution picture of this prehistoric monster sticking its head and neck out of the loch. You've probably seen this picture before.
Yes, wasn't it a hoax though? That
nope,
picture,
not a hoax. It's I don't see how you could prove this as a hoax, one way or the other. But I like to believe that it's a real picture, and
therefore it's real.
Therefore it's real. You said, what do I believe in the most? I'm telling you, this picture's real. In addition to that, as recently as 2020, students in the area find strange eggs of large size, not known to other animals in the area. Numerous sightings over the last 2 centuries. The loch is too deep to check it completely to rule out. I'm telling you, Nessie is alive and well.
No, I don't really believe in the Loch Ness for a couple of reasons. One, its sightings. There's no good. There are not no. Oh my God, English. There are no good photos or videos. There's no good photographic evidence of this thing. And you could say the same thing about something like aliens, and yes, most of the shit is blurry or whatever, but at least there's thousands of blurry little fucking videos and photos. So it's almost a matter of abundance, if not quality, when it comes to aliens. But the Loch Ness monster has neither quality nor abundance of evidence. Right.
It is also a smaller geographic area, just to be
It
fair.
is, but if anything, that would make it easier for there to be more evidence, because it's the weirdness is concentrated in one place, right? You don't have to go hunting for the monster. It's literally there, so sit there long enough and it's bound to come up. But apparently not. And number two, if there is one monster, okay, well, then there's no fucking way it's laying eggs, right? Because it has to reproduce, especially if it is what we think it is, which is some kind of crypto quasi dinosaur descendant. Then it has to reproduce sexually, and unless you're telling me there's more than one Loch Ness monster, which I guess at this point wouldn't be that far of a reach, then I don't think it's real.
If not one, I mean, if there's already one, might as well be two, right? And we don't know the lifespan of this creature.
That's another thing that I hadn't thought of, but I just thought of now that you said it. Right, but it cannot be thousands of years. It cannot even be hundreds of years. The oldest animal we know of that isn't the weird fucking, what is it? The jellyfish that never dies or whatever, which I don't even know if that counts, because it's not that it never dies, it's that it kind of rebirths itself. The oldest one that isn't that is sea turtles 150 years old or something.
Yeah,
and
something like that.
Yeah, Loch Ness has been reported for centuries, even before the modern reportings and the modern photographs, hoax or not. There were there was folklore of Loch Ness in Scottish mythology or whatever, and that dates back a number of centuries. So if you want that to make sense, then there would absolutely have to be a line of Loch Ness monsters, more than one, and
right.
this would have to be the current descendant of its parents.
Sure.
Which which then leads to another problem, which is like the only way for this to, okay, so if there was only two and then they give birth to the current one, let's say, okay, but like incest, right? So so you said eggs have been found, and I assume that's like in modern times, at least in the last 100 years, which is like the lifespan of, let's say, the current one that's currently living and has been living for the past, let's say, like 100 years. Okay, fine. That means it's reproduced with someone. But if there was only two of it prior, then it must have reproduced with its sister or brother, right? And so, like, I doubt it.
I mean, that's just
Slash,
nature,
that's
dude.
bad.
Right, but we're not asking if it's, genetically good or bad. I mean, it could be a deformed looking, inbred Loch Ness monster out there. It still exists.
Oh my god. It's the hillbilly luck monster for me, sis. Yeah, well, okay, I guess fine. That last part doesn't debunk its existence, but the first part of it does, kind of. Just like there has to be more than one, unless you think this thing is like more mythological than more supernatural than paranormal, right? Because if it's supernatural, then you could be like, oh yes, it is an interdimensional creature that lives for 1,000 years, right? That's like way more out there. It's much more like ghosts, demons, rather than supernatural, which is much more like aliens, cryptids, like still kind of bound by the laws of nature.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to throw a little softball out there, start off with the Loch Ness. Whether we believe there's multiple of them, one of them, none of them. It's a good jumping off point.
What's the plural for that?
Loch Nesses. There's Loch Nesses.
Are you sure it's not Loch Nessi?
Loch Nessie monsters, Nessie-seas.
Okay, what else do you believe in, Jared?
Okay, moving on to maybe some lesser-known cryptids. This one is almost tangential to Loch Ness in terms of the type of creature. It's called Mokele Mbembe, and it is a similar sort of prehistoric dinosaur creature that it's an entity in the Congo River Basin. So African river system, huge geographical area compared to Loch Ness. But
okay, so I just looked up the Mokele Mbembe, and you just like dinosaurs. I mean, just say that.
Okay, I'm giving you two dinosaurs. We'll get past the dinosaurs. I guarantee it. But I just want to, as long as we're talking about one, let's talk about the other dinosaur, as long as it's on the brain. But this guy here has been described as a large quadrupedal herbivore with smooth skin, long neck, and a horn. And it's been talked about for centuries in both physical and spiritual ways by local people and explorers. It gained more notoriety in the early 20th century. In 1909 by a man named Carl Hagenbeck. Heard from two independent sources about a living creature in Rhodesia described as half elephant, half dragon. Which, you hear that and that sounds sick as hell. I think that's a really good way to gain notoriety, is describing something as a half elephant, half dragon. So that was in 1909. Later on in his adventures, the same guy, after noticing very few hippos in the area that he had been observing, one of the native guides informed Hagenbeck of a large hippo-killing creature in Lake Bangweulu. So he's hearing from locals at this point about this creature, and the locals, it's definitely firmly in their zeitgeist of like beliefs. And then later on, Lieutenant Paul Gratz also cited this creature in Lake Bangweulu, matching the description, and that's in addition to many other reports from locals throughout the basin in the early 20th century. And there's also been reports from locals of the creature dying in the early 21st century, which has me thinking, do the locals just want to protect Mokele Mbembe and bring notoriety down to to make sure that he stays safe and not poached or anything like that.
That would
First
be
of all,
really smart of them.
yeah, Andre, have you heard of this cryptid, and what are your thoughts based on that brief description?
I actually, once I looked it up, I realized that I've heard the name, but no, we never actually talked about it, I don't think. And also, I love the Wikipedia picture of it. It's so cute. But no, I hadn't really heard of it, I don't think. And it's scaring me very much. It's giving Loch Ness. It's giving Stegosaurus. I believe that's the right one. Maybe not.
Yeah, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on this one because I feel like it's going to be pretty similar discussion to Loch Ness, and are there more than one of them, and why don't we have concrete evidence yet?
It's not Stegosaurus. It's whatever the saurus is with the long neck. That's what it looks like for everyone that's listening that doesn't have like a visual.
Brachiosaurus.
Brachiosaurus. There you go. Yes. I mean, my thoughts are kind of the same. You're right. It's like, how long does this thing live? Like, what's its life expectancy? And like, that's the first question. The second question is, how long has it been in the local mythology? Because if it has been long, then the problem arises with the whole, like, how long it can live. And, that doesn't mean it's not real. I think it just makes it less likely, because if you have to have multiple of them, which you would if it has parents, rather than just one of them, then that, I think, makes it much more harder. It makes it harder to believe that it would just be living in this lake, because yes, lakes can be vast. I mean, Sunny was literally talking about Lake Baikal in Russia yesterday, which is like fucking gigantic and also the deepest in the world. Which, like, yes, but she was saying it hasn't been fully explored because it's like so deep. And but I still but it's still a lake. Like, in my mind, like, it's still a lake. Like,
so I will say the local indigenous this creature is described a lot more spiritually. I think it's taken on more of a supernatural than a paranormal sort of vibe than Loch Ness. At least from what my brief readings on this cryptid.
Okay, well, I kind of like that, and that takes it to a different realm. It's very much giving the dragon from Shang-Chi. I don't know if you've seen the movie. But,
I have not, but thanks for spoiling.
Not really, but you should see it anyway. But yes, definitely not a spoiler. But yeah, it's like a thing, and like the locals, like, it's like the spiritual being of the region and whatever, and it may or may not manifest physically, and this could be something like that. In which case, that's way harder to have a conversation on, like, proving or disproving its existence, because when you go to the supernatural, like, you can just say, oh, well, it's technically possible, and no one can really argue with you. So it can get kind of boring and frustrating, which I think is why a lot of people don't believe in anything supernatural, which, fair enough. But what else you got?
Okay, well, the third one, and I like this one. It's the name of this cryptid is MNGWA. I'm not going to try to pronounce it because it's kind of a weird spelling.
Okay, wait, say that again.
MNGWA. Mnagwa, something like that. Yeah. But this is a feline cryptid. Reported from Tanzania's coastal forests. It's been described as a large man-eating cat with gray brindle stripes, but as big as the biggest of lions. So very large cat with color patterns that are not like any other big cat. So tracks have been found similar to a leopard, but as big as a lion's.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay, first off, it's Tanzania. So the Tanzanians are coming for you. You have been canceled on Twitter. I just checked. Number two. I am laughing and screaming and crying because I was talking to Sunny yesterday or a couple days ago, and oh my god, was it Shannon? I think it was Sunny. But the point is that we had an episode on big cats here on this podcast at one point, or on cryptids. One of our cryptids episode, either Sunny or Shannon brought up big cats, the big cats of England. I'm pretty sure it was Sunny, and that was like a cryptid, and I was like, Sunny, that is the lamest fucking cryptid ever. Like that could just be like some weird offspring of like a leopard and a tiger, and like there's only one of them left.
I saw that one on the list when I was researching. I was like, nah.
Well, she went on and on this podcast about the big cats of England and how she thought they were real, and I was like, yeah, I mean, they probably are, honestly. Like, it's not that unbelievable that even though England isn't the right climate for big cats, that some of them somehow ended up there. Like, okay, girl, and now you're telling me like I believe in them. Mwah, it's a big tiger with weird stripes.
Okay, well, this is way different than that. Let me just tell you now. But also kind of similar to that. But this one I like this one because it had quotes from people that had experienced this cryptid. And so this is in the village of Lindi, Tanganyika in 1922. Quote, "It was the custom for native traders to leave their belongings in the village market every night, reading for the morning's trade and to prevent theft, and also to stop stray natives sleeping in the marketplace. An askari or native constable took it in turns with two others to guard the market on a 4-hour watch. So police are guarding the market where people keep their belongings. Going to relieve the midnight watch, an oncoming native constable one night found his comrade missing. After a search, he discovered him terribly mutilated underneath a stall. The man ran to his European officer, who went with me at once to the market. We found it obvious that the askari had been attacked and killed by some animal, a lion it seemed. In the victim's hand was clenched a matted mass of grayish hair, such as would come out of a lion's mane were it grasped and torn in a violent fight, but in many years no lion had been known to come into the town." There are a couple of eyewitnesses on the same night of that sighting. And let me give you one more quote. This was a few years after, in the 1930s, in the Machinga district. Not long ago, a man was brought into me at Machinga on a litter and terribly mauled by some gray beast. He said it was a Mingawa, as he himself was a brave and skillful native hunter who had often tracked down lions, leopards, and other killers with me and other white men. Why should we suppose that in this case he mistook a lion or a leopard for some other beast? He had nothing to gain by telling me lies. On the contrary, as a hunter, he depended for his livelihood on being absolutely truthful and trustworthy. So that was an interesting sighting. I thought very interesting to me that there's some big cat out there that's not a lion, not a leopard, unidentified, that has violent tendencies. What do you think, Andre?
Okay, so the last portion of your last quote, it really makes me believe that this could be real, because it's the same reason why I believe a lot of alien abduction testimonies that a lot of people dismiss. It's because of the reasoning that the people who are giving these testimonials have nothing to gain from lying, and especially in like 50s and 60s, if anything, they would have been ridiculed by their communities if the communities found out that they were telling these tales to the police that they were abducted. Like, they had no clout to chase, basically. And same thing here. And especially if, like the quote says, this person was an experienced hunter, yeah, they would absolutely know the difference between, you know, a leopard, a tiger, or a lion, and some other animal. So I can believe that it's real. I still don't think it's really that impressive, because it's just a fucking big cat.
I mean, species are discovered all the time, but it's usually some small insect or like a little rodent that hadn't been found before in the Amazon rainforest. Something like a big cat would be pretty remarkable to discover some big mammal out there that, you know, is previously undiscovered, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's still impressive in the sense it's giving coelacanth, you know, like,
right.
It's a cryptid in the sense that, like, well, I mean, it's different because it's not like this animal was thought to be extinct. The animal you're talking about is straight up like it's the first time people, you know, it's like no, we don't know that it existed in the past. It's just like a cryptid right now in the present, whatever. What is a coelacanth? But for those of you who don't know, it's a fish that's like a prehistoric fish that was thought to be extinct, and then they found some recently. Oh, it turns out it's not extinct, or some decades ago, like in modern times. And that, yeah, I guess you could call that like a cryptid happening. The thing with the fish.
Yeah.
And this feels kind of similar. So you can definitely label it a cryptid, even if it turns out to just be some yet to be classified big cat. It's still cool in that sense.
Right. Agreed. All right. Well, let me get you my last one before we move on to the story. So I just sent you a picture of this one, Andre. I just think I love the design.
Oh my god.
So this cryptid is called a hool. AHOOL. A hool.
Wow.
It is supposedly a giant bat / flying primate that's found in the deepest parts of Java, Indonesia jungle. It has the face of a chimpanzee and bat features, wingspan of 15 to 25 feet, which is 4 times the size of the largest known bat, which is the flying fox, and is covered in gray fur. They're basically, this one's more of just for funsies. I just wanted to talk about it because the only sightings come from the same Dr. Ernest Bartels in the 1920s. This naturalist, who's the son of a noted ornithologist, was exploring a waterfall on the slopes of the Salak Mountains when a giant unknown bat, the ahool, flew directly over his head. That was his first sighting of the creature. And in 1927, the same doctor encountered a hool again, flying directly over his hut. It was making a loud ahool sound, which is the origin of the name. That's how he named it. So that's the only sightings that I found of it, and people talk about it pretty frequently on the internet. I think it's made its way into like Dungeons and Dragons as a monster, and I think it's more of like used in that sort of context. So I don't know if I so much believe in the ahool, but I do like the idea of this giant chimpanzee bat flying around in the Indonesian jungles.
Well, it both looks and sounds terrifying. The picture that you gave me is very much giving King Kong with pterodactyl wings, which I like, but I'm also scared of. And I have some thoughts. Number one, I wonder if some locals just, which I hate to be the skeptic, trust me, I never played this role, but maybe that's why I kind of like it right now, because I never get to play it. I wonder if some locals at one point saw just a big fucking bat, which, because like if you take the wings off a bat and you like look at it closely and you squint your eyes a little bit and look at it upside down, and also if you have cataracts, it kind of looks like a monkey. And
Right.
And so I wonder if they saw some like huge bats or something, and they were like, "Oh my god, it looked like this." And then it's like the game of telephone, and like down the line, they made the thing bigger and scarier, and they gave it bigger teeth or whatever, and somehow ended up looking like a gorilla. I wonder if that's what could have taken place. But at the same time, I know that I've previously dismissed, for like other types of cases of stuff, I've dismissed claims of like group hallucination, or like, oh, there was this big misunderstanding in what was said, because I just think that I don't know, humans are a little bit smarter than that, and so I'd be betraying my own past statements if I were to just say, oh, they must have imagined it or whatever.
Yeah.
So
part of my favorite thing about this is aside from the sightings by that one doctor, if you go on like the wikis and the cryptid wikis, monster wikis, they have not only descriptions, but they have a behavior section where they talk about female ahools are said to be very social, while the males live solitary existences. And I don't know where they're getting this information about their living habits and their social dynamics and whatnot, but I love how somebody is writing this on this Wikipedia.
Well, probably from the locals who like believe they are real and that they have seen them and observed them in the wild or whatever, which like, I guess, but nah, I call BS on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be so cryptid if it was like easily observable enough in nature that you can just record its behavior.
Right.
But I don't dismiss completely that it could exist. It's just that so it's just that a bad gorilla, a bat and primate combination is so unlikely, just like evolutionarily speaking, that it makes this cryptid way harder to believe than if you had told me it's a giant bat slash, oh my god,
I get what you're saying.
rat,
Right.
like rat, right?
And
Yeah,
if
yeah.
I had never seen a bat before, and you showed me a picture of a bat, and I saw its face, and you told me that it was like some weird little flying like monkey thing, I'd be like, oh yeah, I mean, I could believe that. I mean, bats just look weird.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, I could see this being like a false. Someone got their facts wrong when they saw what they thought was a flying monkey turned out to just be a big ass bat or something.
Wow. Thank you for sharing those cryptids. I'll tell you that my favorite was probably, honestly, the tiger. The fucking thing.
Uh-huh.
Just because.
Most realistic, maybe.
I mean, yes, but that's not why it was my favorite. Just because, like, you truly had a conviction that, like, no, that is real. And I was like, well, I mean, yeah, probably. So, good job. Okay.
All right. Well,
now-
you want to hear my creepy story that I got for you, Andre?
I do, but I have two short creepy stories. So let me share one of mine before you go
please
ahead
do.
with yours. Yeah, Jared and I are about to, jumping away from what my guest here believes in most, which I found really, really interesting. We're gonna jump into some creepy stories just because, I want each one of the guests on this episode to share a story they find really creepy. I kind of just want to see what they find creepy, but in that same vein, I would like to try to creep you out first. So allow me to read you a little something here. So this is one of my favorite creepypastas of all time. That's why I'm reading it, and it is not very good. But to my credit, I read this when I was 14, and it left me expressionless. Is all I can say. This story is called The Expressionless, in case that wasn't obvious. Now, the story goes, in June 1972, a woman appeared in Cedars-Sinai Hospital in nothing but a white, blood-covered gown. Now, this, in itself, should not be too surprising, as people often have accidents nearby and they come to the nearest hospital for medical attention, etc. But there were two things that caused people who saw her to vomit and flee in terror. The first being that she wasn't exactly human. She resembled something close to a mannequin, but had the dexterity and fluidity of a normal human being. Now, if you ask me, that just sounds like someone who had a little too much Botox, but I'll continue. Her face was as flawless as a mannequin's, devoid of eyebrows and smeared in makeup. There was a kitten clamped in her jaws so unnaturally tight that no teeth could be seen, and the blood was still squirting out over her gown and onto the floor. She then pulled it out of her mouth, tossed it aside, and collapsed. Okay, drama queen. From the moment she stepped through the entrance to when she was taken to the hospital room and cleaned up before being prepped for sedation, she was completely calm, expressionless, and motionless. The doctors thought it best to restrain her until the authorities could arrive, and she did not protest. They were unable to get any kind of response from her, and most staff members felt too uncomfortable to look directly at her for more than a few seconds. But the second the staff tried to sedate her, she fought back with extreme force. Two members of staff had to hold her down as her body rose up on the bed with that same blank expression. Have you heard the story before, by the way?
No, I haven't, but it's very creepy so far.
It was like a very popular creepypasta at the time, like years ago. She turned her emotionless eyes towards the male doctor and did something unusual. She smiled. As she did, the female doctor screamed and let go out of shock. In the woman's mouth were not human teeth, but long, sharp spikes, too long for her mouth to close fully without causing any damage. The male doctor stared back at her for a moment before asking, "What in the hell are you?" She cracked her neck down to her shoulder to observe him, still smiling. There was a long pause. The security had been alerted and could be heard coming down the hallway. As he heard them approach, she darted forward, sinking her teeth into the front of his throat, ripping out his jugular, and letting him fall to the floor, gasping for air as he choked on his own blood. She stood up and leaned over him, her face coming dangerously close to his as the life faded from his eyes. She leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "I am God." The doctor's eyes filled with fear as he watched her calmly walk away to greet the security man. His last ever sight would be watching her feast on them one by one. The female doctor who survived the incident named her the Expressionless. There was never a sighting of her again. So again, little 15-year-old me pissing his pants. Absolutely
Sure.
screaming, crying, and crawling on the floor. 19-year-old me. Girl, I am God.
Right.
Piss.
Also,
Jail.
expressionless. She smiled right at the end of the story. So let's calm down with that.
Yeah, so that poor traumatized nurse who, the female doctor, sexist old me, that named her the Expressionless, not very accurate of you. Get your act together. Because she
Right.
did smile, you are right.
But also, I've always pictured God in my head, just like you described God there. So that part seems pretty accurate.
Me too, weirdly enough, so maybe they're onto something.
But no, that is creepy. The whole mannequin vibe, I think, is definitely a very creepy thing. And you said that was a kitten that she had in her mouth?
She had it in her mouth. She was just like chomping on this cat. She really was eating that pussy. You could say that. But
I do like just how they don't try to provide some like dumb explanation. It's just there's no background, there's no reason. Sufficiently creepy that she just had a dead cat in her mouth.
Well, that's the thing about creepypasta in general, and I think also the reason why a lot of people liked it and it was such a big thing at the time. Because when it came out, this kind of narrative was very fresh. No longer, trust me, it no longer is. It's kind of like, it's overstayed its welcome. But it was very, very fresh, because like the way creepypasta were written, or are written still, I guess, is it's supposed to sound like someone wrote this shit on like an internet board. And this third-person perspective obviously wouldn't have all the background info that you need for and so and that adds to the mystery of like, oh my god, we have no idea where it came from or what it is. There's just some story of someone who witnessed it or whatever, and that's what makes it so scary. And what was I gonna say? Oh, that this story is good, but it definitely suffers from like third act syndrome. I think that it's very well like encapsulated until the third act and it kind of unravels.
I would agree
Please,
with that.
let me know. Go ahead with your story. Yeah.
All right. It was the title of this one is AM 1060. It was a normal, boring night driving home from my night shift at the factory. Bleary-eyed and half asleep, I drove home, unable to wait for that moment when I would get home, crawl into bed next to my wife, and for that moment when my head hit the pillow, I would just drift off to sleep. It had been a rather uneventful night at work, where I, again, just kind of went through the motions. To pass the time on my 45-minute drive home, I would usually turn on the radio and listen to some music. This night was no different, except for the fact that I had trouble finding a good station. There were plenty of channels to listen to that usually played a vast array of music that I enjoyed, but they were all commercial for some reason. I was starting to lose hope, figuring that this may end up being a pretty silent ride home. Then I came upon a rather peculiar AM radio station, AM 1060. Strange, I thought, that in all my years of driving home late at night, perusing the radio for some tunes, I had never come across this particular station. I had never even heard of it. It didn't start off being all that unusual, playing pretty solid classic rock, Led Zeppelin to be exact. Kinda grainy, but not unbearably so. After Kashmir finished, a DJ who didn't identify himself brought on a guest to talk about several current events. Talk radio isn't really my first choice, but whatever. I thought there really isn't much of anything else on, and after they're done talking, it'll be back to the rock, right? Well, this night would be the first to prove of many nights in which I had a strange encounter with AM 1060. After about 15 minutes of mostly unengaging political talk, the broadcast was interrupted by a set of 3 short beeps, followed by a couple of seconds of static. Then seemingly out of nowhere, a monotone voice began to read off names and dates. John Telfair, born November 14th, 1953, date missing January 9th, 1992. That was weird, I thought. What is the purpose of this? Joanne Wilkerson, born March 11th, 1937, date missing August 2nd, 2001. Who are these people? The voice read off a couple more names and dates and missing dates before, after the fourth incongruous missing persons report, there was again a low rumble of static, followed by those 3 beeps, and it went back to normal. After that, I just turned the radio off, drove the rest of the way home in silence. I just couldn't shake what had happened. It had to be some type of mistake, right? Some type of radio interference, or maybe just some elaborate prank. I don't know if it was a prank though. Who were they attempting to prank at 5:37 in the morning? The next day at work, the previous night's events were still fresh in my mind. I decided to ask my coworkers if they had heard of this AM 1060, which they said they hadn't. They teased me about listening to AM radio stations. Whatever, it was probably nothing anyways. 5 o'clock rolled around. I clocked out, hopping in my truck, and began to drive home. Rocked out to some good songs, even heard some Mott the Hoople, haven't heard them in a while. Out of my curiosity though, I went searching for the AM 1060. I flipped through all the AM stations, but for some reason I couldn't find it. I went through several times, but to no avail. I scanned all radio stations 4 times over, but still nothing. Oh well, and I just switched back to my FM stations and rocked the rest of the way home. Just a fluke, I figured. Later on that day, I asked my wife if she had ever come across the station. She gave me a confused look, understandably so, but said that she had never heard of it. Why I asked, or she inquired as to why I asked. I played it off with some coy response. She shrugged it off and thanked me for the suggestion. It was about a week before I had my second encounter with 1060. Just like the last time, in the wee hours of the morning, I couldn't find what I wanted to listen to, so I stumbled upon it again in the middle of its spiel. I heard the same nearly robotic voice rattling off names and dates. Armando Gonzalez, born July 18, 1982, date missing April 23, 2003. Why are these being broadcast? Is it in an effort to find these people? If so, don't we need a little more information than that? And then it gives another date and a date missing date for Van Davis, 1945. 1945, what are the odds that that person is even still alive? Is that person honestly still being searched for? Sophia Angelar, born January 1st, 1995, date missing January 1st, 2013. Interesting. Right after the last date was mentioned, the radio station crackled back to its regular broadcast, same DJ as last time, talking to a guest. I have to say, when it's not rattling off names, birth dates, and the dates people went missing, it's actually a pretty boring station. When I woke up from my after-work nap around 10 a.m., I decided to sleuth around a bit. I opened up my wife's laptop. I looked up AM 1060. To my surprise, they had a website. Clicking on the website, a 404 error message displayed. I tried refreshing the page several times. Not sure what good I thought it was going to do. Quickly gave up and went on to Googling the names that I had heard on the station. First up was Maria Dever Kane. Sure enough, she was in fact born in June of 1963 and last seen in November of 2007 in Helena, Montana. Montana? That's nowhere near here. What are the odds that someone who went missing in Montana is all the way down here? Do they honestly think someone down this way has details about her whereabouts? I have so many questions. Next, I looked up John Telfair. Again, the information was accurate, but he too was in an area outside of this range. Seriously, what's going on? After looking over their stories as well as several others, I compiled some information on them. I realized that all of the missing persons cases were places that weren't particularly close by, with the exception of a guy who lived a few towns over. All of them disappeared while driving, even Jerome Castor, who wasn't even old enough to have a driver's license at the time of his disappearance, and their last known whereabouts were usually places they frequented, places such as their home or work. So were they just going about their normal daily lives, then vanished without a trace? Were they all going somewhere? Or worse, were they all running from something? My wife then entered the kitchen, where I sat doing my research. She asked me what I was doing, seeing that I had several tabs open and was looking up old articles. I came up with some excuse about being interested in true crime. She then pointed to one of my tabs. Stupid me forgot to close out of the website for AM 1060. I told her I had been listening to it on the way home and heard about some contest they were having in which the winner would get 2 free tickets to see Lady Gaga. And I was trying to win them for us. She gave me a kiss on the cheek, headed out the door for work. Nearly a month and a half later, I came across the station again. To be honest, I almost forgot about it. I was leaving my house on my way to a camping trip with a couple of high school buddies. Again, the name started. Sheila Gaston, September 12th, 1970, date missing, 2004. George Wellingsworth, born unknown, 1604, date missing, 1655. What, they kept records of that kind of thing back then in the 1600s? There's no chance that guy is still alive. Jeffrey Morris Jr., born August 21st, 1993, date missing, May 27th, 2031. Hold on. 2031? That hasn't happened yet. Did this person just misspeak, or was it a typo? Or does this station predict the future now too? At this point, I would believe just about anything. The camping trip was relatively normal weekend. Fished, drank. After a few beers, I asked one of my friends if he had heard of AM 1060. My buddy said he might have seen a billboard for it at one point, but nothing other than that. While hiking through the woods, my buddy Terry took me aside and, very serious, asked me what I knew about 1060. I told him it was a rock station I liked, interesting segments. He looked at me with a raised eyebrow and an overall suspicious look on his face. I could tell he didn't believe me fully. When he spoke again, he told me he thought he was familiar with the radio station, but not because it played good music, but more so because a former coworker of his used to be really obsessed with the station, which he found odd because he could never find it on the radio in his car. I thought, no big deal, I can't always find it myself. I asked him what happened to his coworker. He said he didn't know. The guy just kind of stopped showing up for work. That certainly made me think, I hope I don't end up the same way. Terry then voiced his concern that he believed something nefarious was at play. I told him not to worry, everything would be okay. I like their assortment of classic rock songs, that's it. Then Terry brought something else to my attention, which was that while he thought it was anything but abnormal to like a radio station that played the type of music you like, his former coworker claimed to really like its selection of old school hip-hop, not rock. I figured, well, maybe they just changed playing hip-hop to rock at some point. That's not super unusual. But then he said the coworker became more and more disorderly over the next few months. I assured him that I was fine, that I wasn't acting out of character, and the conversation de-escalated, and we were fine for the rest of the trip. When I got home from the camping trip 3 days later, I went straight to researching the names I had recently heard. He researched one of the names, George Wellingsworth, who went missing before cars were invented, although he lived well before the invention of the automobile or the radio for that matter, but his story was strangely congruent to all of the people mentioned on AM 1060, just his was the 17th century version. Let me see, the following night I was driving home from work when I turned on the radio. I flipped over to the AM 1060 only to hear complete and utter silence. This is new, I thought. As I was about to change the radio station, I got a call. I answered the phone, and it was Terry. No idea why he was calling me this early, but whatever. We chatted for a couple of minutes, talking about this and that, when almost as if he had telekinetic powers, he asked if I was currently listening to AM 1060. I lied and said that I wasn't, although there's nothing currently playing on that channel, so I guess it wasn't a total lie. He said he was just making sure and laid his theory on me that the radio station was pure evil or something to that effect. I laughed because while I found the station intriguing at best and somewhat perturbing at worst, I doubted it was run by the devil. The topic quickly changed to that of work. Apparently, another person from Terry's work quit that week. Right after telling me that, a sudden urge came over me. I asked him what the name of the coworker who had become enraptured by AM 1060 was. He said that his coworker went by the name Manny, but that his real name was Armando Gonzalez. I quickly found an excuse to end the call with Terry, spinning the story about pulling into the drive-thru to grab a bite before I went home for work. Just interjecting, Armando Gonzalez was one of the names that he had heard earlier on the radio station of someone that went missing. just in case you didn't capture that. I hung up almost like clockwork. The second I hung up, the music began to fade in over the radio. This time started off innocently enough, beginning with a song by Owen Paul. I chuckled to myself. How appropriate, I thought, since this radio station truly had become something of my favorite waste of time these past couple of months. As the song petered out, static faded in, and then came the 3 beeps. Here we go again, I said aloud. Then came something I definitely was not expecting, something that made my blood run ice cold. James Ager, born April 10th, 1961, date missing August 17th, 2016. That's my name and birth date, and today is August 17th, 2016. So that's the end of the creepypasta, Andre. I think that it's more conceptually, it creeped me out a lot of this staticky sort of radio. Anything radio kind of has a decent chance of creeping me out, especially the staticky, old-timey sort of, because you don't know what the source is, you don't know where it's coming from, and especially when it's talking about creepy topics such as missing persons. And when it starts mixing in the older, like, 17th century stuff, and then the, like, future date missing, I don't know, it creeped me out, and I liked the ending of his own name coming up on the station for the day that, the current date. I thought that was nice.
I think that was the predictable ending, but it was still good, and I don't know that any other ending would have done it justice. Yeah, you don't have to justify why you were creeped out by that. I wanted to tell you, like, in the middle of it, that I was, like, getting kind of creeped out. Like, I was getting kind of scared. Damn, I'd never heard of that. I can't believe I haven't. That sounds like one of the, that sounds like an old creepypasta. Like, one of the ones that would have been popular when creepypastas first became a thing in, like, the early 2010s. Like,
oh, yeah.
Good.
I'm not a creepypasta aficionado by any means, but yeah, I like that one. It's probably not the best medium to deliver as many words as was in this one, but I'd recommend giving it a read if anybody wanted to check it out.
Damn. Thank you, Jared. That was really spooky.
Sure.
I'd like to end us off with a short pasta that is another one of my favorites that is also older, and I'm not gonna give it too much context. I think I'm just gonna dive right in. So, are you ready for this?
Yeah, hit me, dude.
Okay, this is called Persuaded. So, it's been 2 weeks since the whole thing started. It all started with a tanker accident. It was all over the news. Everyone thought it was just another oil spill. There were plenty of volunteers. Plenty of people wanting to help the poor defenseless animals. Plenty of victims. Within hours of the tanker accident, it started happening. The animals had gone crazy. They were scratching and biting the cleanup volunteers. They said that it was an adverse effect to whatever was in the tanker. Rescue workers were still trying to get the crew out of the ship. They could hear screaming inside. Screams to open the doors. But that's when it all went to hell, as soon as they cut the door out. There was 6 minutes of broadcast before it went silent. 6 minutes of screaming and agony. The ship crew attacked the rescue workers like rabid baboons, breaking bones and tearing flesh. The people on the shore weren't faring any better. Those that had been attacked by animals were attacking everyone else. It was worse than any war zone report. It was sheer brutality, and yet the broadcast still went on for 6 minutes. 6 minutes and then blank faces. Nobody could explain what was happening. They tried to continue with regular news, the economy, the weather, a cute human interest story, but they couldn't make us unsee what we saw. I tried to continue with my regular existence, but every time I switched on news or walked by a newsstand, it was there. This big mystery. They had some explanations. Some kind of infection, brain parasites, but it didn't matter. It wasn't an infection we were afraid of. It was them. 4 days after the initial report, a state of emergency was raised. And yet, we'd all seen this before. Every zombie movie ever. People didn't know who to trust. People were stockpiling food and weapons. Some tried to flee, but it seems every zombie movie was right. They didn't make it. 3 days later, they arrived in my town. I expected moans, shuffling corpses, dismemberment, but that's where the movies lied. They ran through the streets, screaming. I remember running to my front door as fast as I could, locking, barricading, doing anything to make sure it would stay shut, and then I headed for the window. I was on the second story and I could see the carnage. They were unstoppable. They were aware. A group of them made their way through a building across the street. They jumped straight through plate glass windows. Even the shards slicing through them made no difference. They just kept coming. My barricade wasn't gonna hold. I rushed around my flat, grabbing supplies and jamming them into the most secure room of the flat. I went back for one last look across the street, and I wish I hadn't. In a second-story window, my face met one of theirs. They knew where I was. I quickly dashed into the room and locked the door. I don't have any kind of panic room or a secure basement, so the safest place I could think of was my bathroom. No windows, one door with a lock. I had filled my sink and bathtub full of water, so I could stay for a while. So I sat there in the dark room with the distant screams in my ears. I began to feel like I may have overreacted. It had been 2 hours and no sign of them. It actually got quieter, and I thought they had moved on. Maybe I could leave the room, get to the kitchen, grab more food to wait it out. A crash came from the front door. The sound of someone running full force into the door and knocking down the barrier behind it. There was a couple more crashes before I knew they were inside. Rapid footsteps moving around the flat, a couple screams, and then a bang on the wall beside me. My eyes were open to their widest, even in the pitch-black darkness of the room. Another bang, and another, and another. They knew I was there, and they knew I was scared. This was the zombie nightmare I had been expecting from the start. I had nowhere to run. There was only so much time before they would break in. I sat with my back to the door, hoping my extra weight would make it harder for them to get in. And then, it got worse. "Why don't you open the door?" A voice on the opposite side of the door. No screams or moans, just a quiet, whispery voice, and then more of them. "We've come for you. You'll be happier if you open the door. It's not so bad." The whispery voices became a cacophony of noise trying to persuade me, to break me, to fool me. I had heard that the moaning of zombies would drive people insane, but this was worse. A siren call. I sat in the darkness and hoped and prayed that they'd get bored. But they don't get bored, and they don't leave. I managed to use the mirror to peek under the door, only to be greeted by horrible, unblinking eyes, blood-smeared faces, screams, and more horrible whispers. That was 2 days ago. I don't know what to do anymore. Maybe it won't be so bad. And that's the end.
Dude, I love that one.
Fuck. Are you kidding me? Like 2 days of listening to that?
Yeah.
Why? Has he even slept? Like, oh my god.
Dude, that one's awesome. I love zombie lore, zombie action. That's really cool. I like the idea at the beginning of the 6-minute broadcast, and then them cutting the broadcast and trying to talk about regular things, because I'm like,
I know.
I'm picturing that in my head of like how the anchors would react, and you know how awkward that would be. And I don't know. I like that a lot. I like that idea.
Yeah, I'm not really into zombies that much, generally speaking. Yeah, this is still one of my favorite creepypasta of all time. So that I think it's really good too. Yeah, I love it. I don't know. Honestly, like if this turned into like a zombie / Hunger Games situation kind of deal, I'm gone within the first 24 hours. So I don't really
not my
have
problem.
much commentary. Yeah, not my problem. You guys figure it out.
That was good, dude. I like that one.
Well, everyone, thank you so much for listeing. Jared, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely, man. I'd say have me on again sometime, but I have a feeling that's not going to happen. So
no, the zombies are coming. It's been 2 days. It's time for me to die now.
I just filled my bathtub up, so I should have some water.
Oh Oh my god. Ew. It's drinking it's lapping dog from the it's lapping water from the bathtub for me. That's a good yeah. Again, thank you everyone for listening. Thank you, Jay, for joining us, and I'll see you in the next live, dude.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hey fans, check out my fan page. I update it weekly, so keep up to date on
his
that.
Venmo is at the Jared 3000, so drop him a couple dollars there if you want.
All right, thanks everyone.
Bye. Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey. Hi. Sunny, Shannon, you guys sound different right now. What's going on? Hi. Hi everyone. Welcome to Scary Talk episode 100 part whatever this is. Who is joining me today? I'm sorry. Who's on the other line?
Hi, it's me, Shannon, except an entirely different person. This is Ashley. You may remember me from the one episode, I want to say at least 3 years ago, that was totally unplanned and was honestly just Andre recording some stream of consciousness from both of us.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
And who else is on the line?
This is Sunny, aka Annelise, and I also was on an episode a long time ago. And my only important title is that I am best friends with Ashley and Andre, so I'm happy to be back.
Yeah. Annalise is just Sunny's alter ego. That's why she introduced herself as such. So she might be switching between personalities throughout the episode. So you guys should just watch out for that. Yes, if I remember correctly, Annalise, you were on episode 63, True Murder. We covered some murders, and then Ashley, I don't think I did an actual episode with her. It was like an extra. It was like a special bonus episode, and that was like, oof. That was definitely when Shannon was still doing the podcast. So it was like episode 40 something. I'm gonna guess.
You've made it so
Yeah.
far. Congratulations. 100.
Very proud.
How many years has it been?
I mean, it's been, oh shit, like 2.5 years.
Damn.
Yeah, since I know. Well, I was gonna say I can't believe that we're still doing it, but that's why I'm not doing it anymore. I'm done.
Shout out to the listeners that have made it this far.
Yeah,
Joining
wow,
Andre on his
impressive.
journey.
Well, you'd think, right? You'd be like, oh my god, impressive, #clap. But dude, I get so many messages from people who are like, oh my god, you guys are ending at episode 100. I listen to you while I work all day. If you stop releasing episodes, I'm gonna kill myself. And it's like, oh my god.
Just
Like-
ask for his number already, guys. Like, you can still hang
Yeah,
out
well.
after the podcast ends.
I know, but and I think I mentioned this earlier when I was speaking to someone else. I have to say it like that because this is all like one big episode that's gonna be like 5 hours. So I say earlier, but obviously you guys have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. But I was talking to someone earlier, and as I mentioned, I tell people to just go back and listen to the repertoire, right? So there's 100 hours of me fucking around. Yeah, like I doubt if you're at episode 100 that you remember what was said in episode 1. So just go back. It'll be brand new to you.
Do you think that 50 years from now, there will be more or less unknown out there in the world? Because as we improve upon science, in 50 years is not really a huge long time, but like, do you think that if you tried to do it when you're old, that you would have as much to talk about, or will all the true crimes be solved?
You're going to have more to talk about.
Well, the thing is that, I mean, if it's true crime specifically, then I probably have less to talk about. But, for a podcast called Scary Talk, we barely cover true crime. So I think we'd still have a lot to talk about. Because most of what we talk about is, like, supernatural. And some of it's likely not real. And so, like, it could never be proven. So we'd still be able to talk about it. Yeah.
Nice. I'm glad to hear that the
Well, I mean,
future's probably full of more spooky shit.
I think the future is definitely full of more spooky shit because, the internet's getting more prevalent, more people are having access to it. That's where a lot of the shit, like, flourishes, like all the creepypasta there is out there. Which, not that that's necessarily all that you talk about, but definitely, I think you'll have more to talk about.
Well, I mean, you're not far off, Queen. We do love a good creepypasta here. Matter of fact, we'll be reading some later. But it's funny that you say flourishing. I know that something that isn't flourishing on the internet anymore is creepypasta for sure. I mean,
Rip.
I love it, and I wish it were. But yeah, that should definitely hashtag rip back in like 2014. It was like a good 3 years of popularity, and then yeah, just like there's so many repeats of ideas now. All the originality in it is gone. But I remember it in its heyday. Okay, but before we truly get started, I want to ask, how are you guys? How are my friends doing? How are you?
Good. I did, for this episode, what I do in all things in my life, in that I procrastinated and did all of my research approximately 30 minutes before the episode, so...
Love that.
Ready to ad-lib everything, once again, just like I do for everything else in my life. Improv,
well, honestly,
baby.
The alternative title for this podcast was Ad Lib Talk, because that's pretty much what we've done for about 100 episodes. So, Annelise, how are you?
I'm just swell, and in my characteristic fashion, I did my homework multiple days in advance, but at like midnight on a Saturday, so I was clearly having a real turnt Saturday evening. But I will say, reading this kind of stuff when it's deep dark outside and there's creepy noises in the house because of the cats, that's when I recommend you listen to this podcast. It really hits you deeper when it's a spooky setting.
Oh, I'm sure the listeners already know that, but thank you. And absolutely, I'm more of an Ashley when it comes to researching things. I've gotten to know myself really well doing this long, and boy, oh boy, do I like to procrastinate.
We knew this before you did the podcast. How are you doing, Andre?
I'm good. David and I, the boyfriend and I, went to Disneyland the other day. It was really fun, and honestly, I just liked being around people with masks, of course. And personally, him and I were vaccinated. I don't know about everyone else who was there, but I still couldn't help but like the experience of being around other people. It's kind of like sad.
Was it like decorated for Halloween already, or?
Yes, it was. There was a huge Mickey pumpkin in the middle, and I was like, oh my god, I love capitalism. But also, I hate it when churros are $6.
It was only $6?
Other than that, it was fun.
Only?
It was only $6.
That's basically just regular LA.
They're having a COVID reopening sale, so they're $6 now, but just give it a month. No, it was fun. The Haunted Mansion was... one of my favorite rides of the day, I think, because the spooky season, and they apparently decorated Jack Skellington theme for a couple of months, October through December. I had no idea. I guess I'd never been to Disneyland during that time.
I thought I heard that they changed the Haunted Mansion to a Guardians of the Galaxy ride.
No, that's
Tower of Terror.
Hollywood
that's
Tower.
Tower of Terror.
Oh, Tower of Terror. Right.
That's in Disney California Adventure. I think it's all right. I went to it once when it was still Tower of Terror. I think I did like it more, but it's all right. The new one is all right too.
Is the new one also spooky, or what?
No, it's not spooky. It's very much it's giving Marvel. It's adventure. It's not spooky anymore, which kind of sucks, honestly. But it's they turned it into a bit of a virtual ride, and the graphics they use are really cool. So I give them props for that. But I don't like that they took away the spooky factor.
You're gonna lose your Disneyland sponsorship. This critique.
I know.
It's okay. It's the last one. Got with a bang.
You guys.
Yeah.
Okay. As it is characteristic for this podcast, before we go into the books, we need to do pop culture, because the other alternative title for this podcast was Pop Talk. So I just have one piece of pop culture to cover here, and it is that I saw today on E! News, which is my homepage basically, that Nick Cannon shared his plan to remain celibate after birth of baby number 7 in 2021.
What?
Celibate? Does the man know birth control exists? Did somebody tell him?
Just give him a
Somebody
vasectomy, God.
Apparently not. So he has 7 kids, but this is the crazier part. He welcomed 4 of those 7 kids in 1 year, this past year.
What? With 4 different baby mamas?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh
Dude,
shit.
like, I mean, do you have that much money? Why are you doing this?
I don't
Do
know,
you
man.
like
He's Nick
giving
Cannon.
out?
I don't even know who Nick Cannon is, so I'm just gonna assume he doesn't.
I think
Oh my
isn't he
God,
like
he's
a
Mariah
host of some
Carey's
shit?
ex. Yeah, he hosts like America's Got Talent and
All the shitty cable shows I don't watch.
He's like this black, suave, fit guy. He's like in his now he's like in his 40s, so maybe not so fit, but
I can see why he
Yeah.
fathered 7
He's
children.
still
Let's leave it at
fertile,
that. He's hot.
Anyway, I thought that was insane. My favorite quote out of this was he was telling a radio host one question about this. Well, why do people question that? Nick replied when asked about people's questions surrounding his growing family. This is from the E! News article. He says, I mean, because that's a Eurocentric concept when you think about the ideas of, like, you're supposed to have this one person for the rest of your life, and really, that's just a classified property when you think about it. And I really think this man thought he gave us tea, but, bruh.
He invented polyamory.
Like, the foolishness. No, not only that, but, like, I mean... Yes, like, but I don't think, like, all these polyamorous, like, couplings, or, well, I guess that's kind of redundant, are having children with everyone. I think that's, like, the caveat there. Like, you can fuck more people, but, like, I don't think all these polyamorous relationships are having, well, I should say...
It's not polyamory if the women aren't in a, like... If the mothers aren't in a relationship with each other. Also, just I'm pretty sure that's the definition.
Non-monogamous.
Right,
Sorry.
so... Yeah,
however
there's some
he
other
identifies.
Term, but anyway, the point... Right. Like, if you're talking about non-monogamy, like, yes, you can have sex with more people, but that doesn't mean you should or need to have kids with all of them. Like, don't have this many kids. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Anyway.
Well, good
On to the
luck,
podcast.
Nick. Nick, is that his name? Nick, yeah.
Nick
Cannon, yeah.
Godspeed.
7 is a lot. I'm a 1
Yeah.
to 2 kind of gal, so that would be
Yeah.
a lot.
Oh my God, Ashley, are you
Anyways,
telling
sure.
us something on this podcast
not
live?
right.
Oh my
But I
God.
plan to procreate big news.
Wow.
Ashley, I just heard. Oh my God! I just heard the news, girly.
It's big
When's the baby
news.
shower happening?
In 6 years, I don't know.
Are you having a gender reveal, or is that not very 2021 of me to
No, that
ask?
sounds really dumb. I mean, like an excuse for a party, I guess, but
Could you imagine
Yeah,
if
I think
Jared
that's-
learned that she was pregnant while listening to the podcast?
can you imagine if
I
I was
think-
pregnant?
Yeah, I would.
You gotta imagine real hard.
I'd like to imagine his face listening to this podcast more than you actually being pregnant.
I think he might like legitimately urinate his pants. Like actually.
I don't know about that one.
I don't think he would believe it. I
Um,
think he'd be in denial for until.
Jared is also guest starring on this episode of the podcast.
Hey.
He is.
Hey, ya
Matter
boy.
of fact, you guys just listened to Jared at insert time. Insert timestamp. No, yeah, he should have just been on, as a matter of fact. So yes, indeed. Jared is Ashley's brother.
No, oh my God! Stop. Jared is my long-term boyfriend.
Yes,
is-
she's Ashley's definitely not on the Nick Cannon train.
Yeah, no.
Most definitely. Yeah.
He talked about cryptids
Um,
yesterday, or earlier.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys collaborated for your research. I
He
love
told
that.
me about it. Yeah.
Oh, wait. What was that joke I wanted to make? He certainly has been using that cannon. I don't know if that's
Heyo.
very good, but
Ew.
I'm glad you chose an unnatural time to insert it.
But he thought of it.
that was actually the third alternative title for this podcast: Unnatural Talk.
You know, he also edits this, so he could technically just fabricate it so that it's when he was talking about Nick Cannon.
Oh, yeah. You guys have no idea what I'm like. The way I'm gonna chop you up on
for sure.
the cutting room floor.
Make me look bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Ashley say, yes, I want 7 kids with Nick Cannon,
And my brother.
and Annelise will go, ooh, non-monogamous.
And then Andre's gonna
alright.
say the canon joke, and then we're gonna laugh immediately
Yeah.
after.
Yeah, you guys are gonna go, ha ha ha. Guys,
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
you guys. Okay, so this is Scary Talk's last episode, and as I've asked every previous guest host on this episode, I would like to know, as the title did end up being Scary Talk after all, what is the scary, spooky thing that you believe in most? I'm very curious.
Annie, please take it away.
You want me to go first? Well,
Yes.
Ashley and I are paired. I don't know if there are other guest stars that feel similarly, but I think that partially why I wanted to do this with Ashley is that I think that she and I hold rather similar beliefs, so I felt like it'd be redundant if we did it too separately. But as the listeners may or may not remember or know just from listening to Andre and Sunny and everyone over the years, I study psychology. I studied psychology back in the day. I'm still studying psychology, and it is still causing me to have many sleepless nights, so I think about it a lot. I think about it a lot. And what's really interesting about psychology as a discipline is that there's a lot that we don't fucking know. Wait, can I swear on this? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'll have to bleep that out.
Wait, really? Okay.
No, I'm kidding. No.
All right. Well, okay. So fuck. There's a lot that we don't fucking know about how our brains work, right?
Maybe dial it back like one more notch.
Okay, sorry. So there's a lot that we don't know.
Wait, actually, I just got an email saying that I'm getting that Squarespace sponsorship, so I'm gonna have to bleep you guys. I'm sorry. Also, go to squarespace.com/scarytalk for 10% off creating your own website. That is squarespace.com.
The finale was all just
Continue,
a marketing
please.
ploy. You were gonna be like,
Oh,
it has to
God.
be 5 hours long to say that I have an endorsement now. So there's actually gonna be
There's gonna be there's gonna be an ad break every 15 minutes throughout these 5 hours. So continue.
So, one thing that's always freaked me out because I've never experienced this, but a lot of people have over generations and generations, is sleep paralysis. And sleep paralysis demons. And Andre asked us to talk about something that goes beyond scientific understanding, and we don't really know what's going on.
And Ashley said no.
And Ashley had a really fucking hard time finding something.
Well,
Did I even find anything? Find out. Where did
cut
I turn?
to ad break. Foreshadow.
That's squarespace.com/stinkyboogers for 10%
Oh my god,
off.
ours is gonna be the longest.
Yeah.
Ours is gonna be like half of the finale. But yeah, you guys know about sleep paralysis, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I've experienced it. Never seen a demon, but I've experienced the basic of it, which is like you're awake but you can't really move. I'm usually able to get out of it after a couple minutes.
So it's like basically what's happening. I'm sorry if I'm over explaining if listeners already know. You can just fast forward through my part. But
Better to over-explain.
basically, we have a lot of benefits from sleeping, and our brain does a lot of work to like catch our bodies up with the stimulation of the day when we're sleeping. So there's like sleep cycles that run approximately like 90 minutes, and usually they're kind of seen as like, oh, like if you wake up and you're super groggy or just like in the middle of your sleep cycle, or REM is like the deepest sleep. REM stands for rapid eye movement, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
I should have not relied on only my brain for this part, but basically, that's basically when your brain is popping off so hard that it makes your body not really be able to move, because it's like dangerous if you're moving around during REM sleep, because it's just doing so much. And so if you wake up kind of like while you're still in REM, then that's where sleep paralysis happens. Like your body can't move yet because it's still trying to like get out of that part of the cycle.
Right. The whole thing is
Yeah.
you're in REM, you're dreaming, you're probably moving in those dreams, and in order to prevent you from acting out those dreams, your body paralyzes you.
Yeah, and REM is
If
when
that's
when you're dreaming, just in general. And dreams, we also can like, we know sort of the use of them. There's some dreams that are really common over the years too, that's like, oh, I'm dreaming that I'm falling, I'm dreaming that I'm peeing, and then you actually pee in the bed, or and sometimes it's like It's either like warning you to not put yourself in dangerous situations because of years and years of experience and people saying, you know, lizard brain, don't eat that berry, don't touch that sparkly thing. I wish we could touch sparkly things in nature.
Definitely touch the sparkly thing. Don't touch the spiky
Definitely
thing.
touch the sparkly things, not the spiky things. That kind of stuff is our brain trying to teach us, like, don't be a fucking idiot. But other dreams, where our brain's basically just putting itself on acid, where we're like, I don't understand why that's happened. That inspires a lot of, like, artistry, and, like, people can wake up and have dream journals, and, like, you can bring your dream journal to a therapist and be like, what does this mean? And if it's not, like, a clear tie to, like, something that some psychological event that traumatized you, or, like, you know, it's not clearly saying, you know, you need to protect your body, it's mostly just like, yeah, your brain's kind of wilding out. And that's basically what psychologists can
guys,
say.
this is a great segue for a quick side note. I want to know what your craziest dream that you've ever had is. I'll start. I low-key almost fucked Taylor Lautner in a dream, and it was a lucid dream too. So it was like the realest, like you could like get to that. Yeah, my brain cock blocked me because I woke up right before the good part. But
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thank you, brain. What about you guys?
That's rough.
I need to think of my...
It would have been if I stayed asleep.
So,
but, yeah.
When you asked the craziest dream I've ever had, the first one I thought of was also a sex dream. That Annie, I'm sure, has heard, as has my boyfriend Jared.
But has the general public?
The general public has not, and they're about to.
All right. Drum roll, please.
It was... Right. It was a very interesting dream in that it's one of the very few, if only, I've ever had where it felt like my perspective. I was like, you know, the camera in a movie. Like I was like panning through a scene.
So you were the porn director, okay.
No, I was participating as well. It was like a POV.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we start the screen starts top left and sort of like in an attic, not like a spooky attic, like a nice one. There's like some nice sunbeams coming through the window at the end of the room.
Detailed.
And yes, no, we pan down, dust motes dancing through the air, and pans down to I am having sex. Oh God, I actually forgot his name. I'm really bad with
Oh my God, is this the one where you were fucking Jason Sudeikis?
It's not Jason Sudeikis. I don't even know who that is.
It was Nick Cannon.
It was Okay, I gotta look him up. He was in Parks and Rec.
Chris Pratt?
No.
Oh.
It was not Chris Pratt.
Ben
the
Wyatt.
the mousy looking guy?
No, it's not Ben White. God damn it.
Aziz Ansari.
Oh, the one with the mustache? The
I'm finding him, guys.
Jerry.
Give me a
It was
second.
Jerry.
It was Rob Lowe.
Oh,
Rob fucking
okay.
Lowe.
Oh.
If you couldn't tell, this was an especially strange dream in that I was watching Parks and Rec at the time, like on and off, where I'd previously seen episodes. Didn't know the dude's name. Like, didn't have any previous, like, ooh, wow, he's super sexy. I have, like, a celebrity crush. My subconscious just kind of manifested that. Anyways, so having sex with Rob Lowe, I'm on top. Pan to the right. This is where it gets weird. My boyfriend Jared is present, and he is giving Rob Lowe a hand massage.
I mean, have you
While
seen
I'm
Rob
having
Lowe?
sex. I mean, I get it. Of all the celebrity threesomes. And then, yeah, that was pretty much the dream. It was just very strange in that, once again, he wasn't like a previous celebrity fixation, and, yeah.
So has
was
Jared
Well, not
since,
not consciously.
yeah.
has Jared since expressed
Apparently
interest in this situation?
Giving Rob Lowe a hand massage? No.
Aw, well, maybe a hand job. Did you ask him a hand job?
Yeah, he might be more into that.
Or getting one back, because I mean reciprocation. Am I
Right.
right? Like, hello, respect.
You don't know unless you ask. Did you tell him about the dust mites?
The dust
Motes?
motes?
Mites?
There probably mites on them, too.
Why not both?
Thank you, Ashley.
You're
Annelise,
welcome.
I'd like to know what your wildest dream is.
Please, don't make it about sex. Or maybe do. It'll make me feel better.
Yeah, no, I'm a Puritan compared to you two in my dreams, apparently.
I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yes.
No, I think the craziest ones, I just have like, so I have not experimented with any psychedelic drugs or like any drugs beyond weed and alcohol and, caffeine. But I have these dreams that are so like kaleidoscopy, like faces melting, like just really like every color and bizarre, like almost like texture. Like I don't even really know how to describe it to you, except I imagine it's what like it feels like to be on acid. But
I think that's you just listening to the Beatles a little too much. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah. Well, so that's kind of sort of what to segue back. She said that she dreamed about him after watching Parks and Rec, or like if I was listening to the Beatles before I went to sleep. Who knows? Like that's basically their best guess. They're like, what were you doing right before you went to bed? And then it's somehow tied into what you were dreaming about. But the spooky for me is that.
Oh my god, that does make sense because I was fucking Taylor Lautner right before I went to bed that night. So
there you go.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not always like that easy, so we still don't really know dreams. There's a lot of people that are into analyzing dreams and would probably be mad at me if I said that analysis isn't scientific, but it isn't. So what's spooky is that we still don't understand is the sleep paralysis demon, because there's been like records of these demons for like hundreds and hundreds of years, like in paintings, in books, in plays, like everything. Like it's the phenomena where you wake up and your body's paralyzed, but there's like a being looking at you in like an ominous way. And it's so consistent that there has to be something consistently happening in our brain biology, but like I don't know why our brains very consistently are like, there is a being watching you ominously in your sleep.
Yes, I have read a ton of stories of people talking about sleep paralysis demons. We actually did a whole episode where part of it we talked about the Hat Man, which is a sleep paralysis figure that a lot of people claim to have seen, which it gets even weirder, right? Because it's like there's a bunch of people seeing the same sleep paralysis demon, so that's like, okay, that's even more kind of unexplainable. Which is like this dark figure of a man with a hat on, and
it's correlated with like stress and sleep deprivation. So like you're more likely to experience sleep paralysis if you haven't slept, which sucks. And also to see the demon. But correlation does not equal causation, guys. So we don't really know what's going on, except your neurotransmitters are just popping the fuck off and just like throwing your brain a party. And apparently the kind of party that your brain likes to throw is trying to scare the shit out of you every night.
Okay, so I'm guessing you picked this as like the spooky thing you believe in, because are you telling me that you think that that's the explanation for it, but that there's a chance that maybe that's not the explanation and there's something paranormal going on here?
Yes, because the more I'm like you were saying, like it's too consistent in like such specific, like it's consistent across cultures that I do think it's tied to something biologically happening or like neurologically happening. But like, why is it the same figure? Like, without having previous prompts about it, like why is it always like staring at you, like there's too many like confounding things for me that I'm like, there has to be something spooky ooky going on. Like, and brains are wild in, but they're usually really logical. They like, those like a lot of different brains.
Well,
like, I don't know about that one. Okay, logical.
Yeah, you guys have met me, so I don't know about that one.
Logical to the brain's logic. Like there's also one of the really common dreams is also like, my teeth are falling out. Oh no. And it's like, we haven't had to give a shit about that for a long time, thankfully. Like, we don't need our wisdom teeth anymore, like that kind of thing. But people still dream about that. Yeah. And so to the brain, it's like, I need to make sure that they're really taking care of their teeth, because what if they all fall out one day? So, like, I think there was something, maybe, my hypothesis is that it was a reaction to like really some kind of protective factor that was like the spooky ooky. that is no longer with us, hopefully, or is it?
That's really interesting. Can you imagine like the Hat Man used to be a thing in like prehistoric times, like when our caveman ancestors would like have to fight that like danger, but like it's not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
We kind of like
What if he was a dinosaur?
That's interesting.
We don't know.
Ashley, what are your thoughts on this?
I think that you take a human brain and you trap it in a body that can't move in a presumably dark room because you woke up, you're sleeping. Most people sleep at night. You're laying there. You can't move your eyes. You can't move yourself. That's obviously going to freak you the fuck out. And of course, it's scary because, oh, what if there's, someone else here and I couldn't defend myself against them? I think the reason that would be, like that versus like, oh, there's a lion in the corner of the room about to eat me, is that especially in modern times, people are more scared of like a murderer coming to get you than a lion coming to get you. I think the average person has more to fear from other people than animals. And that is my
well,
TED Talk.
why is he wearing a hat, girly?
He's
why
not
is it wearing a hat for so many people? That's what people say. That like like the Hatman's definitely a thing. I don't know if Annelise was going to touch on this, but like one of the sleep paralysis demons that is most common across cultures is like the fucking Hatman. This motherfucker just stares at you. There's usually some other shadow people surrounding him, but this one just stares. This is not the one that attacks. He just stares. He's tall and he wears a hat.
Mm-hmm. Or like
Weird.
some of the...
Are hats considered scary by most people? People wearing hats? Dogs hate people wearing hats, so honestly, I think I trust their opinion.
Or they're like literal demons. Or they're like, sometimes I've heard stories too where it's like, it's a Teletubby. Is what's staring at. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Or they're like, it's like a drag queen. Like staring at them from...
Okay, but which one? Because it varies from normal to terrifying.
Some are scarier than others.
Yeah. I just think that I'm just like, it's not always even something that is clearly ominous. It like by itself, like, or your brain's just inventing it. Like there's a lot like the old records are a lot of like Satan-ish type of figures, and that's kind of what they talk about with like tied to exorcisms. They're like, a demon visits me at night and I can't stop him, that kind of thing. I think that's probably tied to a lot of the conversations. Can you hear the cats in the background? Okay, good.
No,
the
don't
cats
worry
are
about it.
howling,
I can't.
and I think that they're spooked.
Okay, well, look, Annelise, since you seem interested in this, and you think that there could be something here beyond the explainable, definitely, I would recommend that you look more into the Hat Man and like other shadow people that people talk about during their sleep paralysis. I think that might be a fun rabbit hole for you to fall down in.
I'll wait until 12:30 at night.
Okay.
And then I'll look into it more.
I had no idea yet. Like this was something that you believed in,
brains are
possibly.
crazy. Brains are crazy, and they fascinate me, for sure.
Thank you for sharing that, Ashley. I'd love to know. I can't wait to hear what it is that that spooks you, that you believe might actually be real, kind of paranormal.
Right. So the prompt was very open-ended.
Because he's kind, homework assigner.
Yes. But also that gave me a lot of difficulty in finding something. So I think like every other person in that my lizard brain, when I'm, like home alone, like Jared's out of town, there's like, I'm walking back to the bedroom and the lights are dark, like I get scared. I don't think that counts as anything paranormal because I don't think it's like a ghost about to get me. So I found things that aren't actually scary, but I think are maybe plausibly, something weird happening.
She can't say the people.
Paranormal. A paranormal activity that's not really scary. Maybe if you phrase it correctly.
Well, I mean,
talk about it.
I didn't say it had. I didn't actually technically say it had to be scary. As long as it's paranormal, yeah.
Cool, what is it?
Cool. Because Annie launched into sleep paralysis demons, and I was like, oh, fuck.
Well, you knew what I was going to talk about.
I did. So I chose to talk about Havana syndrome, if you guys have heard of that.
Oh my god, the shit with the fucking the Havana embassy.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
So for those of you who are unaware, Havana syndrome is the series of incidents occurred in like 2016, 2017 was the initial thing. So it was Havana, Cuba, the US diplomats to Cuba, and the hotel that they were staying in there. That was kind of where the events were centered around. And it essentially started out as people reported hearing like really loud noises that other people, like rooms adjacent to them, wouldn't hear the noises. So it's like loud machinery, anywhere from like 30 seconds to like 30 minutes, like machinery noises or like other auditory issues that would, and then they would have some physical sensations. So they'd have nausea, headaches, disorientation, things like that. And the thing is, it wasn't, one or two people. It was maybe started out as one or two, but it quickly seemed to spread.
Wait, was this like throughout the hotel, or like where was this?
This was
only
US
to diplomats, right?
Yeah, diplomats and their families in the hotel in
So
Cuba.
not the entire hotel population.
Correct. So obviously, the CIA is like, yo, somebody's using some like sound weapon against the diplomats, and I believe this was the point where our commander in Trump was in charge, and he accused Cuba of fucking with diplomats. Cuba was like, no, why would we do that? We're trying to, do some peace talks. So basically, the main explanation is potentially some kind of like sound weapon, like infrasound, causing these set of symptoms. Another one is another explanation is something called conversion disorder, I believe is the term, which Annie is probably familiar with. Psychology friend. Maybe not under that title.
You can. Do you want to?
Don't.
Sorry. That's my bad.
I thought you were going to continue your sentence. Go ahead. Continue explaining.
I will continue my sentence.
I'm trying to be a good listener.
Thank you. Conversion disorder, conversion syndrome, I'm not sure which one it is essentially, I think a good example was an anecdote from my stepmom, who was an English teacher, in that one student in her class, during class at one point got really sick and vomited. Went home, everything was fine. Or no, fainted, sorry. Less gross. They fainted. And then, within the next 30 minutes, another student fainted. It's something that's often reported in communal settings that are high stress, so like schools, that kind of thing, where it's essentially one or several people will experience some set of symptoms, I feel like I'm going to faint, I feel like I'm going to vomit, I feel like I'm going crazy. Mass hysteria is another term for this. And then everyone else thinking, oh, do I feel sick? Do I feel like I'm going to faint? And then you see the symptoms spread.
You know where's an awful place for this to happen?
Yes.
Airplanes.
Ooh.
When people have to throw up on an airplane, this actually just happened recently to some coworkers of mine, because they were in some high turbulence through a tropical storm, and someone threw up, and it was a chain reaction. And let me tell you, what doesn't help a high turbulence, high stress situation is 50 people's vomit smell.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so I am familiar, yes, to defend my psychology knowledge.
Yeah, so essentially those are kind of the two competing explanations.
Why were they not thinking that it was a gas or something like that, a no smelly kind of gas that was only to those rooms?
Right. That was, obviously there's the whole, I listened to an episode of a podcast about it, but that was honestly probably about 3 months ago. But, obviously the people experiencing those symptoms went and were examined by doctors. It did, there were reports that, I don't remember if it was exactly 40% or somewhat significant number of those people were found to have some degree of brain damage.
What?
I didn't get into detail on that. Right, yeah, that's
that
was
an
important.
Were lasting.
Yeah.
Oh god.
So, oh gosh, sorry, that was the kitten. So, just reading from the Wikipedia page. The health problems typically had a sudden onset. The victim would suddenly begin hearing strange grating noises they perceived as coming from a specific direction. Some of them experienced it as a pressure, a vibration, or a sensation comparable to driving a car with the window partially rolled down. Lasted from 20 seconds to 30 minutes and always happened while the diplomats were either at home or in hotel rooms. Other people nearby, family members and guests in neighboring rooms, did not report hearing anything.
So you're saying this is like spooky because you think that there's like potentially some kind of weapon developed that we don't know about yet.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I don't know
the
if that will be paranormal. I mean, girl, tell me you thought it was aliens, and then I'll be like,
Otherwise, get off of this podcast.
I don't know if I should be on this podcast, guys. My science brain doesn't turn off, and
It's pretty, like, if it was to random people, like, but it was specifically to diplomats, it's kind of like, okay, like, that's also political, like, ties, and,
right.
you know, I think that's why I'm a little more like, maybe it's this weapon that we just don't know yet. Andre, that's why you have to reignite the podcast
like
in 50 years.
Your mind immediately goes to, like, there's political motive behind this, but like Ashley mentioned earlier, if Cuba wanted to
It didn't have to be Cuba. It could have been Russia in Cuba. We don't know.
Right.
I mean, I guess whoever it was, though, I doubt it was Cuba. That's
Maybe
what I'm
it was
trying
an
to say.
American. Like, we are known for being destructive internally, for not even really good reasons, you know?
Right. The motives, if this was like a targeted attack, are boundless.
Right.
Yeah, just looking at, once again, on the Wikipedia page, theories regarding cause: microwaves, ultrasound, crickets, pesticides or infectious agents, or psychogenic origin. Those are the headings of the different categories.
Mm-hmm.
I think crickets is probably the most likely.
You think crickets?
No.
Okay, tell me more about the crickets.
Sarcasm.
Alien crickets. Andre, what do you think?
Yeah.
Tell me more about the crickets, Ashley. I mean, why do you think that's the most likely?
She was kidding.
I don't think it's the most likely. That was a joke, but I will tell you about the crickets.
Oh.
So, U.S. personnel in Cuba made sound recordings that they were like, oh, what if this is, you know, the this sort of like audio weapon of some kind. And some biologists listened to it, and they said, yo, that's the sound of a short-tailed cricket calling. Not, you know, a weapon.
And only Americans were averse.
But how the fuck, like, what? These people say that they experienced, like, listening suddenly as if, like, the window of their car was rolled down on the freeway for, like, 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. That's what the short-tailed cricket sounds like?
No, I think there was, like, someone was just, you know, they were all suspicious and freaked out, and they're like, oh, that's a noise, it might be a something.
There has to be an explanation.
Right.
Yeah. Yep, that's the thing. That's the thing. There
That's
always
my
has to
motto.
be an explanation, but maybe there isn't an explanation.
You know, he says it as if he's making fun of it, but I totally agree. There always has to be an explanation. We might not know what the explanation is, of course.
Well, I mean, yeah, in that sense, I agree that everything has an explanation. It's just that those explanations aren't always bound by
Science.
One, either what we know, which would be something paranormal, or two, the loss of nature, which would be something supernatural. So, yeah.
Thank you for defining the difference between those two, because I definitely had no idea.
Right. So, like, so we don't currently have knowledge of an audio weapon that could do this, that could make these people have the lasting brain damage that some of them have been exposed to. And so, if we were to find tomorrow that, like, that was a thing, like, that would still exist, I imagine, within the confines of science. Tomorrow we were, oh my god, this thing exists. It's just that currently it's paranormal if you think it's this weapon, because we don't know that it exists. We don't know how they would do it, but it sounds like something that's grounded on, like, Earth. You know, like, it sounds like right.
So paranormal.
If you were to tell me,
go ahead.
Right. If you were to tell me it was, like, interdimensional crickets, then that would be supernatural, because the concept of, like, multiple dimensions is something that isn't currently supported by laws of nature that we know of. So there you go.
Okay.
So paranormal can vary a lot on your education, is what I'm hearing. One man's
Basically,
spooky
yeah.
is another man's third grade education.
Yeah, a lot of people classify a good amount of the cryptids that people talk about as paranormal because they're like, okay, it wouldn't be unfathomable that like Bigfoot existed. It would be really odd. It would really challenge our current understanding of evolution if this really was just another normal Earth creature that we just haven't found out about. Because like, how did it evolve like that? But it wouldn't be like something out of the fucking world.
Okay, wait, I have a question. And sorry
Yes.
to anyone who still follows this religion. But sorry, that was
Are you gonna talk about pastafarianism?
I'm about to ask, so back in the day in ancient Greece, they were like, okay, weather is because Zeus and all those bitches up on that high top mountain. It's that like, but they didn't know, like, they were just like, oh, Zeus is pissed today or whatever, and that's why we have this weather. Was that like because they had an explanation, it didn't count as like paranormal to them, or is it because they didn't have a scientific understanding it was just paranormal?
Oh, now it's getting into philosophy. That's a philosophy question.
I don't think it was paranormal to them because they dead ass believed that the gods were real. So to them, I don't think it was either paranormal or super natural. To them, it was just normal because in their explanation, like their explanation of things covers everything. So there's nothing paranormal. There's nothing outside of the normal. They explained everything through their writings. They're like, oh, this is why this is happening. Thunder's happening because Zeus did it. Like everything has an explanation and it's all written down.
I wonder how many devout religious people think that there's nothing that can be paranormal because it's always a part of God's plan.
Probably a good amount. I mean, the people that you hear talk about miracles, for example, though I would classify those people as people who don't believe a lot of things are paranormal because if they did see something paranormal, if they experienced something paranormal, they'd probably just chalk it up to a miracle or God's mysterious ways.
Everything happens for a reason. We just don't know the reason.
I mean, yeah, that's not untrue. It's just that when people say that, they think the reason is like intentional. No, everything does happen for a reason. It's just that sometimes those reasons are fucking random and just because, like, coincidence and like there's no good like hurricanes happen for a reason. Why? Well, there's a bunch of science behind it, but it's not like good or bad. It's just like it just happens.
Some people feel that. I know Ashley was saying earlier we're getting more into philosophy and religion, and again, I'm not trying to insult anyone's beliefs, but I think that some people say it as like everything happens for a reason, like literally like, okay, like a little girl died. The reason was that she was in a car crash, but other people interpret it as like this little girl died so that she could donate her organs to this person. Like the outcome, there's a like that outcome, her actual death helped somehow. Like there was an overall benefit to the world, I guess. Or
it's a benefit to her. Like, oh, she died so she could be with the angels. And it's like, listen, Mary.
Tell Mother Mary herself.
Well,
I was about to say.
Just okay. Well, the fourth alternative title for this podcast was actually philosophy talk, and I love that Annelise was like, "Listen, I don't want to offend anyone's beliefs. Listen, I'll tell you how it is. Look, I call them like I see them, bitch. Okay." God isn't real. We killed him in the 90s, and and that's just straight up what's going through this brain of mine. And so, like, no, she didn't go to be there with the angels. It was just this like random act that we perceive as something terrible because one of ours, a fellow human, has died. But like, is it objectively bad? No. Like the ant on the ground that saw that car crash could have given less of a fuck, and to them, it's like just another Tuesday. So like, I don't believe.
Are you trying to comment on an ant's morality now? Did you ask him?
I'm trying to comment on their moral compass and how the fact that theirs is different than ours means that there is nothing objectively bad or good in existence. There are things that you could argue are objectively bad or good for the human race, but we are not the only thing here. So
we're also not the only beings in the universe. So
True aliens.
We've done a pretty fucked up job with our planet, so when the world explodes, which is unfortunately sooner rather than later, maybe it's an overall win for the universe.
Oh yeah, exactly. We'll be like, oh, that's objectively bad, and then like the rest of the universe will be like, no, objectively good.
God said bye.
Thank you for sharing your Havana syndrome theory, Ashley. That was really interesting.
Thank
we
you
actually
for
did an episode
going on the world's biggest tangent. I appreciated it. I would like to say that, right, the case of like, oh, she died because X reason, like assigning a reason is, you know, just kind of like trying to comfort yourself. It's a very like self-protective, like human thing to do. Like, this terrible thing happened, so I must assign it some purpose so that the world isn't random and terrible and anything could happen to me and I could die any day.
You know what?
I understand why people do that.
You
and
said
I don't
you
blame
said
people
I
who comfort
did you
themselves like
understand
that.
why white people do that? Is that what you just said?
What?
Oh wait, yes. No, I said I understand why people do that and why some people choose to comfort themselves that way. Frankly, if someone died in a car crash and they were like a relative of mine, I might do the same thing because otherwise I might just kill myself out of like fucking depression. Like, you have to lie to yourself. That's straight up what it is.
Though?
We're just these
Full time back psychology full circle moment. People who follow a religion are happier, they live longer, they like have higher like job satisfaction. Again, this is all like correlation doesn't equal causation or whatever, but like maybe they have shit figured out. Like, the tortured scientists and artists of the world are more depressed than the grandma that goes to church every Sunday. You know, like, so.
Right. I mean, I have no proof for this really, but I think that the correlation there actually, I personally think there is causation there. It's just that even though I know that, I still choose to not believe in any religion, more so because I just can't bring myself to do so even if I wanted to. It's really not like an option for me, because like this is gonna sound so like r/I'm 14 and this is deep, but like once you've gone through like a true atheist phase where like you question yourself as much as at least I questioned myself back when I was like a teenager, you can't really come back from that and be like, actually God's real, never mind. I was just like, no, like straight up. And so even if I wanted to have higher job satisfaction now and subscribe to a religion, deep down I just know I wouldn't be able to believe it.
Bitches do though. Like, there's a very natural point in faith where people start doubting and they say, well, that's what faith is that despite the doubts you believe. That's the whole point of religion. Yeah. That Christian education coming through. But I will say, I'm almost done with graduate school for studying psychology, and this like one of my last courses that I'm taking right now is basically have you guys ever heard of the like teach them the foundation and then like teach them that all of the foundation is wrong? Basically, like build them up
Yeah.
and then have like tell them everything that we know and then make them critique everything that they know. Like, basically,
Oh, for sure.
that's where I'm at right now. So I'm kind of having like this scientist existential crisis, where it's basically like you say that like you would argue that it is causation. All of the tools that we have in psychology, at least, that could comment on causation in any way. So like, you know, actual experiments and like randomized control trials, like all of these different tools and methodologies. We have certain statistical analyses that we like can produce, like this means that it was causation, yes or no, essentially, and we can say whether or not that was a reliable or valid study based off of, you know, all the tools at our disposal. But the more that I'm learning about it, the more it's like, well, p-value actually doesn't tell you shit. And like, actually, the effect size might be like really big. It might be like a 0.9. But like, actually, it doesn't really matter in the real world, because like the way that you can like have true experiments, like randomize your participants and like blah blah, like all of these things is so unnatural that you aren't really observing real life. You know, at that point, when you're trying to remove all of these confounding variables, or at least measure them to say like, no, my variable of interest had more of an impact on this than the other ones. Like, by the time you're reaching that point where you can comment on that at all by our scientific Western methodologies, it's kind of like, well, if we really look into it, then we really don't know shit. Like, over and over and over again. And so that's why there's so many articles after articles trying to be like, but, okay, so this makes, like, a slightly incremental step forward, and, like, let me add my little, like, pebble of sand to our mountain of scientific knowledge. But, you know, like, here's my big, huge limitation section. With, like, actually, I can try to pretend like I can comment on this whatsoever, but actually I can't. I don't know shit. That's like,
yeah.
So
it's like, I think I found this, but asterisk.
Yeah, I don't really know. Like, the data that I have supports this statement, but other data probably wouldn't. Like, it's so really paranormal, what goes beyond scientific understanding. A lot of fucking things.
Right.
Oh, for sure. By that definition, absolutely.
Yeah.
That is super interesting. Thank you for that. I really like that. I'm
glad you like it,
Ashley,
because it's been having me panic.
To finish up, to finish up what you were saying about the Havana syndrome, I was just gonna mention earlier that we actually had an episode some time ago about conspiracy theories, and that's one that Sunny brought up. I believe I believe it was her, but it was brought up, the Havana syndrome, and I think we ended up settling on I don't even know what, but we did think that it might be far more paranormal than like just a regular weapon, because like because we couldn't figure out how you could make a weapon like that work and not have everyone in the same building damaged, you know, only the diplomats. Like, I guess it could have a really accurate aim,
right?
But like, I guess that's the thing. That's the difficulty about trying to make presumptions about a weapon that you don't even know what it looks like or how it works.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. I brought it as my spooky paranormal, but I absolutely think that it was not paranormal. Sorry, I can't.
She can't keep up the facade.
The facade
you didn't
is
even try
crumbling.
To be fair, so.
No, I can't. But I mean, if you think about, we don't need to get into the physics of it, but I think it is totally plausible for it to be at least targeted. Like, if there's like one person alone in a room, or like on one side of a room, I think that's totally plausible to target something like that. We don't necessarily need to get into it, but yeah, I don't know. I can't find anything paranormal that I like genuinely believe in, even like a little bit.
Dude, imagine it was the crickets after all. Fuck.
It was the cryptids after all. Yeah. It's actually
it was the crickets. Yeah.
I wonder
the extinct golden toad.
I wonder how many listeners you have that share Ashley's views. I am more likely
probably
to share Ashley's views as well, and I listen. So I did find something for you, though.
Yeah,
Are you proud of me?
I did. Thank you. I just I was gonna say like probably very few, but I don't know. I know that a lot of people honestly listen to Sunny and I for the banter. So like, I doubt, like they don't necessarily have to be full on believers of anything to listen to us. But
right. I mean, it's pure entertainment value to listen to Andre convince Sunny that Bigfoot is, what was it, a trans-dimensional gay vampire? Was that what you said earlier?
Yeah,
in
that's
the chat?
Indeed. Yep. Well, there's some stuff that Sunny believes in that's really out there, and that's most definitely a joke, because the most out there thing that she's like, yes, I absolutely believe in this, is one of them is like government conspiracy theories, which like the ones she believes in aren't actually that wild. It's like 9/11 level, which like, girl, yeah, I've been on that train since 2010. But like the other thing is like the big cats of England, which I just will never stop laughing about. She brought this up like 20 episodes ago, and it was like a cryptids episode, and she was like, okay, Andre, get ready for this. This is a crazy cryptid. There's this theory that there are some big cats in England. And I was like, Sunny, I'm gonna slap you in the screen. I was like, that's your cryptid? Like, you think it's really like that wild and crazy that there could be some big, it's just like, well, yeah, like the weather wouldn't allow for that. And it's like, I mean, I guess, but like that isn't the craziest thing I've ever heard of. Like, animals adapt, dude.
The
like,
weather wouldn't allow for evolution.
No, Andre, I thought you were going the other way, that, like, obviously big cats aren't in London because there's a bajillion fucking people out all the time. It's like New York.
There is this like weird cryptid theory, which I don't even know why it's classified under cryptids, that there are some big cats. I guess it's classified as cryptids because some of the big cats described aren't like any big cats that we know of. But it's not like they have wings or anything. It's just like
Right,
weird,
it's like a saber
weird
tooth.
fur. Right, and that they've been seen there have been sightings in the countryside of England, and I'm like, well, that is weird because it doesn't make sense for a number of reasons, but like, it's really not that out of like this world for me. You know what I mean?
I don't know, guys. I was telling Ashley that I saw a
yeah.
dinosaur in the park a couple weeks ago, so I fully believe that was not a parrot. It's a real dinosaur.
Okay, you know what's funny about you saying that about the Pluviosaurus, Ashley, about Loch Ness, is that Jared just spoke to me about one, Loch Ness, and him being like, I believe in that, and two, Mokele Membe, which is literally just the Loch Ness monster but in Africa. Like, and he was like, I believe in that. So maybe you should go talk with him.
Oh, wow. I don't know. Those are
Yeah.
two stubborn people. I think that conversation wouldn't go anywhere.
Which I think is so funny, because Ashley's like, #science, #wig. But, you know, she's with Jared, and Jared's like, I don't know, man, maybe Mokele Membe is out there, and he's a straight up dinosaur, and he lives in a lake in the Congo. So,
I just got
maybe explore
I
that,
just got
Ashley.
this message coming in live from the chat. The kitten that Ashley is babysitting for Sunny, it's Sunny's kitten, restarted her computer, so she actually didn't hear
my God,
any
I
of
just saw
that. I was so ready for her to be like, oh my God, I'm gonna go tell him right now, but yeah, no, she dropped from the chat.
That is so funny. Okay, you know what? That's so funny. She's recording. Don't stop recording. Annelise, I'd love to hear your story. Your favorite scary story that you were going to share with us.
Okay. Well, it's true crime. Throwback to the time that I was on the podcast earlier, and it's also murder. So, I'm just going to read from this website called truecrimeedition.com. In the early to mid 70s, homophobia was rampant in San Francisco. Only the year before these murders began, homosexuality had just been declassified as a disorder by the American Psychiatric Association. And according to politician Harvey Milk, shout out Harvey, 20 to 25% of the 85,000 gay men in San Francisco were closeted about their sexuality. So it was no wonder with the state facing such severe legislation, and in 1978 the Briggs Initiative was proposed asking for the ban of homosexuals teaching in public schools. So just a little queer history, in case listeners weren't aware. So ultimately, this all poses the question, if society had been more accepting of sexuality, could this serial killer have been caught? He was called the Doodler. That's which I feel like
Girl,
I'm gonna laugh every time I have to say that, this entire spiel. But it's Doodler, like doodling, like a sketch, right? So the Doodler prowled San Francisco for over a year between 1974 and 75. He was looking for victims, all of which were white gay men found in bars and nightclubs and diners. The killer told his victims that he was a cartoonist, and he would sketch them while he gained their trust. Later, he would leave alone with the man, and then he would stab them to death. So...
Well, okay, first off, the Doodler.
I know, it's...
kind of, I mean, look, listen, terrible person, but you have to admire the name.
Hey, welcome back, Ashley.
Annelise was just telling us, actually, Ashley, about her true crime case while you were gone.
Oh, lovely.
It's about a gay killer. Yeah.
Yes.
A gay killer.
He's a gay. So basically,
He's a gay.
his name is the Doodler. Doodler. It's in doodling.
He diddles kids.
He was actually he like doodled, he sketched his victims in bars to like build rapport and stuff.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah. So, you want to hear about these victims, or should I? On the 27th of January 1974, Gerald Kavanaugh was found by Ocean Beach. The 49-year-old's body told of a fight, and he was covered in stab wounds and had a slice to his hand. He still had money in his pockets and a Timex on his wrist. He had also died only hours before his discovery. I'm going to assume a Timex is a watch, and I'm sorry if I'm
It's a nice watch.
mispronouncing
Yes,
that. Okay.
I think.
Time
Yeah.
Timex. Born in Canada in 1923, Kavanaugh moved to San Francisco and worked in a mattress factory. Little else is known about the unmarried man, but police knew he was the first victim of the doodler. I'm really sorry. I really don't mean to be laughing by talking about murders, but Doodler is just a really funny fucking name. Okay. 6 months later, Joseph J. Stevens was found by Spreckles Lake in Golden Gate Park on the 25th of June. The 27-year-old performed as a female impersonator at Finocchio's on Stockton Street. Originally a speakeasy, the Texan had been brought into the bar as a replacement act, but had quickly moved into gay stand-up comedy. The night before, he had been seen at the Cabaret Club in North Beach, and police believed he'd driven the doodler to the park, where he stabbed Stevens 3 times. And then, guess what? The crimes continued, because that's how serial killers do. So then 2 weeks later,
Whoa.
Klaus Christmann was discovered by a dog walker on the beach by Lincoln Way. 31-year-old stabbed 15 times, and his throat had been cut. Inspector Dave Tashi was one of the detectives on this case and described the killing as one of the most vicious acts that he'd ever seen. Christmann had a wife and 2 children, but police believed him to be gay, as he had a tube of makeup in his pocket and had been seen at a gay club the night before.
Oof.
There's a lot problematic with that sentence.
Evidence.
Yeah. There's a
Yeah,
lot
there's a lot to unpack
problematic. Okay, I'm just reading from TrueCrimeEdition.com, so take it up with them. With a strange gap of nearly a year, another body was discovered. On the 12th of May, 1975, Frederick Cappen's body was found. The 32-year-old nurse was a decorated soldier who'd served in the Navy during the Vietnam War as a medical corpsman and had been given a commendation for saving 4 lives while under siege. His body had been discovered between 2 residential streets. He had been stabbed in the heart and dragged 20 feet from where he was killed. On the 4th of June, this is the last one that's known. On the 4th of June, Harold Gullberg's body was discovered by a hiker. The 66-year-old was found on a golf course in Lincoln Park with his throat cut just yards away from a busy trail. Unfortunately, he'd been dead for 2 weeks by the time he was discovered, and he wasn't in good shape. The sailor was Swedish and had emigrated to America years earlier. He suffered from liver disease, and it was likely that he wouldn't have been alive much longer before he was murdered. So, by this point, the police knew that the murders were connected. All of these victims had frequented gay bars at least semi-regularly and were found within 4 miles of each other. They'd driven or been driven to a remote area, had been stabbed, and their identification had been removed. The gay community was now frightened and questioned who would be next. They believed that the police weren't helping them because of their lifestyles, and their willingness to help the officers in the investigation decreased. In July 1975, 2 attacks took place in the Fox Plaza apartments. They happened 2 weeks apart, and both victims managed to get away from their attacker and give a description to the police. A third man was attacked and gave the same description as the first 2. Investigators believed that these assaults were the doodler's work and thought they'd be able to catch the assailant. Witnesses and survivors told police that the man was a talented artist. They said he was intelligent and likely had a good education. They called him charming, so it would have been easy for him to convince men to go to a remote location with him. Investigators believed that the man was driving into San Francisco at the weekends to murder his victims and then traveling back out once he was finished. They released a sketch of him and a description of him. I don't like this sentence. I apologize for these next couple sentences. Police believed the man had, quote, sexual identification problems and was likely under psychiatric care at the time of the killings. They also believe...
Oh my god. You guys, I love having sexual identification problems. It's the best.
They also believed he had mental difficulties with sex. The sketch was released in newspapers and seen on television, but no new information came forward. Basically, yada, 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 the investigation continues. The 3 survivors refused to testify against the man in court due to their closeted sexuality. The suspect was let go, and his name was never released. So,
Oh shit!
That is so fucking like the fact that they were so homophobic that like the society at that point in that place was so homophobic that like the witnesses wouldn't want to come forward. Made sure that this doodler like
so like he's still out there. So like the reason why I wanted to bring in this story is that in 2018 they released another sketch of the doodler, like he would look like this now, kind of thing. And they're hoping that they can, with, still active homophobia rampant, no mistakes there. But
well, I don't know about in San Francisco. Thankfully, I don't think that's really a problem anymore. At least not there. But what I do think is a problem is that it's been so fucking long that like. I don't know if they're gonna get him.
Yeah, but they are asking. They're like trying to think that maybe with like modern technology, like how they found the Golden State Killer, they're hoping that it's easier now. If he's still alive, the suspect would be in his mid-60s. The police are also asking that the anonymous person who called in a tip for the discovery of Gerald Kavanaugh, the first victim to come forward, they believe that the doodler may have been responsible for as many as 14 murders in San Francisco during 1974 and 1975. And who knows how many else.
Wow.
So there's a podcast dedicated to this guy because they're reigniting the case, trying to find him. And it's called thedoodlerpod.com.
That doesn't sound like what it is.
I know. That's like, I get why that's his name, but yeah. So there's a description, and I wonder if the survivors are still alive and if they would now come forward or not. But like, yeah, it's just pretty dire story.
I'd never heard of that. I can't believe I hadn't. That's super interesting.
That's the real creepypasta because it was real.
Yeah.
It was real. Yeah, it makes me wonder if he was like targeting gay bars because he knew that like any survivors wouldn't come forward and out themselves.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And or he himself was gay and maybe like because he couldn't fuck or whatever, he had some resentment towards other gay people and like he was like slash.
Well, as the description says, he was having mental problems with his sexuality. Ugh.
Well,
like who the fuck wrote this? Just
somebody from 1979 probably.
Yeah.
Was it a quote?
Yeah.
No, that's just the article.
Oh.
Yep.
Damn. Ashley, do you have anything that is like spooky story that you'd like to doodle us with?
I do have a creepypasta that I found. That is what I spent most of my time on. I was very torn because I found some that I liked, but they were kind of long.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, tell us what you got for us. Try to spook us. I was spooked by the doodler, so you have an uphill battle here.
So my favorite kind of creepypastas are the kind where I think it's a pretty classic format where it's, not too long, you set up some tension, and then like in the last paragraph or so, you read it, and then your insides just like shrivel up a little bit. Like it gives you that like visceral feeling.
Yeah.
The issue is I wasn't able to find that very well.
Well, as we talked about earlier,
great, okay.
creepypasta is in the decline. Clearly.
Right, evidently.
Yes.
One website that I kind of turned to initially because there's some good stuff on there is the SCP Foundation, if you guys are familiar with that.
Oh my god. Yeah. Well, Annelise might not be, so tell us more.
Yeah, so it's a website, it's like a wiki website. So in the top it says SCP Foundation Secure, Contain, Protect. And it's essentially this big website that has different listings for what are considered like supernatural beings or objects that pose a threat to humans or humankind, with various rankings. Like they're There's one posting, for example, that is, I think it's kind of a joke on the rest of them, but it's like a rock that sits in a box in my desk and makes me procrastinate. Like that, to like world-ending things. Or there's one called like Old Man, where it's like, you know, just like some classic, like the monster from a horror movie, except this is like a secret shadow government organization that like contains them and prevents them from killing people.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. Essentially, like a fictional foundation that captures cryptids, so that they're not out there hurting people or whatever, and then studies them.
Right. So yeah, I found there are some on there that I really like, but once again, they're usually pretty long. So I instead opted for a short story from the subreddit No Sleep, which is just full of all kinds of scary stories.
I love how Ashley is like, so I love creepypastas that end like this, and you know, I didn't get that. That's not what I'm reading. But I also love the SCP Foundation.
Which is also not what I'm referencing.
Oh my god, there's yeah, it's also not what I'm reading about.
Right.
Like, okay.
Yeah, listen, I'll tell you what I like, and my self-imposed time restrictions did not allow me to find some of those things. So.
Okay.
So what do you have?
I have a short
I'm gonna
story.
be like, also on No Sleep, they were all too long, so I'm just reading a story that I wrote once upon a time.
Oh, don't worry, the original fiction comes after. Okay. So this is a scary short story titled "A Package Marked Return to Sender."
Is this fiction or non-fiction?
That's for you to decide.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, exactly.
Dun dun dun. My neighbor is one of those annoying wannabe YouTube personalities. Over the years, I've seen him cough out cinnamon, lay flat on the hood of his car as it slowly creeps down the driveway, and douse himself in lukewarm water, all while screaming, "Epic win! Epic
Oh my god, it's
fail."
Andre's
Who
neighbor.
has been spying on me? Who has been spying on me?
You know it's you know that Andre is a certain type of person when we make the same joke at the same time.
Yes, exactly. This is why I picked this one. I was thinking about.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, it can get tiring to watch him go about his shenanigans in the pursuit of viral fame. So when he knocked on my door the other day, told me he was going away for a few weeks, and asked that I get his mail, honestly, it was a relief. I can't explain the peace of mind I had knowing I didn't have to brace myself for any of his stupidity for a while. I was always afraid his stunts would wind up bleeding over into my life.
Bleeding.
Things are...
Foreshadow. Sorry.
Things were pretty normal for the first couple days. He received a few bills, a bit of spam, and what I could only assume was a birthday card. Then one evening, I got home to find a cardboard box waiting on his front porch. In big red letters was written, "Return to sender." I'm no small fry, but I admit I had trouble lifting the box on my own. It was really freaking heavy. Lugging it across the road to my house was even harder, and I quickly realized there was no way I was going to drag it up the stairs and through my front door. I decided I'd leave his package in my garage. It wasn't like I keep my car in there. The garage door was a piece of shit that refused to open without a good thug and a whack. It was less trouble just leaving the car in the driveway than it was to fight with the garage door every morning and night. In hindsight, I should have set the package down while I struggled to open the tricky door, but you know how it is when you've got a good grip on something. No point in setting it down if you don't have to. It was as I kicked the door for a third time that I lost my grip on the package and it fell to the ground. I heard a light crack inside. Shit, I cursed. I hoped I hadn't broken anything important, but I figured I just wouldn't tell my neighbor about it and let him assume the break happened en route. Hands-free, I finally managed to get the garage door unstuck, and boy did it screech in protest as it rolled up and over me. I dragged the box the rest of the way, setting it in the corner for whenever my neighbor would come back to claim it. And then I forgot all about it, until a few days passed, that is. I'm not sure exactly how long it took for the smell to waft in from the crack under the garage-to-house door, but it came in a slow progression. It was a sickly sweet odor similar to a skunk, and for the first few days after I smelled it, I genuinely assumed that's exactly what it was, roadkill that left its mark on my house. It was only when I realized the scent was growing more intense instead of fading that I went looking for a source. That's when I opened my garage door, and that's when the odor knocked me back, holding my nose. The culprit wasn't hard to identify. The only change in my garage was the box in the corner. I remember thinking it must have been one of those meat of the month subscription boxes. The meat must have gone rancid for being left out of the fridge for so long. How much meat could have been in there for the box to have been so large and heavy? An entire freaking cow? I covered my nose as I approached the box, a pair of scissors in my hands. I probably wouldn't have needed them to open it, as it had become soggy enough at the bottom to poke through with a finger, but I wasn't about to poke my finger into spoiled meat juice. The soggy bottom was the reason I had to open the box in the first place. If I tried to drag it outside, everything would spill onto the floor. I was going to have to dump the pieces of meat into one garbage bag at a time and take them down to the dumpster, a process I wasn't looking forward to. My scissors tore through the tape along the top of the cardboard box. I thought the smell couldn't get any worse, but as I flipped the flaps open, I discovered a whole new gamut of stink. Just some writing choices here. It was like opening a burning oven, but instead of a heat wave, I was met with waves of piss, sweat, shit, and putrefaction. It was so bad that I staggered back and had to force down the puke beginning to guzzle out of me. I don't think I could have handled... Yeah, guzzle... I just... Some of the word choices here, I'm a little... Not the best. I don't think I could have handled that scent mingling with the horrors coming out of the box. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran out of the door for a breath of fresh air, but in short time I'd spent in the garage, the smell had become so ingrained in the fabric of my clothes that it clung to me like a shadow. I returned to the garage, the flaps of the box still open as though inviting me to look. I was prepared, a clothespin pinning my nostrils shut, a garbage bag in one hand, the strongest cleaner I could find in the other, and long rubber gloves to keep my skin from having to touch what was inside. But as it turns out, I needed none of those things. I wouldn't have to touch or clean the contents of that box. I would only have to suffer the nightmares every night. You see, there was meat in that box, but it didn't come from a cow or a pig. No, it was worse than that. It was my neighbor. Dead. Still in one piece, but dead. I called the cops, and naturally they took me in for interrogation. It's kind of hard not to suspect the man with a corpse in his garage after all. Thankfully, they soon realized I wasn't involved. My DNA might have been all over that box. The smell might have left a mark throughout my house, but there was one piece of irrefutable evidence in my neighbor's own hands that proved my innocence. A vlogging camera. They showed me the footage only once. I'm not sure if they were allowed to, or if they felt so bad for me they figured it couldn't hurt. Either way, I saw it. My neighbor was sitting in the box outside of a shipping facility, laughing as he told the world how he was going to mail himself across state lines. He'd brought pee bottles, food, a pillow, and a few flashlights. His friend, a guy I'd seen at his place several times to help with the stunts, closed the lid and presumably dropped him off for shipment. Throughout the next couple of hours, or days, I'm not really sure, my neighbor recorded a few short clips about his progress. I think I'm in a truck now. I can feel it moving. Must be in a warehouse. Pretty warm here. Still got plenty of food. That kind of stuff. And then, on the last entry, the box toppled over. He broke his neck and that was it. The camera recorded until either the memory card got too full or the battery died. There's one thing I didn't tell the police after they showed me the video. One thing I heard in the footage that will haunt me to the day I die. Just after the tumble that broke his neck, I heard the familiar screeching sound of my garage door. Bum bum bum!
I feel terrible for this man because he inadvertently killed someone and now he has to live with that, all because his neighbor was a fucking idiot. So yeah.
I think this is a fictional story, so I don't feel bad for him whatsoever. I also think that I don't buy it. I'm not even... I Sorry, Ashley, I'm going to critique the author of this creepypasta.
Oh, no, please do. I definitely do as well.
For a number of reasons. First of all, the front half of the story was... I think they were trying to, like, really get you in the, like, zone and, like, actually put them in, like, their thought process in the beginning. But here's always been part of my issue with creepypastas and how they're written. If you just found your neighbor dead in a box, here's how you would tell it if you were telling it at all. Holy shit, I can't believe what just happened. Like, or you would be like, okay, I don't know if I can tell you guys this, and just like shaking and like sobbing, you know, like, oh shit, I don't know how to tell you.
That is not true, Annelise. If I found my neighbor dead, I would sit down, I would start my Reddit post, and I would start with, it was a windy night.
That would be your confession, yeah.
Yeah.
And I too would confess to manslaughter on Reddit. Especially with such a specific case that it would be very easy to track down who it was.
Annie's criticizing the realism of how it's presented. I criticize
Right,
some
I
of
mean,
the writing choices.
He was really out here trying to give himself a little personality, like, oh, you know, fucking garage doors, like, just like what? Like, tell me what's spooky ooky. Also, the guy in the box would have like been sitting there and like felt himself being dragged and shit, you know, like something would like I don't buy
Well,
it.
he might have been like, "Oh, I'm gonna pop out and scream when he puts me down," and then he got put down inappropriately.
Well, that wouldn't be the YouTube prank that he wanted to do, though. He wanted to actually get shipped somewhere and like record it, so it would make sense that he
Did
would
he
stay
say
silent.
in the beginning
But, like,
that he
okay,
was going on a trip or something, and that's why the guy? Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, it's also a YouTube trend that actually was a thing, which
That is
like, oh my
spooky.
god, we were so stupid.
You did that? It's actually a story about you.
Yeah,
You're calling in live from your grave.
yeah, I did do that.
That is
Yeah, I'm actually a ghost right now.
I came back just to prove to all
uh,
of you skeptics that ghosts are real.
right.
Yeah, well, okay, guys, let's not shit on the story too much. We all know no sleep is fake. So, like, I mean, if we really wanted to, we could sit here and be like, well, this is why it's fake. Okay, this is what's funny, Ashley. I am almost positive that I really like this story, by the way. That Jared shared this story with me when we did our first episode a
Oh
long
my
time
God.
ago.
Really?
This was the creepypasta he chose.
What a bastard.
Oh my god.
So that's
too.
funny. I just want to give my creepypasta. Mine's a relatively
Who
short
said
one.
you were allowed to do that? This is our
Yeah,
podcast
what the
now.
Good point. Well, I mean, my goal here is to try to spook you guys as well. And like, so far, I'd say the Doodler is winning, but I want to see if I can maybe change that up.
Do you
So,
think that you
guys,
think that you have a good one?
I think I have a good one. I think part of why it's good is because it's kind of like short and just kind of hits you.
All right,
So
That's my
it's
second one.
called-
I should have just read the other one first. I'm having
This
regrets
is, like,
now.
really-
God damn it.
No, you're gonna go down in history
This is
in
called-
Scary Talk as having a repeat bad
the
story.
worst creepypasta.
No, you
Wow,
need to
guys.
have like a you need to have your listeners vote on worst ever and best ever.
I will.
Fuck you.
No, I honestly do not think I just know that it's not the worst creepypasta that I've done on this
You're
podcast.
like,
Trust
we
me,
have a
Ashley. So
very
you're good.
low
You're good.
standard.
Yeah. This is called Darkness in the Rearview Mirror.
Oh, hey.
In the summer of 2013.
It's on
What,
the
have you
same
heard
page
it?
I'm looking at, yeah.
Okay, well,
Don't
don't read
spoil.
it.
Okay,
Girl.
I already read it. I read it already,
Okay.
but I will be
In
silent.
the summer of 2013, I found myself driving home alone on Highway 902 from my party. It was almost midnight, and needless to say, it was pitch black. As was usual at night, I was on edge. I had the radio off and could hear nothing but the muffled roar of tires on pavement and the dull hum of the engine. I stole a glance into the middle rearview mirror and saw nothing but darkness through the black window. I know that I looked backward and saw nothing, I'm sure of it. Just the seemingly endless blackness of the night. I remember it so clearly because not 10 seconds later, a car passed me to the left, headlights on. I had one of those sudden adrenaline rushes, like when you think you see a person outside your bedroom window when it's just a tree, or when you start awake at night with the feeling of falling. 10 seconds earlier, nothing had been behind me. Suddenly, a car. I drove the rest of the way home, shivering and knowing something was off. The next morning, I found 2 sets of scratches near the back of my van. One was on the left rear, one was on the right. The car was pretty old. They could have been there for months, but that was the first time that I distinctly remembered seeing them. In hindsight, there are 2 possibilities for what happened that night. Possibility 1. I was high on acid. No, just kidding. By some glitch in reality, or something paranormal, this other car had somehow appeared behind me within 10 seconds of me checking my mirror, like some weird ghost crap or something. However, the second option is what makes my blood run cold whenever I consider it. It didn't even occur to me until months after the fact, but it makes me dread driving alone at night even more. Possibility 2. The car was normal. It had approached me from the rear and passed me to my left. However, something large and wide, and as black as the night, had been clinging to the rear of my car, obscuring my view through the window and leaving deep scratches on the sides. And I had inadvertently driven it home with me. The end.
Are you also on thelineup.com/10 short creepypastas?
No, I'm. Love that you're on there though. Very pragmatic. I mean, you were looking for a short creepypasta, straight up. No, I am on creepypasta.com. Yeah, I read this one a long time ago. It's obviously one of my favorites, or at least favorite short ones. I hate it.
Because it spooks you?
I hate the thought of that. Yeah, I hate the thought of that. Like, I drive at night a good amount, probably slightly more than the average person, for reasons. I love it, for reasons. And
For love reasons.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. Like, yeah, I can imagine myself, I can see myself driving, looking at my rearview mirror, and then seeing pitch black, and being like, what the fuck, wig. So
You think
yeah.
you think that it's possible that something could grab onto the back of your car that has claws, and you brought it home with you, and you don't know what it is?
mean-
Obviously a monster.
Well, I mean, anything's possible. So yes. Anything's possible for me, at least.
Sure.
It's just, I don't know. No, I mean, I don't think that, but it is a spooky thought, and there are some variations of this story that I can imagine that are more likely that are still just as terrifying. Like, you saw something in the rearview mirror, like some kind of weird creature, and then you look away, and then you look again, and it's not there, and turns out you actually did drive it with you home, or whatever, and you just didn't know until later. Like, that would be spooky. Anyway. Hope you like that story.
No, yeah, that one's. I mean, that's another one that's like at the end it gets scary. The reason I should have just read the one that I wanted to do. I'm having so much creepypasta regret. Just cut out the previous one. It sucked, and just let me read this one.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
If you really want to read this one,
I want to read this one.
go ahead, Ashley.
Okay, it's number 3 on the lineup.com 10 short creepypastas.
Okay.
Sorry.
I wanted the first line of it, I will say, not the best one. This actually happened to me a few years back at the University of the Arts in Philadelphia.
Okay, so it definitely did not happen.
Poor opening, yeah.
Written
Anyways.
by Ashley McFarlane.
Written by Ashley McFarlane. My sophomore year, I roomed with a girl named Kara. She was a jazz vocalist, but her main interest was opera. We had a small room on the 6th floor of a dorm called Juniper Hall. The walls were thin, and her late night singing and voice practices would keep me up late. After a month or so of lost sleep, I convinced her to move her late night practices to the music studios, a block away. Around 8 o'clock one evening, Kara announced she'd be practicing late for an upcoming recital and probably wouldn't be home until around midnight. Great, that means I can go to bed early. She said goodnight and left, coffee and sheet music in hand. I made dinner and then got ready for bed. By the time I got out of the shower, my eyelids were so heavy I could hardly brush my teeth. I pulled on my PJs and crawled into the top bunk of our bunk bed. I was out as soon as my head hit the pillow. I woke up to the sound of the apartment door closing. I opened my eyes and groggily checked my phone, midnight on the dot. I rolled back over and closed my eyes. I heard Kara enter the room and stop in front of the bunk bed. Checking to see if I'm actually asleep, I thought. She flopped down on the bed below me, which was strange, as she was a stickler for brushing her teeth and washing up before bed. Then again, exams were just around the corner and we were all exhausted. The mattress below me creaked and then was silent. I couldn't even hear her breathing. I started to drift off again. I was just on the edge of deep sleep when I was startled awake again by a noise. A key in the lock. The door opening. And Kara entering our apartment humming an opera tune. The mattress below me creaked.
I hate that.
Yeah, that's more the style that I like.
Oh, period?
Yeah.
Period the end?
Period the end.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's period queen. Period with a T. Yeah, that's really spooky. I hate that, and I know exactly the kind of style that you're talking about, Ashley. Like, yeah, it's a very much twist at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, wow, Ashley, redemption.
Thank you.
I think you win. I think you win, actually, as far as the three of us, because thinking about it.
Annie's angry.
I'm sorry.
Annelise
Okay,
is
hold
fuming
on.
right now.
Whoa.
I think you guys. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I think you guys just tied.
I'm like holding a gun to his head off camera.
No, I like a creepypasta that is grounded in like everyday reality, and that's really spooky. Like, that could happen. It's Yeah, like there's fucking creeps everywhere, and ew.
I am gonna have the counter opinion here that I was
Ooh.
unimpressed with the creepypastas presented this evening.
Ooh, okay.
Annie's
okay,
throwing
Annelise, spill.
shade.
Here's the thing. It takes a lot for a story to kind of impress me because I knew immediately what was going to happen.
Right.
I thought you were gonna say because I've known real horror.
Footnote. And I've seen some shit. No, but it's also like we've been new. Like, okay, she's by herself. It's a bunk bed. What's gonna happen? Like, also, it was. I'm sorry. You said it was like based on reality. It is not realistic that a roommate's first thought when their roommate is gonna be gone, like, oh, good, I'm going to go to bed early. No, they have alone time. What the fuck do you think they're gonna do?
You're gonna jack off for an entire hour, then you're gonna watch
Yeah.
Parks and Rec.
I will
and then you're
say,
gonna go to bed.
I may have edited out a sentence or two. It was, I can go to bed early. I was beat. I had a horrible day in acting studio and was ready to pass out as soon as I had dinner. Because I feel like it's unnecessary detail as stated in the previous creepypasta, in which I edited out.
No,
I forgot to
you
mention,
have to
I took out
you have to maintain
3
the fidelity
sentences
of
that
the
were
original story.
garbage.
Well, yeah.
Andre has a good point.
I don't.
You have to maintain
I like
the
how
fidelity of the
that
original
was the
story.
thing that Annie had trouble with. Excuse me, you want to go to bed early? What are you, a fucking square? Are you kidding me?
I had a problem with all of
Wow,
it. Not
Annie.
from the first sentence, I knew
No.
I wasn't gonna like it. From the
Yeah.
second sentence, I was like, oh, I bet he's gonna be in the bunk bed, like, or whatever.
What she's saying is what she needed to be impressed was a plot twist where, like,
I was surprised.
and then the mattress creaked. Turns out there was actually no one. Then my bed grew teeth, ate me, and I was transported interdimensionally somewhere
Yeah.
else. That
Give me
would have
some
been.
drama.
And I met
I
my
was like,
vampire
okay.
lover.
Didn't see that
Give me some
coming.
real drama.
Yeah.
Gives me some intrigue. Give me some high stakes. Like,
Oh my god, dude, imagine if she was interdimensionally transported to the dimension where the guy who claims he got the, like, unreleased Beatles album was in. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right,
oh my
Annelise?
god, you're gonna. I feel like after this podcast is over, you're going to start writing the creepypastas, and you're just become like the best writer out there.
I wish, but no. Do you know what I'm talking about? This guy who
Yeah.
said that he basically fell down a interdimensional rabbit hole and was in this reality where some dude showed him an unreleased Beatles album, unreleased in his dimension.
Paul McCartney said,
and
"Shut
then he
the
brought it
fuck
back.
up." Shut your
I
mouth
know,
right
yeah.
here, right now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you can actually find this album that this guy apparently took from another dimension to this one online. But a lot of people are like, okay, this is definitely just some unreleased stuff, and someone put some instrumentals over it. It's not actually Beatles from another dimension where they didn't break up.
It's the Beatles
yeah,
reject
that's,
pile.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, not that spicy.
Well, I mean, if this wasn't an extravaganza, I don't know what is. And I say that because this episode is going to be titled Goodbye Extravaganza, and you guys really have done the most. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. I just have to say for the record that it is an irrefutable fact that mine was the creepiest story because it's real life. And it is very spooky that we have, this kind of violence in the world still to this day. I just had to say for the record anyways.
Well, as long as Ashley's opinion doesn't differ, I'm sure you can remain crown queen,
thank
no
you.
problem.
Ending it on a high note, yes.
See, Annie, your story was definitely disturbing. I would say creepypasta for me has to be well, first of all, it wasn't creepypasta; it was a story about
That was
a
not the
serial
prompt.
killer. I'm not throwing the show
That was
at you.
not the
Throwing
prompt.
shade at you. I think it was.
No, it wasn't.
Oh
You
my
said he said true
God.
crime.
Anyways,
I just say
doesn't matter. Let me get into it. The things that scare me are a narrative structure, and I'm in I don't know, the fact that there's a serial killer out there doesn't scare me very much because I'm it doesn't scare me
Okay,
because
well, Ashley, just
there's
wait
just
till
serial
the killer
killers
gets
there,
you.
You need to
It's just a
know that
reality.
it's not real to
It
be
needs to be
actually scared
personal.
by it.
No. It needs to be personal and visceral, and I can
Homophobia isn't personal
maybe
to you,
and
no. Maybe if there was
well, not to her.
excuse me. Maybe if there was like a first-hand account where somebody described it and was like going
That's
in
the
detail,
thing.
that would
Yeah,
actually
I
scare
was
Your
me.
doodled.
witness couldn't do it. He couldn't. They didn't want to come forward because homophobia.
I'm not saying that they should have. I'm saying that's what would scare me.
Annelise, what you had to do was tell your story, but in a narrative format. Just shift it to a narrative format and be like sell it as if the witness was telling it, and they were like, "I was doodled. Here's my story." You know, like.
Oh my god. Well, interesting take, Ashley, that it has to be fake for you to get scared by it.
That is absolutely what I said, and you're not manipulating my words at all.
No.
Okay, the girls are fighting. Oh my god, wigs are flying.
Andre was trying to put a
tea's
cute
being
little bow
spilled.
on it, and we had to say no.
Yeah, you guys had to say no. So what I'm gonna do now is say, okay, goodbye, you whores. I love you, and
to end this contentiously.
I will talk
Yeah,
to you very
this
soon.
is already long, guys. We gotta wrap it up.
No, this is a 10-hour series.
I'll talk to you soon. No, for real. Thank you guys for joining me on this. This is really fun. I love it, and
You're welcome.
yeah, just thank you for being part of episode 100.
Yeah.
Thank you for having
Thank
us.
you for having us.
an honor.
Congratulations. And excited
Yeah.
to hear the rest of the episode 100, Extravaganza.
Extravaganza.
Good night, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Was that to me?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was to the fans.
No, the fans don't get anything.
We know.
Hi. Who's this? Who am I with?
I forget.
David.
Really?
I'm with David. And you're the one guest for this final episode,
And-
who for whom I'm able to like stare into the whites of your eyes as I'm talking to you.
Who am I with?
You're with Andre, Queen of Spooks.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Hi everyone, welcome back.
Where am I?
It's giving Betty White. Was about to turn 100, by the way. I told you about this.
I feel like about is risking it.
Mom, that's what I said. I said she's turning 100 in 3 months. I think she makes it to the next month and then she croaks. You didn't like that?
No.
No.
I knocked on wood
Yeah.
many, many times.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have done it 99 times.
So, for those of you who don't remember, David,
Betty White was on the Golden Girls.
Yes. She was also on The Life of Elizabeth
Hot in Cleveland.
and one more iconic show. I wouldn't know. Mary Elizabeth Tyler Moore.
Close. Mary Elizabeth Tyler Moore Winstead.
Yeah. For those of you who don't remember, David is my secret gay lover. We are here for one final time
In the bunker.
in the bunker in this Goodbye Extravaganza, and David is doing me the honors of accompanying me for one last spooky episode. So here we go.
Yay.
But first, I have some things I have to bring up. So, well, actually, one of the things I have to bring up is something you brought up, which is news about Kanye. Would you like to indulge us?
No, I think you should say it.
No, I think you should say it.
Well, there is no more Kanye West. There's just Ye.
Mm-hmm. As of what, today?
I think so.
Yeah. No, not even Ye West, just Ye.
Yep.
He's legally changed his name.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Who Weekly's gonna have to say about this?
I think they're gonna call Kanye a them and Ye a who.
Who Weekly is like your favorite podcast, isn't it? Well, right after this podcast, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't have a Patreon.
Yeah. Yeah. So congratulations, Mr. Yi, or I guess just Yi.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, since usually Mr. like what you say about usually what you say after Mr. is someone's last name, and he doesn't have one, so I guess you can't say Mr. Yi. You can
First
only
name
say,
Y, last name E.
Yeah. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. All right. Well, okay. There's something else I wanted to bring up. I want to talk about Halloween Kills. We watched this movie, you and I, with our eyeballs.
Unfortunately.
Yes. Why don't you tell the audience what you thought?
It was bad and not good and also boring. What'd you think?
I thought it wasn't as good as the 2018 movie. I thought that my expectations shouldn't be too high, so I don't think I was as disappointed as you are because I was very aware throughout the whole thing that it was a middle movie to a trilogy, and so it obviously can't advance the story too much. I called it a filler movie, and I was right. Not that middle movies and trilogies have to be filler, but I got a feeling this was gonna be a filler movie, and it was. A bunch of nothing happened, and then a bunch of people died, and then the movie ends without a resolution, and it's like a cliffhanger to the next one. Jamie Lee Curtis is like hurting in the hospital for most of the runtime. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, the whole movie could have not happened except for like 5 minutes, and you'd never know if you started the next one.
Basically, even the flashback revelation, which spoilers, okay, if you don't like it, fuck you. Even the flashback revelations they were like dressing on top, but they weren't like pivotal to the story or anything. Like some of the flashbacks, all of them reveal that this new character, or the cop, the old cop from the first movie, he'd actually had an encounter with Michael Myers back in 1978 on the original night of the original Halloween, and that his partner was accidentally killed by this cop because the cop was trying to like aim at Michael and he killed his partner instead. And so he has like this personal vendetta against killing Michael. But like it all seems very relevant because that cop that is now super old in Halloween Kills in like modern time is also at the hospital for most of the movie. So like, okay, why do we need to know that he has a personal vendetta against him?
I think that they were trying to do something with the fact that, like, oh, Michael isn't, like, trying to hunt down Laurie, because, like, this other guy also thinks that, like, he's the one behind Halloween, and that, like, maybe Michael's behind something else. But, like, they don't explore that enough in the movie for it to have been worthwhile to bring up.
I actually didn't get that until you brought it up just now. That maybe maybe we should give this movie some praise for doing something different, because all the movies from the the rest of the franchise are always pointing towards like, oh, Michael's trying to kill Laurie because he's her secret brother, and since that isn't a thing in this universe, like maybe he just kills cuz.
Yeah, like the whole time in the hospital, Laurie and Karen are like, he's gonna come here because he has to kill Laurie. But obviously he didn't go to the hospital.
Yeah. Yeah, but it felt like that was right.
Exactly. But, like, I don't know. They leave it too, like, under the surface for a movie that makes too many things super obvious for it to actually be, like, an important plot point. At least that's how it feels.
Yes. I just thought that when they said, oh, he's coming to the hospital, that felt right, because like in the previous universe of the franchise, that is probably what would have happened, because his only, like, Michael Myers' only incentive to kill would have been to get to Laurie. But that didn't happen, alas, and I think it makes sense, because this is the different universe, and his incentive isn't to kill Laurie Strode. He was just like one of the people he happened to kill 40 years ago. And yeah, so I mean that we gotta give the movie props for that. Like, we don't know what they're gonna do with the finale. It doesn't seem like it's really, like, Laurie Strode's that important. So what do you think the motivation is gonna be for Michael to kill people that is gonna be revealed in the next movie, if it's revealed at all?
I think it's gonna be something about, like, the house, because they made the window very important, especially at the end. I don't know, I'm still a little hopeful, I guess, about the next movie, but it just felt like this movie was bad. That doesn't mean the next one can't be good. I think something that I really didn't like about it was how, like, stupid everyone was, because that's always something that gets on my nerves in horror movies.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to be fair, I think that if your horror movie is a slasher, you almost have to have stupid characters, make stupid decisions, because otherwise, like...
But I think you need to at least, like, justify the stupid decisions. Like, in this movie, like, every character was like, oh, I was there, I survived, I learned from my mistakes, and then they do the stupidest fucking thing possible.
I agree that you should justify their stupid decisions, but I'm saying that you can't. Not if you want to have more than like 5 or 6 kills. I agree. Just because this one was bad doesn't mean the next one has to be bad. I mean, think about the new Star Wars trilogy. The Last Jedi, which was the second in the trilogy, was bad, and then The Rise of Skywalker was worse. So Halloween Ends could be even worse. You're right. It doesn't have to be the same.
Yay.
Yay. Yeah.
So why did you gather us here today, Andre?
Because we're saying goodbye to this beautiful podcast, and I wanted you to be part of it because I know that you and I have made a couple episodes together before. So,
I don't remember that.
the Zodiac Killer. His name is Gary. He's been found.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, how did they end up finding him? Like, what was the new evidence?
I don't know, probably 23andMe or something like that. It was some geneticist or something that had some DNA evidence, and they used it, and they traced something or the other, and then they found out that it was this guy. They're pretty sure, but the authorities haven't, like, said that. It's just these guys, but I don't know. It sounds right.
I hope so. So we don't have to keep thinking about it.
So, yep.
That's our show. See you next time.
See you never, you mean?
Season 2.
Every season's 100 episodes?
Yeah. Special guest star Betty White.
So, I've been asking everyone else on this episode what is the paranormal or supernatural thing they believe in the most, because I'm curious, I really want to know, and I want to know what that is for you.
I guess I'd have to say work-life balance. I've heard about it, but I'm on the fence whether it's real or not, but I'm really hopeful.
Yeah, it's like Bigfoot. You know there have been sightings, but you've never seen it for yourself. You're not sure if it's real.
Only rich people have enough time to look for it.
Exactly. Anything else?
Well, if you don't want to talk about capitalism, I guess I'd have to say ghosts.
No, capitalism's definitely not supernatural. It's very natural and normal and real and everyday happening.
And the worst thing in the world.
So
ghosts.
what about him?
They're real. And a great movie. Ghost, 1990.
Why do you believe in ghosts?
Patrick Swayze made me believe.
Mm-hmm.
Believe is a strong word, but I guess I'd say that I definitely consider it the most possible of all the supernatural things that you and Shannon and Sunny have talked about.
And Annelise and Ashley and Jared. And why is that?
Because I truly believe that there is an afterlife when we're dead, and being a ghost is a very real possibility of what that will look like. I'm not one of the people that just thinks that, oh, you're dead, you're gone, nothing.
Really, you believe in the afterlife? Where do you think people go when they afterlife?
I don't know, that's why I'm saying ghosts could be real, it could be heaven, some other dimension, anything. But there's something.
Well, you know I don't believe in heaven, unless it's heroin. But like
Or-
actually, yeah.
Or reincarnation. You believe in that?
I do believe in reincarnation, but I believe that only some people are reincarnated, like an extremely small minority, and it's because they haven't finished business, like the souls haven't finished business, and something or some entity or somehow they are giving something gives them a chance to come back for a little bit in a new body and like inhibit, not really possess, but like cohabitate that body for a couple of years or something, try to get their shit finished, and then they go away.
Does that kill the person that they were inhabiting?
No one dies. There's kids that talk to their parents about like this person's past life, and the parents investigate, and they figure out that it was a real person, and they don't know how their kid got this information. And then like there's been cases where like kids will leave their parents to different like countries, and like they'll go visit the deceased person's home, and the little kid will know where like their bedroom was, and it's like a whole thing. And so I believe that's whatever's happening there is real. I just don't know what it means, and so the meaning that I attributed the whole thing about unfinished business, that's obviously much more speculatory. But whether this is happening, like, this is documented, it's happening. There are these kids that say these things, and it's provable. And also, like, the things they say, like, are, like, you can fact check them, and it's like, yeah, that person who was named that, this dead pilot did live in this house, and yes, I am his 80-year-old sister. Who are you, little boy? I'm him. And what the fuck? Like, these things have happened. So, that's why I believe in reincarnation. But
do you believe in ghosts?
I mean, I think I'd have to say yes if it was yes or no. But I think I believe in ghosts in a way that most people who believe in ghosts don't believe in them, which is that ghosts may not actually be like the souls of dead people just wandering around, but rather, I told you there's Shannon or Sunny this story, which was a real story allegedly by this woman who was like, I used to drive along the highway on my way to work every morning or something, and I always saw this girl running and like saying hi to me while I was driving. It was like this young woman, and at some point she was like murdered, and we heard about it, me and my family, and like some weeks later I saw her again running, and she even like came up to me and was like, oh, have a good day, and like she obviously looked as if like this ghost had no idea what had happened to it. And that made the lady think, which then made me think, like, this is just like energy in a loop. Like if that was her running on the day that she died, and then she died soon after that moment, it's almost like the death was so traumatic that like the energy's trapped there in this like bubble time loop for some reason, and it just keeps repeating itself forever and ever and ever. Because the lady says that she like could see her in further instances, like after that, like this happened again, like she could see her. She never approached it again because she got like super fucking freaked out, but like she could see from like afar or something that like the lady was still there, like jogging. So I don't know, I kind of paraphrase the story. I told it badly, but I wonder if ghosts are actually just, because like it would make sense, right? Why these Victorian ghosts seem to not understand that like time has passed and whatnot. Maybe it's not because they don't understand it or whatever, or they're trapped in their time, but it's because they're not actual sentient souls. They're actually just a fucking tape being played on a loop. Kind of like a fart that you trap in the bathroom. It's just like, it just stays there.
You can replay your farts?
No, but like it's not sentient, but it is there. I mean, it's certainly there. And I use fart because it kind of works like ghosts are kind of transparent. But
do ghosts dissipate over time?
Babe, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I don't know that I agree with that, but it's an idea.
It's, for me, I put it in the theories of things, where like the theory for aliens is like I have theories for aliens and ghosts that are very like normie theories, like everyone like, alien little green men that come from other dimension, and ghosts are just dead people. But then I have theories for those two things that are much more like weird and out there. The one for the ghosts is the one that I just told you, and the one for aliens is that they're actually us from the future, basically checking in on past us, the way, or even just studying us the way we'd like study cavemen if we had a time machine and the ability to go back and not interfere. It sounds like it's like that could be it. I feel like that could be it. Like maybe they figured out how to not trigger the butterfly effect, and so they're studying us because they can.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's just us.
I guess that's somewhat plausible.
Yeah, I mean that would explain why they're kind of humanoid, because like what are the chances that if they do come from like super duper duper far away, if they indeed look like the Greys, like little gray men, what are the chances that in like this galaxy super fucking far away, life would have developed in the same way, the most intelligent form of life would have developed in the same way as it did here, which is like human-like, 4 limbs, etc. That's super weird. That seems improbable. So,
that's suspicious.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to ghosts.
Nope.
This isn't an alien show.
Whatever.
Have you ever had any sort of ghost encounter?
No.
Not even something that could have been a ghost?
No. Have you?
I've had two, kind of. When I was younger, I was walking around my neighborhood where I grew up, and I think I was probably like 9 to 11, and it was like the sun had just recently set, so it was dark, but not like super dark. I was walking past a house, and I looked up in the window, and there was like an old man who kind of just like disappeared from the window, and he, from my perspective, he was like all white, but looking back on it was probably just like an old man in the window who backed away, and then the curtain fell in front of the window. But for a while, I was convinced that he was a ghost.
I mean, I wouldn't say that wasn't the ghost.
Yeah, could have been, but hard to tell.
But I guess it could have that other logical explanation. So, what was your other sighting?
Well, you already stole my thunder by telling it on one of the last few episodes.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh, I did! Repeat.
At this point it was probably like a year or two ago. Not that long ago. I was asleep and I had a dream. I was at my grandparents' old house. They're both dead at this point. But they had that house like all through my childhood, and I would spend a lot of time there with them. Really with my grandfather, because my grandmother had Alzheimer's, and so she was kind of just laying in a bed as long as I knew her until she died when I was in high school. But I was at their house, and she was there, and she came over, and she could think and talk, and said hi, and gave me a hug, and told me that she loved me. And I don't remember if there was much else, but that was the part that really stood out, and it felt very real, much realer than other dreams. And when I woke up, it just felt like it had actually been my grandmother, and not just like me dreaming about her. And it felt really special because since she had Alzheimer's, I never got to know her or really talk to her, interact with her, so it was nice to have that little moment with her.
That's cute. But to play devil's advocate, could you be underestimating your subconscious brain's ability to create a person? Because you're like, it doesn't seem like my brain did that dream because my brain's not that good.
I mean, of course that's a possibility, but I've had other dreams and it felt different.
Yeah.
Most of my dreams involve me trying to run somewhere and only running in slow motion.
Is that most of your dreams?
It's the biggest percentage.
No,
not over 50%.
That's not good, babe.
I know.
That's gotta mean something. You should look it up on like dreams.com or something.
I think I did. I think it means that like I feel stuck at my placement in life.
Oh, well, I take that personally. What the hell?
I think it's about job stuff.
Oh, okay.
And I was having them before I met you.
Oh, damn. But like 40% of your dreams being about one thing?
Less than that. Like 20% maybe, but like, you know, it's the biggest wedge, but that doesn't mean it's half the pie.
Interesting. And I don't think all my dreams are fairly different. Although I don't have that many to begin with. Not many that I remember. I know they say you dream every night, actually. But yeah, I don't remember that many. So I've
actually been having a lot about work, not running. Which I don't know if that's better.
That's
or
worse. That's worse. Like you don't escape it even in your sleep.
Yeah. So anyway.
Okay. Well, I wanted to know what you believed in. I thought that was super interesting. You already know the stuff that I believe in, and for the audience, I've already.
But I mean, like, do you think that my dream about my grandma was just my subconscious?
Well, I even said in that episode where I like spoiled your story that I think that was. If I had to pick, I'd say that was real. Like, your grandma did visit you. Because you say it felt different. You've had many dreams. You know your dreams and your brain and yourself better than anyone else. And I hate when people discount other people's experiences and act as if they know better than them what their own feelings feel like. Like, you know, Like, if you tell me, like, no, it felt different, and I've had, 1 billion dreams before this one, and I'm telling you it felt different, then, I could still say a devil's advocate statement, which would be something like, okay, well, maybe it felt different because your grandma had just died and you're very sensitive.
It was like 10 years after she died.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I can't say that. But I could say something else, which is, why would she visit you 10 years later?
That was something that I thought, like, oh, why now? And I don't have a good answer for that, but it definitely felt real. Like, when I woke up, I had that feeling that it wasn't just a normal thing.
Had you been thinking about your grandma at that point, around that time at all, you think?
Not that I remember, but I don't remember the time specifically.
Well,
but I don't think about her that often.
You could certainly flip it. Like, you could say, like, well, the fact that it was 10 years after she died, and you hadn't been thinking about her during that time, like, must mean that it was real. Because, like, why would your brain 10 years later, without any incentive, all of a sudden be like, surreal dream about your grandma? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
maybe, like, I was having a hard week or something, and either my brain or my grandma recognized that and tried to do something to make me feel better. But then you have to figure out which one it was. Ooh.
Or she got, like, a hall pass for good behavior after 10 years. Remember how we were watching this Halloween documentary yesterday, and the documentary was talking about how, like, October 31st was significant for more than one culture a long time ago, when these, like, different civilizations had never contacted each other. And so David and I were like, what if October 31st actually is, like, there's something special about that day where, like, spirits can cross over and yada yada, and that's why, like, it became Halloween.
I'm pretty sure my dream wasn't on Halloween.
No, but, like, I'm trying to connect it. My point is, what if spirits actually do go to some place, I guess you could call it heaven, and, like, get a hall pass once a year, and your grandma just, like, used hers early or whatever.
Well, that'd be really nice.
I guess. It's literally Coco. It's literally the movie Coco.
Yeah. I wonder why she picked me.
Well, she picked in people before you. She just... you were the next one, and she had visited your mom in the house before that. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say it's the movie Coco, like, because Coco's it's based on the Day of the Dead. It's literally the Day of the Dead. Like, I don't know that Americans in modern day, like, America, believe that Halloween is actually, like, a day when, like, spirits cross over. But in modern day Mexico, especially in southern Mexico, when people celebrate Day of the Dead, some of them, like, dead-ass believe that this night their lost relatives can cross over the bridge, which is why they, like, depict it like that in the movie, and come visit them and eat the ofrendas, the food they leave there for them. But, like, some people have a very literal belief in that, and
Do they have a special name for the other world where they live?
No. I can't believe that. Like, my brain just won't let me believe that you literally have, like, these ghostly transparent beings, or just, like, dead-ass skeletons, like, walking around eating, like, bread. But,
they're gluten-free.
Yeah. But, right, like, they're not grabbing any of the, like, ofrendas that are being left behind for them or anything like that. But I do believe they could cross over. It's just that they're not visible. They're not actually interacting with their loved ones. Just like regular ghosts you see in media, I guess. Like, at most, they, like, slam a door or something. Or you can, like, feel their hand on your shoulder, kind of. But that's I think, at most, what happens.
Yeah, and I think that there are, like, stories of people who say that they feel, like, guided in decisions or to do something by a spirit of someone that they've lost.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's somewhat similar to my dream, where I think that if they do exist, they're more, like, trying to communicate with you through more, like, tangential means.
Or through the radio, like Jodie Foster in Contact, her dead dad.
I never saw it.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different movie, actually. No, I am. There's a different movie that also has Dennis Quaid in it, called Frequency, where he... Wait, Dennis Quaid doesn't play Jodie Foster's... Does he? I don't know. Where he...
You sound like me.
where Dennis Quaid contacts his like future son or something in like 30 years into the future. Either that or like the son contacts his dead dad, one of the two. But like it's really interesting. And it's through the radio. It was like it's like that Sandra Bullock movie, The Lake House, but instead of the house being the portal, it's like a ham radio.
Reminds me of an episode of The Twilight Zone.
What episode?
I don't remember what it's called, but this old lady keeps getting phone calls, and she'll answer the phone, and there's like nothing on the other end of the line, or it's like breathing or whatever, and she thinks it's like a pedophile or something, and she keeps like getting more and more upset as it keeps happening. Eventually she's like, don't call this number again, don't call, and then somehow she like traces where, like, they literally follow the phone line to see where it was coming from somehow, and she finds a downed phone line on the grave of her dead husband, and she's like, oh no, he's been trying to call me. And then, like, she somehow calls him, and he's like, you told me not to call.
You told me to fuck off. Oh,
Yeah.
That's interesting. I thought it was going to go into, like, some kind of time loop situation where she was actually calling herself. That freaks me out, because it is completely unexplainable. There's no evil actor trying to do that to you, and sometimes that makes it worse. Again, because there's, like, no explanation, no motive. You're just, like, stuck, don't know how or how to get out. That freaks me out.
No, but there was a different Twilight Zone episode where another old lady has a grandson, and she gives him a toy phone, and she has, like, cancer or something, and then she dies. And the little boy, like, keeps playing on the toy phone, and the mom's like, who are you talking to? Grandma! She's like, oh, ha, ha, ha. And then it's like, he actually keeps talking, and it's like, oh, maybe he really is talking to Grandma.
Oh, I mean, at the end, is it revealed?
I mean, yeah, like, somehow you, like, figure out that he's actually talking to dead Grandma.
Interesting. That wasn't different at all from the other episode. Why did you say that as if like, oh, there's this other one that is exactly the same plot?
Because that's interesting that they did 2 episodes about ghost phones.
Anyway, yeah, ghosts. Super duper interesting. I know we did an episode called Calls from Beyond, literally recently, about like people who call from the dead, and like Sunny and I were talking about whether we thought that was real. She said no. I said probably not, but there could be exceptions. I don't know.
That's probably when you brought up my grandma's story.
I actually think so, yes. So, speaking of stories, I know that you have a spooky story that you'd like to share with us, and I'd love to hear it.
I do.
So,
it's a story that I haven't read since I was younger. Again, probably like 10 or something. And it really stuck with me and freaked me out.
okay.
Let me just pull it up.
Can't wait.
It's called Ants by Chet Williamson. And hopefully Andre knows that I really dislike ants.
I didn't know that.
Well, they freak me out more than other bugs.
Really? What the fuck?
Sometimes. Like, I'm not gonna, like, freak out the way you freak out about a spider, but I really dislike ants and don't want them anywhere near me.
I think they're kind of cute. They can carry like 50 times their weight.
Well, let's see what you think after this story.
Okay, fine.
If you're interested, it was originally printed, at least when I read it, in a book called 100 Little Hair-Raising Horror Stories.
Raising horror stories?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Ants by Chet Williamson. Ben Pearsall first saw them at the bottom of the drive, where the asphalt had been torn away by the combination of the harsh winter and the big tires of the oil delivery truck. They had a substantial hill in progress, 6 inches across at the center and an inch high. Ants. Ants he didn't need. The goddamn moles were bad enough. His lawn already had more soft spots than a week-old melon, so he drew back his foot and kicked, making the dirt fly up in a waist-high arc. That got them. They poured from the hole like a thick black thread, running in a panic at the cataclysm that had ripped off the top of their city. Ben chuckled and began to stomp. In a minute, the tiny scurrying motions had ended, though a few survivors still ran for cover, and a multitude of wounded writhed in the furrows made by Ben's vibram soles. He turned and walked, smiling toward the house, the mail tucked under his arm. That was fun, but not as much fun as when he was a kid, and had dripped candle wax on the ants one at a time. In a few seconds, you could peel the dried wax off the sidewalk and put a petrified ant in your pocket. Ben used to take a bunch to school, where they made unheralded appearances in the urinal, Mrs. Donovan's pencil cup, and Sheila Brown's milk. But time had passed. He'd grown up, gotten married, gotten divorced, gotten tired. Small pleasures were all he could afford now. Alimony and child support allowed little else. A case of beer a week, an occasional movie, a very occasional roll with Mindy, the waitress at the Anchor, and whatever else he could find to amuse himself, like stomping ants. At least he'd been able to keep the house. Inside, he opened a bud and flopped on the sofa with a copy of Ms. Harriet's 2-year subscription was still going strong. He frowned at the article titles and picked up Sports Illustrated instead. He had barely opened the magazine when his nose started to itch. He looked down its broad length and noticed a small black dot at the point where his vision crossed. Thinking it might be a misplaced period on the page, he wiggled both his eyes and the magazine, but instead of disappearing, the dot took a few tentative steps upward on the oily film that coated Ben's proboscis. "An ant!" he yelled, and smashed himself lustily on the nose. When he examined what stuck to his fingers, he found that it was indeed an ant, or rather crushed bits of ant head, ant thorax, and ant legs. "Yuck!" he said, and snapped the debris away. Halfway through his article on football draft choices, his head started to itch, right at the thin patch he called his crown, and Harriet called his bald spot. Whatever the appellation, it itched like a bitch, so he scratched madly and came away with something beneath his nail that was too dark to be dandruff. Too dark and too wiggly. "Another one? Jesus H!" And he crushed the interloper, flinging its corpse to join its friend in the thick and tangled jungle of 10-year-old shag carpet. "Where the hell did he come from?" mused Ben, looking about for an answer. When he glanced at the left foot he'd so dapperly propped up on the coffee table, he found it. His boot was swarming with little black bodies that were quickly disappearing between pant cuff and sock. "Ah!" he shouted as the hair-like legs pattered over the skin of his calf. "Yeah!" He sat up faster than when the detective Harriet had hired surprised him at the Sunrise Motel, and started to smack his legs together vigorously. When the tickling had diminished, he examined the source of the problem, unlacing the boot and turning it over. The thick depressions of the Vibram soles still sheltered dozens of the little hangers-on. Ben, now smacking his thighs, ran outside, where he smashed the boot against the sidewalk, and kept smashing until nothing remained but a nondescript blob of formic acid. "That'll show you, little buggers. Wow!" he cried, as the survivor fastened its appendage to Ben's appendage. Ben danced about frantically, his hand thrust between waistband and belly, until he finally snagged the ant and crushed it. Then, leaving his boots outside, he went into the house, where he immediately shed his clothes, threw them in the washing machine, and ran into the bathroom. In the shower, he made the water as hot as he could stand it, rubbed and scrubbed his skin raw with Harriet's old loofah, and dug his fingers into his scalp until it tingled on the edge of pain. Then he rinsed thoroughly, turned off the faucet, and stepped onto the mat. There, goddammit, that was better. No more ants on him now. But as he toweled himself dry, he became aware of a slight itching in his hair. He scratched, and a small ant fell out. Then another, and another. Gasping, he staggered back, his legs bumping against the side of the tub so that he toppled backwards into it, his bare buttocks striking the porcelain with a loud smack. He still had the towel, and now he saw that it was swarming with ants, dozens and dozens of them making an ever-changing pattern on the blue cloth. Throwing it from him, he stood up in the tub, naked and trembling. They were entering the bathroom by the hundreds, so thick that they seemed like a living mass of tar rolling toward the edge of the bath. Ben grabbed the faucet handles and wrenched them on, sending hot water streaming over his body, washing down the drain the few ants that had made it into the tub. Several more dropped over the edge and were swept straight into the plumbing. After that the others stopped, and Ben could read an angry wariness in the multitude of black specks that stood between him and the door. A minute passed while the water roared down and the room filled with steam. Then a single ant started up the wall, and others followed until a blob of darkness, 2 feet square, moved to the ceiling, over and across the room, and stopped directly above the cowering form of Ben Pearsall. Ants lay like a sheet on the floor, clung overhead to the ceiling, flowed in a wave under the crack of the door, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of ants. "Stop!" Ben Pearsall cried, his voice lengthened and curved by his terror and the thunder of the shower. Please stop. I'm sorry. I'll do whatever you want. Whatever. He collapsed, sobbing in the bottom of the tub, each hot droplet of water stinging him like a tiny mandible. The ants watched and smiled a collective smile. Later that afternoon, people at the Acme Market started to wonder about Ben Pearsall. They wondered why he looked so pale and nervous. They wondered why he bought 6 cases of pancake syrup. And they wondered, on such a hot summer day, how Ben Pearsall could wear a thick, black, shiny scarf wrapped tightly around his neck and still be shivering.
Man, what the fuck?
So,
A little too surreal for my taste, but alas, good. It's still good.
yeah, I mean, if I read it now, it probably wouldn't have much of an effect on me, but it did when I was younger.
Yeah, you did like stuff like that, it seems. So he had an ant scarf. The ants had faces that could smile, and they also understood him in English.
Yes.
I liked it. Spooky, creepy. It reminds me of the movie Spiders or the movie Rats.
I don't know either of those.
The one about spiders is about huge spiders that are sentient. Well, spiders already are, but these are like really intelligent. And the one about rats is this man controls rats. And hundreds of thousands of rats.
Cool.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the movie Them, which I had to watch for a film class I took at community college about giant ants. I think they killed them by blowing them up with atomic bombs.
Oh wow.
It was set in the 50s.
Well, interesting story.
Or it was made in the 50s.
It's giving goosebumps.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but with cursing.
Yeah, I have a story to share. It's a creepypasta, so it's not as literature-esque as yours. Yours is very like highbrow kind
I
of
think
writing.
the word is literary.
Yes. Well, there you go. That shows you. Would you like to hear it?
You were an English tutor?
Yes. A long time ago. You want to hear my creepypasta?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, bitches and gentle bitches. This is my creepypasta. It's called Doors, and it's one I read a long time ago, and I thought it was cool. And I read a lot of creepypasta when I was like 14, and it just stuck. So, Doors. I was adopted. I never knew my real mother. Rather, I knew her at one time, but I left her side when I was too little to be able to remember. I loved my adopted family, though. They were so kind to me. I ate well, I lived in a warm and comfortable house, and I got to stay up pretty late. Let me tell you about my family real fast. First, there's my mother. I never called her mom or anything like that. I just called her by her first name, Janice. She didn't mind at all, though. I called her that for so long, I don't think she even noticed. Anyhow, she was a very kind woman. I think that she's the one who recommended my adoption in the first place. Sometimes I would lay my head against her in front of the television, and she would tickle my back with her nails. She's one of those Hollywood mothers. Second, there's Dad. His real name was Richard, but he never really liked me, so I began to refer to him as Dad in a desperate attempt to gain his affection. It didn't work. I think that no matter what I called him, he'd never love me as much as his own child. That's understandable, so I really didn't press the matter. The most notable attribute of Dad was his unmoving sternness. He was not afraid to pop his children when they did something wrong. I found that out before I could use the restroom properly. He didn't hesitate to spank me. Well, I'm in line, and it's because of his methods. Lastly is my sister. Little Emily was really young when I was adopted, so we were about the same age, but she was slightly older. I like to think of her as my little sister, though. We got along better than any sibling could possibly get along. We would always stay up late together and just talk. Well, she did a lot of the talking. I mostly just listened because I loved her. It was a great setup that we had. We were short on bedrooms, so because I didn't want to sleep in the living room by myself when I was littler, I had a pallet set up for me next to her bed on the floor. This is where I have slept since. But it was cool with me because I enjoyed being with her, and I had always felt pretty protective of my little sis. Everything changed on a horrible Wednesday night. I was at home taking a nap when little Emily opened the front door. The sound of the door opening pulled me to a state of consciousness, and I walked from the room down the hall to the living room. That's when I first remembered it was Wednesday. I was never any good at keeping track of what day it was. Actually, I'll just go ahead and say it. My sense of time was horrible. But nevertheless, I knew it was Wednesday because Emily had just come home from her church's youth group gathering. She walked in the front door and hugged me, and then was followed in by Dad and Janice. "You have a good nap?" Janice said teasingly as she ruffled up my hair. I just shook my head away and snorted in a manner that clearly expressed that I was teasing back with her. Don't you snort at your mother like that, said my father gruffly with authority. He shut the door behind him and hung up his coat. I was clearly joking, I growled under my breath. He must not have heard me because I didn't feel him smack me. Emily then proceeded to her room, and I followed. She started telling me about her day. You know, usual teenage girl stuff. But I listened so that she would feel better. After her summary, she suggested watching TV, and I obliged and jumped onto the couch as she was going for the remote. She rolled her eyes at my little brother-like immaturity and scooted me over and sat down. The TV turned on, and we watched it together until the sun went down. Emily was the kind of girl that instead of watching cartoons and soap operas, would rather watch Discovery and Animal Planet and Natural Geographic. I like those too, so I didn't mind. Actually, those were the only channels that can hold my attention. So, it got late, and Janice walked up behind the sofa. Emily, it's past your bedtime. Turn out the TV and go to your room. You too, she pointed at me. Emily turned off the program we were watching grudgingly and stood up. She started down the hallway to our room. As I followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We went into our room and Emily turned off the light. Just as she did, I caught a flash of movement out of the corner of my eye. It was out the window, but as soon as I redirected my line of sight to where the window was no longer in my peripheral vision, what it was that I thought I saw was gone. I still remained alert, for my sister's sake. I lay there in the darkness with nothing but the thin ray of light from the street lamp outside to illuminate the room. It wasn't much. Time and time again, I could have sworn that I heard subtle sounds just out the window. A twig break, leaves crunching, clothes jostling, and all the while I could smell a faint stench of sweat and blood. I kept my eyes open for most of the night. The sounds outside subsided, and the smell left my nose. I began to feel at ease. My eyelids closed. Not long after that, I heard a very loud crash on the other side of the house. I was up in an instant. "There's someone in the house!" I barked with extreme adrenaline coursing through me. "Wake up!" I shrilly pleaded with Emily.
Can I interject?
Sure.
I have a prediction.
No.
Why not?
I just finished the fucking story. Wake up! Shrilly pleaded with Emily. She did, and as soon as I saw her sit up, I ran to my parents' room. What's your prediction?
He's a dog.
Dad was dead. His neck was splayed open and gaping as blood spilled out of it, off the bed, and onto the floor. I saw that the master bathroom's door was closed, and just before it on the outside was a man. A man? I don't feel comfortable calling it that. He was very large and rugged. He turned around and saw me, and that's when I saw him accurately for the first time. I won't forget it. His eyes were large and beady and trapped with lust. He was styling a beard that was badly unkempt with blood dripping off. His clothes were dirty and his face was cold. Just then, I noticed the same horrid smell of sweat and blood from earlier, but this time it was overwhelming. He saw me. He saw me and grinned with a set of crooked yellow teeth. That smile threw me off. I thought that I was going to die, but then he turned back to the bathroom door completely unperturbed by my presence. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. I just yelled and cried. I watched as he shouldered through door, that was my mom's only protection, through the door, I guess they meant. I watched as he raised the large razor that he was carrying, but had obviously neglected to use properly. I watched as he sliced her open and tore her to shreds. I then heard something, the last thing that I wanted to hear. It was Emily's scream coming from behind me. The large monstrosity looked up from my butchered mother and stared at my little sister. I was distraught. He stood up and quickly started walking towards us. My sis turned and ran, and I was at a loss when he bypassed me and went straight after her. Why was she still in the house? Had she not assessed the situation and run? Apparently not, and now she was dead, and I was alone. I ran after them both. I expected the man to kill her, as he had the rest of my family, but I was sadly mistaken. He grabbed her by the arm and jerked her as a way to make clear that he was in control. He dragged her through the house. I was making all of the noise I could now, hoping and praying that someone would come to my aid. He mustn't take her, not her. As he passed me, I backed against the wall and whimpered with terror. "Why?" He didn't respond except by putting his free hand on my head while Emily screamed in the other and saying, "Good boy." He gave another crooked grin and a very cold, unnatural laugh. I followed him to the door, where he dragged my helpless sister after him. He opened it, pulled her out, and slammed it shut behind him. I am now sitting in the house with my mutilated adopted parents, shivering and whimpering with dismay. He's out there with her, doing who knows what to her, and I can't do anything. I would if I could, but I can't. I would chase after them in a heartbeat, but I can't. I sit here looking at the front door. I look down at my paws. If only I could open doors. Okay, fuck you for your dog prediction.
Does that even count as a creepypasta? It's just like a story with a twist.
Yeah, it's very Shyamalan-esque, wouldn't you say? He's a dog. He was a dog all along.
But, like, isn't the point of a creepypasta to be like, and this really happened? You
It
can't
really-
be like, a dog really told me
happened.
this story.
It happened. He was the shaggy dog. It was Tim Allen. When he turned back to man, yeah.
No, that was the one that killed everyone.
What did you think? I thought my story was better, so eat it.
Interesting.
Thanks. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I just liked it when I read it a long time ago, and it stuck with me.
Did it freak you out?
No, a little bit. I was like, oh my god, they turned him into a dog. But then I realized, no, he was a dog.
It literally said, like, there's someone here, I barked.
I know, but like, sometimes people use the verb bark to mean like,
I know.
Anyway.
He also growled earlier.
Well, everyone, we hope you like this segment with David.
Our spooky stories.
Yeah, are you scared? This was a lot of fun. Thank you for coming on, babe. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
You're not getting paid for this appearance, and I now must ask you to leave. So,
Bye.
bye.
Hi, all. This show started as a little passion project between two friends that love the paranormal, but over time, it grew into so much more. And really, this show would never have become what it did if it weren't for our audience. So I want to thank all of you listeners for making this such a special and enjoyable ride. It's been fun, and you all will always be in my spooky little heart. This is Andrea signing off, and for your entertainment, this has been Scary Talk. Don't have any large meals before bedtime, and remember, the Mothman is real. On behalf of myself and the rest of the Scary Talk crew, goodbye and good night.